Hey folks, Hyrulian here, and welcome back to Hyrulian Reviews Adventure Time. I'm here with my reviews for Season 3 of the show. All of my coverage in one place in a supercut for your enjoyment and your pleasure. That sounds kind of wrong. But yeah, in this podcast episode, super extra long edition, you'll be able to find my reviews for every single episode of Season 3. If you're listening on the podcast channel, enjoy the simplicity and ease of access of listening to all this audio only. And if you're on YouTube, you can actually look in the description and you'll be able to find timestamps as well if you want to skip to specific episodes. I appreciate everybody for stopping out. Got lots of great episodes in this one where we get some interesting background information on characters and some interesting lore developments and tons of great filler content to cover as well. So without further ado, folks, let's get into Season 3 of Adventure Time. Season 3, Episode 1, Conquest of Cuteness, opens up with Finn and Jake enjoying a nice little breakfast of an everything burrito that Jake baked for him, and all of a sudden they hear a commotion outside. And when they go to investigate what's going on, they discover that the Cute Kingdom and the Cute King has come to try and raid and attack Finn and Jake's treehouse. And of course they're overwhelmed by the amount of cuteness, and they are not at all intimidated by the fact that they are being raided by an entire kingdom and their king. Despite the Cute King trying to get them riled up and make them think that he's a threat, Finn and Jake are simply not having it until the Cute King calls out Jake by name and he tells him to enjoy his everything burrito. And it's then instantly that Jake starts to become paranoid of the cute people, and he's concerned that they poisoned his everything burrito, so he has to bury it in the backyard in a grave. And basically, we cut to the end of the day, and Finn and Jake are going to bed, and Jake cannot sleep because he's actually very concerned that the cute people are going to come after them, because he thinks that they poisoned his burrito, and they're actually secretly very evil. Which, to be fair, they did say they were evil, but Finn didn't really buy into it because they were just so damn cute. But basically, they start to go to bed, and they get woken up by like a loud noise in their house, and it turns out some cute people have broken in, and they're attempting to steal Jake's sword, which this is the first time that we see Jake's sort of canon main sword that he uses in the series. I know we haven't even seen Finn's yet, I don't think. But this is the first time that we hear of a sword called out by name to be Jake's sword. So it's pretty fascinating. We see Finn have a bunch of different swords throughout these first couple seasons, and there's a couple that kind of are reoccurring, but this is like the first time the show's outright said, yeah, this is Jake's specific sword. So that was an interesting little tidbit of lore sprinkled in there. But basically, after they catch the cute person trying to steal Jake's sword, what ends up happening is they fight that person off, and the person starts to run away. And when the person's running away, he slips into a crack in their house, and Finn manages to reach into the crack and grab him. And he's like freaking out and trying to get away, and Jake's like, oh man, just shake him till he stops freaking out. And so Finn starts to shake him, and he basically like calms down, and they have to let him out of the house. And the cute person says that in the morning they're going to come back and they're going to actually raid their house again. But this time Finn and Jake are both kind of scared of the cute people, because of the fact that they were trying to break in and steal their weapons and stuff. So they barricade up their house, and they get some weapons handy, and they basically prepare for their invasion. And when they show up to attack their house, they immediately all start like tripping and falling over and like exploding, and body parts falling off and stuff like that. And they basically just do more damage to themselves than they would get from Finn and Jake before they even arrive to the house, to the point where they have to call off the attack before they even reach the treehouse. And it's at this moment that Finn and Jake realize that the cute people, despite being evil, are basically not a threat to them whatsoever, and they feel bad for them, honestly. They feel like they need to help out the cute people because they genuinely just want to feel victory, and they cannot have victory no matter what they try, even though they try to have confidence about it. And so they go follow the cute people back to where they're held up, and basically they're holding up next to a well near Finn and Jake's house, and the cute king is standing on top of a milk jug, and he's addressing the cute people, and he basically says, it's our time, we need to stand our ground and not just be not taken seriously because we're so cute. We need to fight, we need to win. So Finn decides to stage the attack and basically let them win. And the way he does this is he says that they need to assemble an army of all their friends, which is really funny because he's like, we'll assemble an army of all of our friends. And then it fades to black for a second, and it makes you think that it's going to be all of the side characters from the entire show. But then all that ends up happening is they have Lumpy Space Princess, Cinnamon Bun, and a goose to help them out. Presumably all the rest of their friends decided not to show up. But then they let the cute people attack again, and they spray ketchup all over themselves and make the cute people think for a moment that they've defeated them and they've killed them. But then, basically, the cute king stands on top of Jake's presumably dead corpse and starts dancing on him. But Jake can't resist, so he starts laughing. And the cute people realize they've been tricked, and they become even more depressed and start crying again. And Finn feels really, really awful because he just wants to make the cute people happy with their lives and not feel like they need to attack people to feel happy. So basically then, in a cute little cutaway scene, Finn teaches the cute people how to abuse people by using their cuteness. So he sends them over to the Ice King, and the Ice King opens the door, and the cute king's like, hello, are you going to make me a sandwich? And the Ice King's like, what? No, I'm not making you a sandwich. And then the cute king's like, oh, are you not? And he starts acting all cute and smiling and all that stuff. And the Ice King falls for the puppy dog eyes trick and takes the cute king inside to make him a sandwich. End of the episode. So that's really the basic plot synopsis of that one, guys. I don't think I missed out on anything as far as the main points go, but there are some things I want to cover here, so let's hop into it. First of all, yes, obviously this was a filler episode. And I did spot the snail as well. The snail was hanging out amongst the cute king and his cute people near the beginning of the episode. And no, there were no fart jokes. But it was seriously so cute when the cute king was addressing the cute people on top of the milk jug. It was really funny. They actually did a good job making the cute king actually cute and not terrifying or ugly, but Finn and Jake just insist that it's cute, because that's usually what happens. They say something in the show is really cute, but it's actually not. But this is the first time that we had a cute thing in the show that's actually cute, and they don't have to just say it's cute, just trust us. So that was nice to see. A cool moment was the everything burrito. There was seriously so much stuff in the everything burrito. I was going to try and list it all off, but it was literally everything. There was so much shit in there. And if you watch this episode, which by the way is season 3 episode 1 in case you forgot, you should pause at the everything burrito scene and watch and see all the stuff that Jake has crammed in there. It's kind of cool. But it was really, really funny. And they even had a little beatboxing scene at the beginning of the episode where Finn and Jake were beatboxing while he was making the everything burrito. And that was a pretty funny moment in the episode. And also Jake burying the everything burrito was really funny too, because you could tell Jake was so happy and passionate about cooking it. And then he ended up having to bury it. And it was like he was burying a loved one or a pet or something, how sad he was. It was pretty funny. And I didn't mention it before, but something I wrote down in my notes was that when Finn and Jake are going to bed at night and they're kind of scared of the cute people, they're talking about how Finn basically consoles Jake and says, like, he doesn't need to worry and everything will be fine. And Jake's like, hey, man, you know, you're just like Mom. You always know what to say to make me feel better, or something along those lines. I kind of paraphrased it a bit, which sort of provides a little reinforcement on our backstory knowledge that Finn was sort of taken in by Finn and Jake's parents. And I added a little note here, presumably the mom that they're both referring to, because Finn even calls Jake's mom as well, is presumably that dog Margaret that we see in the flashback for the Boom Boom Mountain episode. So we kind of have a good understanding somewhat of Jake's entire family tree, because basically his dad is Joshua, his mom is Margaret, he has a brother Jermaine, and now we know that him and Finn both live there as well. So presumably, since Finn was also calling Margaret Mom, they all just kind of considered each other brothers. So Jermaine and Jake and Finn just kind of considered each other brothers, which is really, really interesting to see. And I love the little bit of backstory that it provides. Also, at one point in this episode, Finn calls Bimo Milady, which implies that Bimo is a lady. But I don't remember if they've implied that he's been a boy so far, but I've always thought that Bimo was a boy, so there was just a little bit of a questioning of my understanding there, and rather than looking it up and just getting a flat-out answer, what I plan on doing instead is I'm going to try and watch closely and kind of see how they sort of set up Bimo and try and figure out more about Bimo. But this is the first time that I think we've actually had a proper sort of gender assigned to Bimo, which is kind of interesting because I kind of felt like Bimo was just kind of, you know, no gender, if that makes any sense. It kind of seems like Bimo has both aspects of multiple genders and is kind of like not confining to any one specific gender, but I've always said he because of the fact that I always thought from when I was a kid that Bimo was a boy. But I guess we'll have to see as the episode goes on, and it's really, really fascinating to see them include a character with so much dimension like Bimo when it comes to that kind of stuff, because you have to remember this show was airing at a time where all of these like woke ideas that are obviously something that I very much support and think are completely valid now, were not super supported. Like, you know, people who were non-binary back in those days were significantly less supported than they are now. I feel like it's become more and more acceptable for people to identify as non-binary, so the fact that the show is kind of playing around with these themes and it released in such, you know, a previous state so long ago, you know, is very, very telling, and it's very, very showing of what the show kind of stands for, which is more than what meets the eye, and definitely more than what a lot of children's shows especially were doing back in the day. But overall, that's my sort of synopsis and review of the first episode of Season 3 of Adventure Time. Overall, very, very solid. A nice little filler episode to get things started off, and yeah, you know, wasn't too much to bite off to start out. Very solid, little better than run-of-the-mill, I'd say, because it sprinkled in some lore as well. So, you know, overall, very, very good first episode. I think I gave this one a 6 or maybe a 6.5 out of 10. You know, I was pretty decent fan of it. Season 3, Episode 2, Mori Turi Te Salutamus. I fucking can't. Mori Turi Te Salutamus is the second episode of Season 3 of Adventure Time. What the fuck? Why is it called that? Okay. Sorry, folks. So anyway, Season 3, Episode 2 of Adventure Time, you heard me pronounce it a second ago, is the second episode for Season 3 of Adventure Time, And it opens up with Finn and Jake wandering around the land of Ooh, like many of our former episodes do, when they stumble upon a Colosseum. And the Colosseum is basically very large, and it's in the middle of some random hills. And when they enter, they find that the Colosseum is sort of like being overseen by this Fight King, I think is what his name was. And it's really funny because Finn and Jake basically, when they enter the arena, are asked by the Fight King if they want to compete in the arena for a prize, and they immediately call him out and say, this is an obvious trap. As soon as we step into this gate, it's going to close behind us, and we're going to be trapped, and we're going to be cursed, and we're going to have to fight in your arena unwillingly. No thank you. And they turn around and walk out of the arena. And this is like one of the smartest things that Finn and Jake have ever actually done in the show, and I was really, really impressed by this. And it was at that moment when I realized there's no way that they were actually going to be smart in this episode. And I was correct, because immediately they start to think about how, like, it was good they avoided that trap, because if they would have fell for it, then they would have had to fight a ton of ghost gladiators, and they would have been trapped. And then they realize, wait, that sounds kind of like a badass adventure. So they turn around and willingly run into the arena, and instantly exactly what they predicted happens. They get trapped by the Fight King, and the Fight King tells them that they're now in his arena, and they're going to have to fight through waves of gladiator ghosts to become his champion in order to win prizes. And basically what ends up happening is, throughout the rest of the episode, there's multiple rounds of fights where basically after each one, Finn and Jake are awarded like some sort of a tree branch or something. I'm sure there's some really important like Latin meaning in all this, especially considering the title of the episode being what it is. But it kind of was all lost to me. But basically they get these, like, I don't know if they're olive branches or what. And after that, they're sent into the ground. Like, they get sucked through the ground into like this dungeon where they're basically held, and they're allowed to rest in between fights. And when they're ready to fight, they basically call out to the Fight King, and he brings them back up to the arena, and the next round against gladiator ghosts begins. So immediately after the first fight, Finn and Jake had a lot of fun, and they get sucked into the ground, and they say that they need to devise a plan now to escape. So basically Finn says that they need to work together and fight their way through all the waves to basically beat the Fight King at his own game and do things the correct way in order to win in the arena. And Jake kind of has a different plan. His plan is to make the dungeon more livable by basically digging into the earth and trying to find lava, and then and he wants to then try and turn the lava into like a magma hula hoop, and so they can have a luau like on a tropical island in the dungeon. And you know, it's kind of like a random wacky quirky plan, but obviously Finn's like, sure buddy. And so he basically creates like a fake version of Jake, that's basically just a pile of sand and some rocks, but it looks somewhat remotely like Jake, enough to trick the Fight King, obviously, because that's how the show works. And he calls to the Fight King, and the Fight King raises them both back up out from underground, Finn and the fake Jake, and Jake begins digging into the earth to find some lava to form a hula hoop so they can have their luau. And basically Finn proceeds to fight multiple rounds where he beats multiple gladiator ghosts, and each ghost, while it's attacking, keeps apologizing to some random person profusely, and we'll find out why that is later on. But basically each round Jake presumably dies, and the Fight King keeps seeing the fake Jake die and then come back to life. So he thinks that the dog's like ability is to die and come back to life, which is kind of cool. At least presumably, that's kind of how I understood it, because he doesn't really mention the fact that the dog just keeps presumably dying and coming back to life when the pile gets smashed, but you know, it is what it is. And Finn fights again through multiple rounds, and after a certain point, the Fight King basically grants Finn some special power that makes him have this fever to fight and continue fighting and basically not stop fighting. And so the next time Finn goes into the arena after one more quick break and several checkups with Jake, whose plan to basically do everything with the hula hoop is not really working out so well, Finn's sent up to the top, and the Fight King explains that for the next challenge, rather than fighting his ghosts, he's going to have to fight his friend who he came into the arena with, Jake. And obviously the Jake that he's fighting is the fake Jake, because they've been sending up the fake Jake. So Finn feverishly starts to destroy the fake Jake and murder him, quote unquote. And Jake realizes his plan isn't going to work, so he digs his way up to the top of the surface, where Finn is absolutely demolishing this fake Jake. And after Jake reaches the surface and sees this going on, Finn looks over and realizes that the Jake he's fighting is the fake Jake, and tells the Fight King that he has found the real Jake and he will defeat the real Jake in his honor. And basically, Finn and Jake start to have a fight, which would be a really, really cool setup if it weren't for the fact that Jake is actually completely against fighting Finn at all, obviously, because he's not presumably infected with the fight fever of the Fight King. So instead, he's basically just stretching and keeping Finn away from him the entire time. And basically, Finn is about to defeat Jake, but his sword that he's using that he received from the Fight King is not long enough. So he asks the Fight King for his sword, which we've seen at earlier points in the episode. It's basically this giant golden glowing sword that's super, super long. And Finn takes the sword from the Fight King because the Fight King offers it to him willingly. And as soon as he's about to swing and kill Jake, he throws it on the ground and it breaks in half, killing the Fight King and freeing them from the prison of the arena. It turns out all along, Finn kind of had this plan in his head to befriend the Fight King and do his bidding, and then betray him right at the very end after the Fight King trusted him in order to help them escape. And the fact that he did not let Jake in on it was both kind of the fact that he was salty because Jake wanted to do a different plan, and also the fact that it made it more believable for the Fight King, which played to Finn's benefit. And basically, they managed to escape the arena, and they help all of the ghosts that have been trapped there escape as well, because apparently all these ghosts are pairs that had also entered into the arena and gotten trapped, and they've been forced to kill each other. So it's actually pretty dark if you think about it. So dark that I had to say pretty twice in that sentence. But overall, you know, that's kind of the whole point of this episode, is it's like kind of this horrible situation that they willingly throw themselves into, and then they outsmart the person who's sort of in charge of everything in order to basically like help others escape. And Finn sort of plays this role of being like way smarter in this episode than he's led on to be throughout the rest of the show. And it just kind of plays into the fact that even though Finn's portrayed as dumb in the show, he's actually not as dumb as he seems. He's actually got some pretty good like strategizing skills and stuff like that. Overall, pretty interesting episode. And Jake was obviously pretty pissed that he was like lied to and he wasn't let in on the plan. But he eventually accepts what Finn's saying about it needing to happen in order to help everybody in the arena. So if it wasn't obvious, yes, this was a filler episode. No, I did not spot the snail. And no, there were no fart jokes. At the beginning of the episode, there was a cute moment because there were some creatures that Finn and Jake saved, and they were called cuties, and they were actually really cute. They looked like little anteaters or something. I was a big fan of that. And also, Jake's tropical island dance that he kept doing whenever he was thinking about the hula hoop plan was really adorable as well. But honestly, the funniest part about this episode was the fact that they both knew that they were falling into a trap, and they called it out ahead of time, but they both willingly fell into it just for fun. And then they ended up helping people in the end, and Finn came up with that absolutely genius plan to save everybody and his friend. It was honestly just impressive from like the standpoint that basically Finn is not exactly what he seems in the show. It adds a little bit of mystery to the character because even though he's portrayed as so stupid, he actually did a really, really good job planning everything out and, like, kind of just taking the shit out of the Fight King and his whole arena and his whole plan and his whole operation and just shutting it all down by sheer wits. And it was really impressive. But other than that, the title of the episode, in case anybody was curious, those who are dead salute you. So there's a little inside information for you. So that's sort of the English title. I'm going to try and pronounce it one more time for you guys, though. So this episode is called Morituri te Salutamus, or something like that. I don't know. I never learned Latin, so if that's incorrect completely, I apologize, students of Latin. But yeah, overall, pretty solid filler episode. I gave this one a 5.5 to 6 out of 10. And now let's get into an episode with a little bit more substance. Season 3, Episode 3, Memory of a Memory. So this episode opens up with Finn and Jake sort of traveling across the land of Ooh. Jake's grown big and he's taking giant steps to help traverse much more quickly. And they have with them this wizard man who's basically got no arms. And he's leading them somewhere that they don't know where yet. And so they ask him, like, where are you taking us? And he basically explains that he's apparently Marceline's spirit animal for some reason. And they need to go help her because she's in terrible danger because she accidentally cast a sleep spell on herself. Which is funny because we saw Jake do that in a previous episode of the show. But, you know, I never thought about that until now. In the Wizards episode from before, Jake did cast a sleep spell on himself, but apparently Marceline did cast a sleep spell on herself. So Finn and Jake arrive at her house in the cave with the wizard man with no arms, and he explains that the only way to stop them, or to stop her from being asleep, is for them to go inside of her memories and basically steal the memory inside of her casting the spell on herself, and then she will wake up. So what follows is a journey across the memories of Marceline. And while I was kind of expecting more of a deep dive and more of an interesting whole lore thing, there wasn't as much as I thought. Rather than a complete backstory for Marceline, we basically got 2 small tidbits and then a bunch of backstory about her and her ex-boyfriend's relationship. So they first arrive in the destroyed city way in the past when Marceline is a little girl. And the interesting thing about this is presumably the same destroyed city that we've seen multiple times throughout the series run. But since Marceline is a vampire, we can see that the destroyed city is more recently destroyed rather than like long time destroyed, sunken under the ocean, or kind of like sinking in the sand or stuff like that, like it has been before. Like this looks like a freshly destroyed city, which obviously, you know how I'm a sucker for that backstory tidbit or that lore tidbit, so it was really, really cool. But yeah, they basically run into small, young Marceline, younger than Finn, so she's probably like 5 or 6 or something like that. And she's chilling outside of a destroyed house, and she's performing surgery on her teddy bear in order to fix its eye that's fallen off. And Finn and Jake ask her if she knows the way to her core memories, and she says no. But she does point over to a cellar, and Finn and Jake hop in the cellar, taking them to another part of Marceline's memory. And when they arrive in this other part of Marceline's memory, they basically find that they are in, like, a fridge, and I think this is the fridge at a restaurant or something like that. And when they exit the fridge, they find themselves in the restaurant, and we can see Marceline's dad from the previous episode eating her fries. And then we see a teenage Marceline, like, sort of enter the restaurant, and she sees her dad eating her fries, and then she says, "Dad, those are my fries, no!" and starts to cry. So that's sort of like the little scene that played out, the iconic Marceline's dad stealing her fries scene that we heard about from previous episodes. And there's a couple other small various scenes that happen as well. Like we get to see the Finn and Jake treehouse when Marceline lived there and when she was first moving in. And basically, after that, we arrive to a scene where Marceline and her boyfriend are hanging out. And that's when we meet her boyfriend, Ash. And we get a cute little scene between the two of them where basically Marceline's boyfriend, Ash, is using some of his magic to make like a rose appear, and the rose says, "I love you, Marceline." And basically they're just shown to be in love, I guess you could say. And then we jump through another memory, and we sort of enter into this like weird sort of psychedelic black and white area where basically it's presumed to be Marceline's core memory. And I'm sorry if I'm stumbling over this plot explanation a little bit. It's kind of a meta episode, so it's a little hard to clearly and concisely explain everything. But we arrive in like her core memory, and everything's black and white, and we just see the silhouettes of Finn and Jake. And the wizard basically used his toe magic to touch Finn's forehead, which was really disgusting, and it made it so Finn's forehead glows when they get close to the core memory that they need to get rid of. So they play hot and cold with the memory options for them to jump into in order to help them find the correct memory, and they jump into it. And when they jump into it, it's a scene where Marceline and her ex-boyfriend Ash are fighting because he sold her teddy bear that we saw in the flashback scene where when she was young, in order to buy some sort of magic wand. And the magic wand is pretty cool, to be fair. It's like a cherry blossom leaf thing. But obviously, Ash is a fucking jerk, and he sold Marceline's childhood teddy bear in order to get the wand. So she's very, very mad, and the wand even has a little ghost that comes out of it and says, like, what does it say? Let me pull it up here. I want to get this right, you know. This is important lore stuff. The ghost comes out of Ash's wand and says, "You're not a genius, you're not a genius," over and over and over again. Because basically the whole thing was Ash was trying to explain to Marceline that it was like she was a genius because she thought that the bear meant more to like them than the wand would mean to them, if that makes any sense. That's kind of hard to explain. But yeah, so basically then they find the orb that they need to steal, and they steal it. And after the scene plays out where Marceline breaks up with Ash, they're sucked out of her memory and back into the real world. And Marceline wakes up, and basically after she wakes up, Finn and Jake are like, "Hey, we saved you, Marceline. We saved you from your sleep spell that you cast upon yourself." And she's like, "What?" And then the wizard takes off his cloak, and it's revealed that he is in fact actually Ash. And Ash tricked Finn and Jake into stealing Marceline's memory of them breaking up. And so Marceline thinks that they're still together. And Marceline gladly leaves the house with Ash to go over to his place to hang out. And she leaves Finn and Jake in the dust, and they have no opportunity to convince her that everything that happened was true, and she's actually broken up with Ash. So she heads off and on her merry way. And so basically Finn and Jake form a plan where they're going to go over to Ash's house, and they're going to try and rescue Marceline. And so what happens is they show up, and Finn immediately points out like a shed to Jake and says, "Bash on that fucking shed." And when he comes out, have him chase you and like run into the woods, and I'll run inside and save Marceline. And so that starts happening, and the funny thing that happens is Jake is bashing on the shed, but it turns out to be a little goblin man's house. And so Jake just beats the shit out of this goblin's house and practically destroys it for like no reason. And then Ash comes out, and Ash starts chasing after Jake. So then Finn goes inside the house, and Marceline's in there, and he basically forces Marceline to go inside of his memory, because inside of his memory he has a memory of viewing Marceline's memory inside of her memory of her breaking up with Ash. So his plan is to bring Marceline into his memory so he can show her his memory of her memory, if that makes any sense. Hence the title of this episode, Memory of a Memory. And while they arrive in Finn's memory, Marceline happens to spot one of Finn's memories. I know this is very confusing, where Finn's basically back at the Jake's family dog house, if you will, but it looks like a normal house, as a little kid, and he's in the bathroom and he's dancing on the toilet. And that's when we get the iconic scene where Finn's like, I'm a buff baby, we can dance like a man. I can shake 'em my fanny, I can shake 'em my cans. I'm a tough tootin' baby, I can punch on your buns. Punch on your buns, I can punch on your buns. And if you're an evil witch, I will punch you for fun. You know, that iconic scene from Adventure Time. And Marceline can hardly contain her laughter. And that's when Finn shows up and closes the door to give young Finn some privacy. And he shows Marceline the memory, which jogs her memory, and she remembers that she broke up with him, and the day is saved. They escape, she re-breaks up with Ash, and everything is set back to the way it should be. Now, let's see here if I have any more other weird notes. When they were in her memory core, it was a really, really cool art style. I wanted to make sure that was clear because it was interesting. But obviously, yes, this was a filler episode. No, I did not spot the snail. And no, despite what my child self believed, there were no fart jokes. Basically, the story goes, when I was a kid, and there was the scene where baby Finn was dancing on the toilet. At the end of his song, Marceline is laughing, but she's trying to keep it muffled. So she's like... And when I was a kid, I thought that was baby Finn farting. Turns out it's not. I looked at the subtitles, and when the fart noise, in air quotes, happened, it said Marceline muffled laughter or something like that. So that confirms that this episode, despite having a close call, does not have any fart jokes. But other than that, I don't really have a whole much more ton to say. There was a funny moment when Ash came back after Finn restored her memory, and he's like, hey, Marceline, get back to the kitchen. I'm hungry, and I want a turkey sandwich with tomatoes. And that's right before it's revealed that she actually remembers she broke up with him. For some reason, the title card of this episode had the scene from the previous episode where that heifer had her disgusting udders out. And everybody's like, cover that up, girl, or whatever, you know. If you remember, you remember. But it was weird to have that referenced in the title card of all things. Another weird thing in this episode was Marceline was wearing, like, waitress clothes in this episode. And I don't know if there's, like, a lore tidbit thing where she's a waitress. But for some reason, that is vaguely familiar to me. So I just wanted to bring that up in case that becomes a plot point down the line. And we see her kind of working as a waitress, because it seems like that's kind of what they're implying. It was also interesting seeing a memory of the inside of Jake's family home, because there was tons of pictures on the wall of, like, magical dogs, like family photos and stuff like that, and Jake and his siblings playing as little pups, and it was kind of cute. But realistically, other than that, the last thing I wanted to mention is the episode ends with Marceline and Finn kicking Ash on the ground. Like, he's on the ground knocked over, and they're just kicking the shit out of him. And then Jake returns from the woods, and he's made his foot giant, and he just comes down from the top of the screen and stomps on Ash super hard, and then the episode cuts to black. So it's just like kicking noises, and then all of a sudden Jake comes down, and it's like and then the episode ends. And that was kind of funny. Overall, very interesting episode. It's borderline filler, but since we got some backstory for Marceline, I did consider this a lore episode and important to the history of Adventure Time. But overall, it was nice seeing the destroyed city at a different time. It was nice hearing about Marceline's past boyfriends and her childhood teddy bear, because it all tied into that. And it was just kind of cool seeing some young Finn Jake family home stuff going on too, because we've been getting more and more little sprinkles of lore about Finn and Jake's relationship and how long it's been a thing, and how Jake's family basically brought in Finn and raised him as one of their own. And it's just really, really wholesome lore stuff, and I'm glad that we're getting some of it sprinkled throughout these episodes. But yeah, I think that's really all I have to say about this one, folks. Honestly, this is probably like a 7.5 out of 10. Season 3, Episode 4 of Adventure Time has a title I can actually read, and that title is Hitman. And no, I'm not talking about that bald guy. So, this episode opens up with the Ice King in the Breakfast Kingdom, and he's basically peeking in on the breakfast princesses while they're laying in bed, and he decides to sneak in through the window and try to seduce them using some honey. And immediately the breakfast princesses are creeped out by the Ice King, of course, and they go ahead and call Finn and Jake, who almost immediately show up, which is kind of a funny little gag. And they basically don't even fight the Ice King, they just berate him and tell him that he needs to leave, and when he says no, they actually just straight up ground him. It starts at 1 week of being grounded, but after the Ice King complains more and more, they eventually keep adding time on until the Ice King ends up at 4 weeks of being grounded. And don't ask me why he's listening to Finn and Jake when they tell him that he's grounded, but after they tell him that he's grounded for 4 weeks, he accepts his fate and heads back to his room in the Ice Kingdom, where he's grounded for the next 4 weeks. And basically the Ice King is hanging out in his room and just kind of wishing that he could go beat the shit out of Finn and Jake. And so he thinks to himself, hey, maybe I can hire some sort of man to go hit Finn and Jake for me. So of course he goes on his holographic pair computer straight out of the iCarly universe and Google's Hitman, and the first result that comes up is an advertisement for a hitman by the name of the Scorcher. And the Ice King immediately contacts him and invites him over to his place to sign the contract. And so when he arrives, the Scorcher is very, very quiet, and he does not say a single word. He just pulls out a contract and hands it to the Ice King. And this guy's creepy as fuck. He's literally like, he can turn into a cloud of smoke. So when he arrives at the Ice King's palace, I guess, he like just comes through the window as a big cloud of black smoke. And when he like appears as his normal form, he's literally just like a guy that's all black, and he's wrapped in bandages, and he has like fiery eyes. He's by far one of the creepiest villains that we've had in Adventure Time thus far. But either way, he hands the contract over to the Ice King, and it basically says, who is the target, and then, like, sign your name, basically. So the Ice King's like, alright, I want you to hit Finn and Jake. And then he signs his name, and immediately the Scorcher turns back into smoke and goes back out his window, and the Ice King excitedly runs over and looks through a telescope where he can see Finn and Jake's treehouse, and watches the Scorcher as he gets to work. And the Scorcher immediately sets their treehouse on fire, and then kind of turns into smoke and like goes away. And the Ice King's like, hey, what the hell? And he heads over there because he didn't want him to kill them, he just wanted him to hit him. He didn't want the Scorcher to kill Finn and Jake. He just thought that the Scorcher was a hitman, so he just hits people. And so he goes over there and he puts all the fire out, and he breaks through the window and he puts all the fire out inside the house. And Finn and Jake get mad at the Ice King for leaving his room because he's supposed to be grounded. And so what ends up happening for a couple more times here is the Scorcher keeps trying to kill Finn and Jake, even when the Ice King tries to set him straight and just say, hey, I just want you to hit them. And so the Ice King has to keep going and stopping the Scorcher before he kills Finn and Jake. And Finn and Jake keep getting mad at the Ice King because he's leaving his room when he's grounded. And what eventually ends up happening is the Scorcher explains that there's no way, once the contract is made, that he will be unable to not kill the target. Like, he has to kill the target. It's part of the rules of the contract, I guess. He doesn't say any of this. It's all, like, non-verbally implied because the Scorcher does not actually speak whatsoever. And so basically, then the Ice King is left with, like, this whole thing where he basically has to try and convince the Scorcher not to kill Finn and Jake. He's like, hey, you know, you can go kill Lumpy Space Princess or Ghost Princess. I don't like either of those princesses. And he explains, no, he cannot change the contract whatsoever. And so the Ice King devises a plan where he's going to go and freeze Finn and Jake to the point where they are frozen and they are no longer alive. But then he can just unthaw them and they'll come back to life, basically. So he goes and tells them the plan, and they are like, no way, we're not going to let you freeze us to death temporarily. We don't trust you. You try to call a hitman on us. What the fuck? But the Ice King just does it anyway, and the Scorcher basically gets there and sees them frozen, and like the Ice King's like, see, they're dead. I killed them. You can go on with your day now. You don't need to worry about it. And the Scorcher, like, melts part of the ice and, like, looks at Finn's hand and checks his pulse. And sure enough, Finn and Jake are both in the ice blocks, frozen to death. And so the Scorcher's like, all right, whatever. And he leaves a little note, which I'm going to read the note later. And the episode ends with the Ice King basically setting his ass on Finn and Jake to slowly de-thaw them. Which is like, what the fuck? So that's sort of the plot of this episode. Very, very, like, weird episode. Interesting little, like, side plot, like, one-off episode idea, though. Honestly, I really enjoyed it. And it was fun to see an episode that was mostly Ice King themed. Like, Finn and Jake were just sort of scattered in every once in a little bit here. But since the Nice King episode, we really haven't had an episode focused on the Ice King. But so it was nice to have a little Ice King focused episode in here. But let me read here some of my notes. Was this a filler episode? Obviously. I did not spot the snail, and there were no fart jokes in this episode. There was a cute moment where Jake is laying in bed with Finn, and he is laying on his back, and he drinks out of his mug while he's laying on his back, which was pretty cute. I said that the Scorcher was, like, one of the coolest characters in the show, albeit very creepy and evil looking. And I love his abilities, because he could literally, like, fly using the fires, like, shooting behind him. He could turn into smoke. He had, like, flame eyes. He honestly had some really, really cool abilities, and he was a really, really cool character in the show. But it was really funny how Finn just had the authority to ground the Ice King in this episode for some reason. And also Finn calls the Ice King Bubble Butt, which is what causes the Ice King to kind of get his revenge at the end of the episode by unthawing Finn and Jake by sitting on them, because now they have to touch his bubble butt. And what else do we have here? Let's see. So the Ice King was trying to offer things to the Scorcher to get him to cancel the contract. He offered him a bunch of money, which he burned, and, like, some various different knickknacks. And one of the knickknacks that he offered him was a mounted deer head. And the deer head, when he pressed a button, was like that talking fish. And it said, I want to live, live, live. I want to live, live, live. It was really funny. And the weirdest part of this episode by far was when Finn was grounding the Ice King, he literally did this, like, parent face. And it was really, really weird. It was such a weird thing for them to do in the show. And the other weird thing as well that I wanted to note is that despite the fact that they used a holographic computer at first in this episode, the Ice King tried to hire this, like, robot that was basically a hitman for hitmen. And when he hired the robot, he got on the internet a second time, and he just got on a regular laptop. Like, it looked like a standard laptop. It was such a weird thing. So I guess we know that there's weird holographic technology in the show, but there's also regular laptops and phones, which is kind of a weird thing, you know. Like, they can't really decide if they want to do off-kilter, like, sci-fi style tech, or if they want to do like freaking regular tech. It's such a weird thing, but I love the different technology they do in the show, and I'm always very fascinated when they do show technology in this show. And the last thing is, when the Scorcher left, he left a note, and it was in cursive, and I did my best to try and read it as accurately as possible, but it said something along the lines of echoes of past events. Nudge the tiller on my present course. I await its reflection in the future. What the fuck does that mean? That's just the note that the Scorcher left for the Ice King when he left after he decided that Finn and Jake were dead. Like, what's up with that? I really did not understand that, and it was kind of crazy, but, you know, what are you gonna do? Such a weird thing, though. Like, it was kind of a really weird episode, not gonna lie, but overall, very, very solid filler episode either way. And there we have it, folks. Season 3, Episode 5 of Adventure Time, Too Young, is actually a really, really great episode. And there are multiple reasons for that, but first let's get into the plot explanation, and then I think they'll kind of be revealed as we go. So this episode revolves around Finn and young Princess Bubblegum going on their first date. Because if you recall from the Mortal Folly two-parter from the end of Season 2, Princess Bubblegum was severely scarred and damaged during the multiple battles that took place across those two episodes, and they did not have enough gum to reconstruct her at her age of 18, and they only had enough gum to reconstruct her as a younger version of herself, and it just so happened that she was reconstructed at the age of 13, the same age as Finn. So young PB and Finn are on their first date, and they're just kind of hanging out at the Candy Kingdom, and, you know, Finn's calling Jake to get tips and stuff, and, you know, Jake's playing BMO back at home, and he's occasionally calling to check in on him. Very, very wholesome stuff between the two bros here. But Finn eventually goes in the room, and they're just kind of sitting on the floor, and Princess Bubblegum's working on some sort of a science experiment, because basically she's trying to create a reactant that you can drink that'll make it so you sweat bubbles, so you will never have to take a shower. And Finn takes a drink, and it's super spicy, to the point where he's like, spicy, spicy. It's pretty funny. And basically, after a short amount of time where they're hanging out, there is a character who arrives, and that character is none other than the iconic Earl of Lemongrab. And if you know Earl of Lemongrab, he's the guy who goes, "These are unacceptable conditions! Unacceptable!" That guy. Yeah, I'm sorry if I blew your eardrums out there. But basically, he's a guest celebrity voice actor in the form of Justin Roiland, and the character himself is here to take over the throne because there is a law in the Candy Kingdom that if you're under the age of 18, you cannot be the leader of the Candy Kingdom. And Princess Bubblegum explains at this point that she actually created Lemongrab during a failed experiment, which will probably come up in a future episode. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So this could be considered a lore episode in a way, but I'm going to go ahead and keep it as a filler just for the sake of, you know, continuity. And it really does feel like a filler episode, but there will be some additional continuity involving some stuff introduced in this episode down the line, just so you're aware. But it's really, really awesome to have Lemongrab in this episode because he's voiced by Justin Roiland, and this was the first time I ever heard Justin Roiland in any voice acting role, but I would go on to basically consume every single piece of content that Justin Roiland created, like, after this. I've watched every episode of Rick and Morty. I played Accounting by Crows, which is a VR game that basically features Justin Roiland prominently as a voice actor for multiple characters, and you get berated by him, and it's pretty fun. And of course, I've played Trover Saves the Universe, which is an excellent VR action platformer that he also did a ton of voice acting work with, and his game studio worked with Crows for that as well, which, if you didn't know, Crows are the people behind the Stanley Parable. So needless to say, Justin Roiland's made some pretty good stuff. Whether or not you like Rick and Morty, I think it's easy to say that Justin Roiland has a great voice, and he does such a great job kind of picking out a funny voice that's somewhat unique for each character. It's still very much distinctly him, but Lemongrab sounds so different than like any of the characters he does in Rick and Morty. And the only time there's like some crossover is whenever Lemongrab like yells and hits the really, really high yell sound. It almost kind of reminds me of when Morty yells in Rick and Morty. But either way, I wanted to share that tidbit of information there for you, a little bit of trivia, because I love Justin Roiland so much. And, it was great to hear him in this episode, and I remember this episode fondly from when I was a kid. And I actually didn't know it was him for quite a while after I started watching Rick and Morty even. But basically, to get back on track here, since I've kind of went on a tangent now, Lemongrab's here. Princess Bubblegum accidentally created him during an experiment, and basically he's next in line for the throne after Princess Bubblegum is gone, because he's more or less her kin, even though she created him in a lab and it's not like her son or anything. And since PB is only 13 now, she has no choice but to relinquish leadership of the Candy Kingdom to Lemongrab. And Lemongrab immediately starts sending people to the dungeon, and it's really, really funny. He's like, everybody in here, 3 months dungeon, you're in the dungeon, you're going to the dungeon, 5 minutes dungeon. And it's really, really funny. I just love his character, and his voice definitely helps, not to circle jerk Justin Roiland too much. But basically, after he's done sending people to the dungeon, Lemongrab immediately goes for a nap. And it's then that Princess Bubblegum and Finn start to devise a plan to get Lemongrab out of the Candy Kingdom without going against the law, because Princess Bubblegum is, only 13 now, and technically, according to the law, she is not supposed to be running the place. So their plan is to basically prank him until he gets tired of being pranked and just decides to leave on his own accord. And the first prank that they try is Princess Bubblegum's idea, and basically they spend some time while he's asleep building a whole ass overly complicated Rube Goldberg machine in the bedroom, and we get to see the whole thing play out, and it's actually really, really cool. And at the very end, what ends up happening is it unrolls a scroll, and the scroll actually says, let me pull up my notes here because I wrote it down, "You really smell like dog buns." And when he sees that, he goes like, "Ah!" He like yells. It's really funny, Lemongrab shenanigans. And basically he runs out of the bedroom and starts like pointing at random people and sending them to the dungeon, because he's trying to realize who pranked him, because he can't figure it out. And it's then that Peppermint Butler comes in and he's like, "Hey, it's just a prank, bro. You just calm down. It's supposed to be funny." And Lemongrab instantly becomes okay with pranks. It was so funny because it shows how impressionable Lemongrab is, which is going to probably be something that's going to matter down the line, I'm sure. But it was really funny to just have him be like totally unokay, but then all of a sudden totally okay. So since Princess Bubblegum's prank failed to get him out of the Candy Kingdom, they go on to Finn's prank. And Finn's prank involves getting Lemongrab to accidentally, quote unquote, consume some of that serum that Princess Bubblegum was trying to make, because if you recall, it's really, really spicy. So they're hanging out in like the ceiling above the dining room that he's eating in, and when Peppermint Butler drops off the tray for his dinner, they drip a little bit of the serum through like the ceiling crack. And it's so funny because the first drop goes into Lemongrab's eye, and immediately Lemongrab starts going like, "Ah! Ah!" I know I'm yelling a lot in this particular review, but you get the idea. And they sort of look at him like, shut up, you're going to blow our cover. So he just shuts up. Because if you recall, Lemongrab is or not Lemongrab, Peppermint Butler is like secretly a badass, and he's got like this really mysterious backstory that we don't really fully know about yet, but he knows literally death. Like, he's friends with death, so, you know, he's a badass. He just takes it in stride, and yeah. So then they manage to drop a drip on Lemongrabs, and Lemongrab immediately gets all red in the face because of the spice and throws up all over Peppermint Butler, and it's really, really gross and weird, but it's kind of funny. And then he literally falls out of a window and gets stuck in the ground, like head to waist down. That was pretty funny as well. But unfortunately for our duo here, it doesn't actually seem to work, and Lemongrab does not end up leaving because of the prank, but he is upset about it, so he does send young PB and Finn to the dungeon. I think he says like 1 million years dungeon, and then he sends them off to the dungeon, which is really funny. So they're finally in the dungeon, and PB decides like there's not really any other way that they're going to be able to get Lemongrab to leave. She needs to develop a way to turn herself back into her 18-year-old self. And she doesn't have access to a lab or anything, but what ends up being the solution is all of the residents of the Candy Kingdom that have been thrown into the dungeon by Lemongrab offer up some of their flesh, some of their candy flesh, and they basically use Finn's saliva to stick all of it onto young Princess Bubblegum, and she says that a love hug from Finn will complete it, and she'll be able to turn back into her 18-year-old self. So, young PB and Finn straight up have a hug and a kiss, and Princess Bubblegum turns back into her 18-year-old self, thus closing the book on that arc. And basically, she forces Lemongrab to let her out of jail because she is, once again, the rightful ruler of the Candy Kingdom. And it's honestly really, really sad because one of the cutest things about this episode is young PB and Finn. And I was far more okay with young Princess Bubblegum and Finn being together than like 18-year-old Princess Bubblegum and Finn. Despite the age gap, I honestly just thought young Princess Bubblegum and Finn were like cute, and there was tons of moments where they were like being all cutesy with each other, and it was a good ship. But they immediately, almost the same episode, not quite the same episode as they made her the same age as Finn, just completely crushed her hopes and dreams and turned her back into her 18-year-old self. And Finn immediately tries to like show some sort of affection to her when she's turned 18 again, and she just does not have it. And it's really, really like soul crushing to watch that happen to Finn. And Finn calls up Jake and he's like, hey man, I got dumped. And Jake's just beating the video game that he was playing at the beginning of the episode when Finn called him. And he basically tells Finn like the plot of the video game and says like, you're just like the video game, Finn. You just need to keep on your adventure, and eventually you will get the princess, and you need to climb the tower and you need to hug her. And so the episode ends with Finn heading back into the Candy Kingdom to go give 18-year-old Princess Bubblegum a hug, and it just kind of cuts off before we get to see what ends up happening with that. And that is how this episode ends. Now let me go over my notes really quickly as well and make sure I didn't miss anything. Obviously, yes, this was a filler episode. No, I did not spot the snail. I've been having a hard time with it, honestly, in this block. And no, there were no fart jokes. But I seriously want to emphasize, like, young Princess Bubblegum and Finn was one of my favorite ships, and they deleted it in almost the same episode that they introduced it. It was like one episode later, so that was a super big bummer. But they were so freaking cute in multiple parts. And their Rube Goldberg machine that they made just to prank Lemongrab was pretty cool. It was really interesting to watch. They even snuck that fucking weird, like, face that they like to slap onto everything in this show into this point. Like the scene with the cow lady, and Finn's like, hey, take that bag off your udders, girl, you're beautiful. And then it's got that like weird face on it. It's that same fucking face was in the Rube Goldberg machine. It's such a weird thing that they keep referencing in the show for some reason. It must be an inside joke amongst the artists or something. But either way, the Rube Goldberg machine was really, really cool. The funniest part of the show by far in this episode was Lemon Grab. Every single time Lemon Grab talked, it was a really, really funny gag, and I think I might be a little bit biased about it because of the fact that I love Justin Roiland so much, but, you know, sue me. This is my podcast, so if you don't like it, fuck off. The grossest, weirdest part was when Lemon Grab vomited on Peppermint Butler, and yeah, I really think that's about it. Overall, very, very solid filler episode with some continuity to keep us going in the future, and I felt this one was about a 7, maybe a 7.5 out of 10. Really, really funny, really, really good plot. Biggest bummer about it was the whole thing where the young Princess Bubblegum Finn ship was such a good ship, and now it just does not exist, you know? It was kind of a bummer, not gonna lie. Season 3, Episode 6 of Adventure Time, The Monster, opens up with a little musical montage from our boys Finn and Jake. And that musical montage ends with Finn yelling at the top of his lungs, "Pizza!" And it scares a bunch of birds in some nearby woods, which I found really funny. And then a lumpy space person approaches them and holds out this like holographic video crystal, which plays a video call from the Lumpy Space King and Queen, aka Lumpy Space Princess's parents. And basically they've had this servant bring the video call thing to them to request that they help in finding LSP because she's gone missing. If you recall, in previous episodes, we've seen that Lumpy Space Princess actually ran away from home in a plea to prove that she can be independent to her parents. And she's basically been camping out in some woods nearby Finn and Jake's treehouse, and she's been terrorized by them at this point multiple times, including the last time where Marceline and her friends convinced Finn and Jake to go knock over her can of beans. So, you know, needless to say, she's kind of leading a miserable life, and her parents trick her into coming back home with the temptation of some of her mother's delectable sandwiches. And when she does, she basically is attempted to be convinced to move back into their house because they're worried about their daughter. And there's a really funny moment where Lumpy Space Princess is like, "Oh my god, you guys are telling me that you led me here under false pretenses." And it was honestly the funniest Lumpy Space Princess moment in the entire show so far, so really, really solid there. But basically, when she realizes that she was led here under false pretenses, she like flips the plate of sandwiches away and like runs away and leaves the house, heading back into the wilderness. And for some reason, she basically must have packed up her entire ass camp and she doesn't have it anymore. So she's just kind of wandering around aimlessly when she stumbles upon some wolves, and she basically just starts living with the wolves, which for some reason they accept her, and it's probably like the sharp teeth or something, honestly. But she lives with the wolves for a while, and she runs with them, and she feeds with them, until she starts to crave that drama that her life is missing since she's with animals who can't speak. So she starts creating drama amongst the wolves to the point where they start getting so mad at her that they try to eat her and she has to run away. And while she's escaping the wolves, she slips into some mud and basically finds herself covered in muds and sticks. And basically this local town is nearby where she fell. And when she stands up and heads towards the town, they think that she's a monster. And she uses this to her advantage by basically terrorizing this village into giving her their food. And she goes and moves into their windmill, and she'll occasionally leave dressed as this monster to terrorize them and get more food whenever she's hungry. And this is how she's been living for a little while off screen, as she explains, because Finn and Jake are actually on their way through the woods trying to find where she had her camp set up when the village people come falling out of the trees and explain that their village is being terrorized by a monster who's eating all of their crops. And there's a really cute moment where, like, the little village people that fell out of the trees, like, are like, oh, I've got my kid, and then the kid's like, I've got my kid, and the kid's like, I've got my kid, and basically they just keep holding up a smaller villager until it's like a really, really small one, and it's pretty funny. And also the villagers really want these sandwiches because the lumpy space person that was sent by the king and queen gave Finn and Jake a basket of LSP's favorite sandwiches, but they refused to give them to them because they are for Lumpy Space Princess in order to bring her home. So anyway, Finn and Jake decide to take a detour from finding LSP to go help the villagers, and that's when they discover that inside of the windmill lives the monster, but it's actually just Lumpy Space Princess. And they basically tell her that she needs to own up to her guilt and kind of, apologize and help out the villagers because she's been eating all their food and terrorizing and stealing from them. So LSP does, with some hesitation, and she calls them fat. It kind of doesn't go very well, but eventually she decides to give in and give them her sandwiches, apologize, and she's so moved by the fact that they all have children that they care about feeding that she realizes that her parents just want to feed and take care of her, and so she decides to move back into her home in the Lumpy Space Kingdom. And when she gets there, she explains everything that happened in the episode to her parents under the pretense that she saved the village, which is really funny because she's the reason the village was in trouble in the first place. But they're basically really proud of her, and they're apologetic that they made her feel pushed to move away from home, and everything's set back right in the Lumpy Space Princess arc. And I gotta be honest with you folks, this was hands down the best episode featuring Lumpy Space Princess so far. Honestly, I've hated Lumpy Space Princess as a character up until this point so much, but this episode was actually watchable and enjoyable, and honestly a really good filler episode. I was impressed. And this episode, they finally dialed in Lumpy Space Princess and made her at least decent and actually watchable, if that makes any sense, which I was really, really happy about. But let's go over the finer details of this episode. So this episode was obviously focused on LSP, and Finn and Jake were sort of a focus, but eventually it just kind of turned to LSP, and LSP became the whole showrunner for this one. And obviously, yes, it was a filler episode. I did spot the snail. The snail was next to a farmer in the village at one point, and it was literally like a blink and you miss it moment where the snail was on screen for like maybe half a second. It was nuts, and it's no wonder I've been having so much trouble spotting the snail recently if they've been hiding it like this, because it's really, really hard to scrub back through and find it too, because sometimes I've been even trying to scrub back through and see if I could spot it if I didn't find it on the first watch through, and it's not been working really for me. But this one I did manage to just barely spot, so there's that for us. And no, there were no fart jokes. Usually they do kind of pair LSP with fart jokes every now and again, so I was kind of expecting them, but no. And the cutest part of this episode by far, other than the villagers with like their kids and their kids' kids and their kids' kids, the little tiny villagers, was at the beginning where Finn and Jake had their cute little musical montage. And the funniest part by far was when Finn yells pizza and the birds go running through the trees. But also the fact that LSP was creating all this drama where she was like naming the wolves, and the wolves were like basically being named after her different friends from her school days. Like they were she was calling them like Brad and Ashley and like basic names like that. But it was kind of funnier having LSP in this wolf like society, because basically her weird like preteen angst played more funnier when there were basically these creatures that were just oblivious to it and could not even react to it. So there's that, you know. It really, really did pay up to her and help her. And this episode was overall very solid for being an episode focused on LSP. The weirdest moment, of course, though, was when LSP was so desperate for food, so she ate some tree bark and she started throwing up rainbows. But yeah, really, that's about it. I know I kind of stumbled over this one a little bit. That's because I mostly think I was just shocked by how decent this episode was for being a Lumpy Space Princess episode. And I gotta say, I'm glad her arc is sort of fixed and it's finished now. Like, she's back moved in with her parents in Lumpy Space, so, you know, everything kind of worked out for her. I hope, though, the creators of the show keep kind of going with this whole new dialed-in version of Lumpy Space Princess, because they really nailed how to write her character for this episode. I was very impressed. So, but there we have it, folks. That's my review for this episode. Overall, it was probably about a 6.5 out of 10, but that's significantly better than every other Lumpy Space Princess episode we've had thus far. Season 3, Episode 7, still is a very, very weird episode. So, folks, you're going to have to bear with me here. I'm going to explain this one a little bit differently. I'm basically going to give a short summary of the entire episode, even more briefly than I usually do. And then I'm going to go through and list off some specific events. And the reason I'm handling it this way is because it's really, really weird, and a lot happens really, really fast, and I gotta try and keep myself straight here. So without further ado, here we go. So this episode starts out with Finn and Jake waking up in their beds in their bedroom in the treehouse one morning when they realize they are frozen in place. They actually cannot move an inch. And it's not like ice frozen. It's literally like they're unable to move, like paralysis style frozen. And they're kind of like talking to each other, and they're like, what the hell, what's going on, why can't we move? And then the Ice King comes crawling up the ladder, and he's like, hey guys. And basically the Ice King explains that he used a freeze potion on them while they were sleeping in order to freeze them in place, so they were forced to spend some quality bonding time with him and become his friends. And basically the rest of the episode is a series of different events that the Ice King does while he makes Finn and Jake watch. And the events are very, very strange, and I'll get into them here in a moment. And basically at some point in the episode, Finn kind of taps out from watching all this crazy shenanigans go down and decides to try and use his newly found heightened senses, because he can no longer move, to call upon an astral beast in the astral plane, which is apparently something that exists. I don't really know. It's kind of weird and confusing. And basically, Jake is forced to sit through a couple different activities after this starts, but eventually Finn does snap out of it and say that he has successfully summoned his astral beast, and they will be here shortly. And eventually these butterflies come through the window, and it turns out that the astral beast that Finn summoned was actually these butterflies. And these butterflies basically pick up Finn and Jake's motionless bodies and bring them out to the Ice King and attack the Ice King with a sword. And then they make the Ice King use the unfreeze potion on them that he has. But when the butterflies grab the potion, they accidentally grab the wrong one, and the Ice King accidentally uses more freeze potion, which also happens to get on him and the butterflies, and they're all frozen in place, stuck, unsure what to do, and unable to move. And it's then that we cut to Gunter, who was a side character in this episode, who knocks the bottle of unfreeze potion out the open window of the treehouse, and we hear it smash against the ground. and that's the end of the episode. So that's sort of like the simplified explanation of what happened without any of the specific details, because so much shit happened and the order was kind of confusing and the stuff was really, really weird. So I didn't want to get it mixed up, and I wanted to keep the plot as coherent as possible for understanding. But let's kind of try and get into the nitty-gritty here. So first off, Gunter was here for basically the entire thing, right? Ice King just brought him around for some reason, and Gunter is kind of like a dog in this episode. He's trying to help out Finn and Jake too at certain points. Like, he tries to grab the unfreeze potion for them a couple times. He tries to grab the key to unlock the bottles, which, by the way, the Ice King has these bottles that are pretty cool. It's like potion bottles, but for some reason he can lock the cork by using a key on top of the cork with a little keyhole. It's really, really weird, but it's kind of cool. So they're locked bottles. And basically, Gunter fails to help them multiple times, and the Ice King ends up conjuring up a snowman along with a leash and, what do they call him? A collar, and he puts it on Gunter. So Gunter's kind of like chained up for a while in this episode. But he does manage to break free and cause some more shenanigans. So, a couple of the other crazy things that happened in this episode that I want to highlight. Let's see here. So, the Ice King says that in order to be more friendly with Finn and Jake, he wants to dress like them. So, he basically, like, wraps his beard around his head to look like Finn's hat. He, like, rips his robes to look like a shirt, and like makes like an ice backpack, and he dresses like Finn, and he's like, "Oh, I'm Finn the hero," ha! Which is really, really weird in itself. But then Jake's like, "What the hell, man? That's so weird." And then he's like, "Okay, I'll dress like you too, Jake." And he starts to take his clothes off, and Jake's like, oh god, no, man, stop." And he's like, okay. So then the Ice King shows Finn and Jake. Keep in mind, Finn at this point is in the astral realm in his head, trying to summon his astral beast. But Finn and Jake are then forced by the Ice King to watch a slideshow of artful black and white photos that the Ice King took of his penguin's body parts. And that sounds fucking nasty, but then immediately it's like, this is Gunter's eye. You can tell how soulless it is, and it is art because it talks about the hopelessness of humankind, and, you know, shit like that. And then he shows, like, this is a flipper. And it's, you know, it's like, it's harmless, but it was kind of pre-emphasized with, like, a bit of a more, like, adult joke, I guess you could say. And then the last thing they do that I want to mention is the Ice King offers to make them breakfast burritos. This is after they've gone to bed and woken up the next morning, and Finn is still toiling around in the astral realm. And the Ice King explains that he's going to go make them omelets. It's not breakfast burritos, it's omelets. He's going to go make them omelets, and he's going to put his foot in the omelet because he says that he wants to be inside of them. I'm not making this shit up. This is just fucking weird. What the fuck? And so there's all that junk. And I also did not mention at the beginning of the episode when Finn and Jake are trying to convince the Ice King to unfreeze them, and they say like, oh, we're your friends, Ice King. You don't need to freeze us. Just unfreeze us and we'll hang out with you and we'll have a good time. And that doesn't work for some reason. But basically, the Ice King sort of proves that they're not actually his friends by saying, like, what's my favorite color? And Finn and Jake try and guess it, but they fail miserably. And then the Ice King reveals 3 secrets that he knows about Finn and Jake. 1, Jake doesn't put ice in his drinks because he has sensitive teeth. 2, Finn's favorite food is meatloaf. And 3, Jake doesn't cry because he is afraid of emotion. And then he's like, it's okay, let it out. And Jake, like, has a little tear. It was such a weird fucking moment. This episode was off the rails in more ways than one. And I was just like, what the fuck? It was really, really weird. But honestly, pretty fun little Ice King filler episode. I did not spot the snail, and surprisingly, no, there were absolutely no fart jokes. But there we have it, folks. I think that's really about it for this episode. I felt that this one was a little better than the last one, so I gave it like a 7 out of 10. And hopefully you guys could make 6s and 7s out of my explanation for this one. I kind of told it in a different way, both to experiment with how I could possibly be giving these episode explanations more concisely, but also because I needed to keep my brain straight because this episode had so much weird random shit that happened. So let me know what you guys think, and we'll see if I kind of bring this style back, because I think that the brief explanation into the deeper explanation of certain parts thing kind of might work to the benefit of this series, so it's definitely something to keep an eye on. But yeah, there we have it, folks. Season 3, Episode 8, Wizard Battle, is kind of an interesting one because of the fact that it is a filler episode. It also features the Ice King, even though we just had an Ice King-centered episode. And also, there is an absolute fuck ton of callbacks in the background of this episode. They don't really put them in our face, but there is some callbacks. So let's hop right into the discussion here. So what is this episode about? Basically, Finn and Jake are going to see what's essentially a sporting event in the land of Ooh, but in reality what it is it's called Wizard Battle. And basically this grand wizard guy gets a bunch of different wizards together in an arena, and they fight to the death, and whoever the last wizard standing is gets a prize. And Finn and Jake are super fucking excited to see this wizard battle. They show up, they sit in their seats in like the stadium seating, and they're like, woo woo, yeah, wizard battle. And then they realize the Ice King is there. The Ice King has entered the wizard battle for some reason, and he walks up to the side of the field where Finn and Jake are seated, and he says, hey guys, are you here to root me on? And they're like, oh, what the hell, Ice King? No, you're gonna lose. And he basically admits that he's going to cheat in order to win the wizard battle. And his motives for wanting to win it aren't exactly clear until we discover what the grand prize for the winner of the wizard battle is. It is a kiss from Princess Bubblegum. So Finn and Jake decide that since clearly the Ice King is here on a ploy to get a kiss from Princess Bubblegum, they themselves need to enter the wizard battle and basically stop him in order to, save Princess Bubblegum from having to kiss him. And also, secretly, of course, Finn wants to kiss Princess Bubblegum himself. So they kind of do the whole, two people in a trench coat thing, but, with wizard robes. And Jake's the arms and legs, but Finn is, the face, and he does all the talking. And they go down into the arena, and they get ready to fight. And in the arena, they have a little brawl. And basically, there's these really, really cool, super artistic, awesome designed, different types of wizards. And we actually learn, I believe, that there are 8. Let me double check my notes really quickly. There are 8 schools of magic in the Adventure Time universe, which was an interesting thing to learn. But basically, they fight a couple wizards, and they watch all the wizards kind of duke it out, and then they end up teaming up with an actual wizard named Abracadaniel, and them and Abracadaniel beat up a couple more wizards until it's down to Finn and Jake, Abracadaniel, and the Ice King. And in the final battle, Abracadaniel helps Finn and Jake defeat the Ice King, and then Finn and Jake forfeit because Abracadaniel doesn't even want to kiss Princess Bubblegum. He just wants to, have the glory of winning. He thought that there was a cash prize, but when it turned out it was just Princess Bubblegum's kiss, he really could not care less. But basically, after he wins the wizard battle, he gets a ton of confidence and ego because he won. And he says, you know what? Maybe I will take that kiss from Princess Bubblegum. And so Finn yells really, really loud, no! And basically it kills Abracadaniel. It doesn't exactly kill him, but it knocks him out to the point where he's basically beaten by Finn and Jake the wizard. And so they end up winning the wizard battle. So Finn and Jake are the winners of the wizard battle, and they go back to the locker rooms in the stadium to prepare for their kiss with Princess Bubblegum. And they head on out to the field, and right as they're walking up, basically they end up getting revealed. And it turns out that, obviously it wasn't a wizard, it was just Finn and Jake wearing a wizard's robes together. And Princess Bubblegum's pissed off at them, but they explain that the only reason they broke the sanctity of the wizard battle was to save her from the Ice King before he won the competition by cheating. So she thanks them, she gives Finn a kiss, and then smacks him on the face for breaking the sanctity of the wizard battle, and that's the end of the episode. I'm getting really, really good at explaining these episodes pretty quickly, if I do say so myself. But there we have it, folks. Now, we have a lot of callbacks to dive into here. So, basically, yes, this was a filler episode. Yes, I did spot the snail. The snail was in the sleeve of the robes of the Grand Wizard, who was the person putting on the whole-ass competition. And no, there were no fart jokes. And the cutest moment in this episode was when Danny turns the nunchucks of the Ice King into a butterfly. Danny was kind of like a little fairy boy. His name was Abracadaniel, and he was a wizard, and he had a rainbow wand, and he was really goofy looking. He was definitely there to be a punching bag character, if that makes any sense. But the coolest thing about this episode by far was all the different types of wizards and all their unique designs. I really, really liked it. And you might have been thinking earlier, if you've been following along with us on this show, wait, didn't Finn and Jake have wizard powers? And the answer is yes. In Season 1, Episode 11, Finn and Jake were tricked by the Grand Wizard Bufo into basically learning a bunch of wizard powers and becoming Grand Wizards, only to then be tricked into eternal servitude to protect the wizard temple from a meteorite that was going to crash into it. But, obviously, if you know what happened in the episode, they managed to get out of it, and they had to forfeit all their wizard powers, so they don't have them anymore, and they couldn't use them in this episode. But some of these really cool designed wizards were actually wizards that were supposedly trained by Bufo, because they had the purple robes and they had the golden stars that indicate that they earned the spells. And Bufo himself even appears at the very end of this episode as a background character who doesn't talk. At the grand prize ceremony, Bufo was just there, along with some other grand wizards, and he didn't have any speaking roles. But I thought that was really cool, because obviously there's a little callback there, a little continuity there, and I'm a sucker for that. But it's great when they do include continuity like that in these episodes, because it reminds me that it wasn't a total waste watching those earlier episodes of the show, and it makes me really happy. Plus, a lot of the early episodes of this show were the ones that I watched when I was a kid, so the continuity to those episodes is really, really something that makes me happy, because it makes me feel like the story of those episodes continues, even though I haven't seen it yet. So there's more with the characters I saw in these early seasons when I was a kid watching the show that I'm going to get to see now that I'm watching the whole series. So, it's really, really good stuff. And also, while I'm here, I wanted to mention in the crowd as well, there was Lumpy Space Princess, Starchy, Peppermint Butler, the Fight King, and some other side characters from the rest of the series so far. In addition to that weird guy, which I need to look it up, But basically, I presume it's like one of the animators, or it's supposed to represent like the creator of the show or something. But there was the cow, like Ms. Heifer, in that one episode where when she uncovered her udder, it had like that weird looking face on it. And that same weird looking face appears sometimes as like drawings and stuff in this episode, like little, or in these episodes as like little doodles and shit. And in this episode, I'm fairly certain that one of the people in the crowd was actually the guy that all of these like little faces and stuff are based off of. And if I had to guess, this has to be like a creator, an animator for the show or something, like drawing themselves in the series, or somebody else is drawing them in the series. I'm a little scared to look it up because I don't want to spoil anything for myself, but it's really, really interesting nonetheless, albeit kind of weird, because he was shirtless for some reason. It was just fucking, I don't even know. But overall, another fairly solid filler episode, and the uniquely designed different types of wizards and things, and the little bits of continuity that we got made this a really, really solid one. So there we have it, folks. Another filler episode down. And this one was also pretty good, so, you know, we're doing pretty good for filler episodes this one. I feel like all of the 3 episodes we've talked about so far in this block have been very good filler episodes, so, you know, good stuff. And now for Season 3, Episode 9, Adventure Time with Fiona and Cake. And if you were unaware because you've never watched Adventure Time before, this is the first episode that features the titular characters Fiona and Cake. And Fiona is a human just like Finn, and Cake is a magical cat. Basically, you know, the opposite of Jake. And what this episode is about is basically a gender-bent universe of the one that we've been covering so far. So instead of Finn, you have Fiona. Instead of Jake, you have Cake. Instead of Princess Bubblegum, you have Prince Gumball. Instead of Lady Rainicorn, you have... What do they call him? Lord Monochrome or something like that? Fuck, I wrote it down. 1 second. Yeah, Lord Monochrome instead of Lady Rainicorn. And then, of course, you have the Ice Queen instead of the Ice King. And once we get to the end of this explanation of this episode, you'll kind of understand what's going on here, but let's hop right into it. So, similarly to Finn and Jake in our universe, Fiona and Cake are over at the Candy Kingdom, basically doing bitch work for Prince Gumball. He's helping them... they're helping them decorate the ballroom for the gum ball that's coming up later that same evening. And after Fiona and Cake finish helping him out, he basically goes ahead and asks Fiona if she wants to go to the ball with him. And of course she gets all blushy and like embarrassed and stuff. But he explains that he is kind of looking for her to come with to be an honorable guest. And that's when the Ice Queen appears and tries to kidnap Prince Gumball. But Fiona and Cake manage to beat the shit out of the Ice Queen and rescue Prince Gumball before he's taken away by the Ice Queen. And to that, the Prince Gumball is very impressed, and he's actually kind of starstruck by what just happened, and he asks Fiona on a date. And he basically tells her to meet him in the castle gardens in a couple hours. And so, Fiona and Cake head back to the treehouse, and while they're in the treehouse, basically, Cake's helping Fiona get ready for the date, and Fiona gets Cake to tag along because Lord Monochrome is going to be there, which is this monochrome that Cake has a huge crush on. And so they go to this date, right? And it's in the castle gardens, and Prince Gumball shows up, and he gives Fiona this crystal sword as a thanks for helping him, where basically it's a crystal that turns into a sword, which is really, really cool. And then they kind of walk around a little bit, talk a little bit, And then eventually they ride on the back of Lord Monochrome, and Prince Gumball even sings Fiona a little song while Cake plays on her musical instrument, which isn't a viola. It's some other type of instrument with like strings, and you hit the strings with mallets. And basically they have a really, really good date, and Prince Gumball asks Fiona to come back to the kingdom that night for the Gum Ball as his girlfriend, which Fiona's shocked by this, but she's really flattered and she's really excited, and she says yes. So again, Fiona and Cake head back to the treehouse, and Cake helps Fiona get ready for the ball by helping her find a dress and a purse to bring along so she looks all fancy and ladylike, because Fiona kind of has this tomboy problem in the show. She basically acts like way too brutishly for a girl, and that becomes a problem for her. And like there's this whole struggle where Prince Gumball kind of sees her as one of the bros instead of like a love interest like she wants. So similar problems to Finn's, but different. And instead of it being like Finn's too young for Princess Bubblegum problem like Finn has, Fiona seems to be at least a little bit older than Finn. She's definitely like a teenager, and Prince Gumball is like an upper teen, early adult, so it's a little more acceptable that they're supposed to be shipped as love interests. But it's definitely more of like Fiona's a tomboy is the problem for Fiona in this universe. But basically, Fiona's all dolled up, and she manages to convince Cake to let her sneak her crystal that turns into a sword in her purse just in case. And a good thing she does, because when they arrive at the ball, Prince Gumball takes Fiona up to his bedroom, which is like, what the fuck? What the fuck is about to happen? And like when they enter the bedroom, the bed's all set and there's candles and like roses scattered around, and I was like, what the hell is happening? This is not where is this about to go? And then all of a sudden the ceiling starts to drip, and Fiona looks up and sees another Prince Gumball frozen in the ceiling. And when she sees this and realizes this, the Prince Gumball that she's been hanging out with the entire episode that asked her to be his girlfriend actually turns back into the Ice Queen. And it turns out the Ice Queen was tricking Fiona to coming to the ball without any weapons to defeat her, because she keeps trying to stop the Ice Queen from taking Prince Gumball for her own. So after that, basically they have a little brawl, and after Fiona successfully defeats the Ice Queen with the help of Cake, they talk about how Fiona basically says she doesn't really find anybody attractive, and she just kind of wants to live her life and not have to rely on having a love interest in order to be a character, which could be the outcry of the writers trying to kind of push us away from wanting Finn to have a love interest in the show, but who knows. But basically she says there's only one man she could ever truly love, and that would be the Ice King. And Cake talks about how Cake is in love with the Ice King too. And then all of a sudden it cuts to the Ice King sitting on his couch reading this book. And it turns out that the whole gender-bent universe with Fiona and Cake that we've been introduced to throughout the course of this episode, and all of the different characters that are gender-bender versions of the characters in our universe, are actually just in a fan fiction created by the Ice King. And when we do cut to the Ice King, Finn and Jake are frozen in an ice block, and the Ice King is basically forcing them to hear his fan fiction, which, can I say, is really fucking weird, because he's writing fan fiction where Finn and Jake are actually girls and they like him, which, you know, is really fucking weird. But it's also silly that this whole episode took place in a fan fiction created by the Ice King. I like that little bit of lore that they introduced with that. I found it to be very funny. But yeah, overall, this was clearly a very interesting concept for an episode. let's go over some of my more finer thoughts. So, when asked if this was a filler episode, I kind of don't think it is, because I feel like Fiona and Cake are going to become more important later on, because I know this isn't the only episode that they're featured in. So since this is the episode where the characters are introduced, I did mark it as not a filler episode. And I also did spot the snail. Even in a different universe, the snail is still in the show. Because the snail was on the ceiling in Prince Gumball's castle. So I did manage to spot the snail in this one. No, there were no fart jokes. And the cutest part about this episode for sure was Prince Gumball and Fiona. They were super cute. They had like this teen romance thing going on throughout the episode that I definitely approve of. But the coolest thing, of course, was that crystal sword that Prince Gumball gave Fiona. I'm curious if at that point in the episode that Fiona received that crystal sword from Prince Gumball, if it was the Ice Queen pretending to be him or not yet. Because I'm pretty sure if that was the case, which I think it might be, the Ice Queen actually gave Fiona the crystal sword, not Prince Gumball, but maybe that'll become a plot point later on. The funniest thing about this episode was just the fact that it was so, like, random and off the rails, and it all just turned out to be an Ice King fan fiction. But the weirdest thing was definitely the whole Prince Gumball and Fiona, like, sex tease thing that they did. It made it make more sense when they revealed that it was an Ice King fan fiction, because otherwise it would be really off the cuff of the writers to have, like, sex jokes, because there were a couple sex jokes in this episode. But since it was the Ice King's fan fiction, I think they get a pass because of the fact that the Ice King is sort of a very sex-oriented man, if that makes any sense. But likewise, the Ice Queen was fine. Like, holy shit, the Ice Queen was a damn sexy cartoon character, that's for sure. Which is funny because that's supposed to be the Ice King's gender-bent version of himself, so of course he made it as sexualized as possible. But it was just really, really weird how the Ice King was writing fan fiction of Finn and Jake if they were girls and they were madly in love with him, so definitely the weirdest part of this episode. And yeah, I really think that's all I got to say about this one. Overall, pretty solid. I like the concept because the whole idea that they're doing, like, Adventure Time, but if the protagonist was a girl, was kind of unique at the time, because when it came to TV shows where the main characters were female, they were kind of few and far between, and even when there were female characters in shows, you think of, like, Kim Possible and stuff like that, they were still shown to be very feminine. But when Fiona and Cake first aired, I actually remember it fairly well, and it was a huge change of pace, especially for Cartoon Network at the time, because Fiona in no way, outside of the fact that she goes to a ball and wears a dress, like, not super easily, albeit, is a feminine character. She very much is sort of struggling with the idea that the feminine sort of identity is being pushed onto her, and that's sort of one of the main conflicts for her in the episode. And I figure that that was a really good message to show to kids, you know, back in that time period, because not a lot of shows were doing that. And, you know, I'm sure it helped a lot of kids who were having gender identity issues. I might be jumping the gun here. You know, obviously, as a cis male, I'm not, like, you know, the authority on this kind of thing, but, you know, it does seem like this show probably would be very helpful for children who were questioning their identity and gender norms and all that kind of stuff. So it was good that they did this. It was a nice change of pace, And other than the creepy sexual stuff that was introduced by the fact that this turned out to be an Ice King fan fiction, I thought this was a very, very interesting and good episode. And I'm excited to see where they take the Fiona and Cake concept in the future, because honestly, it's interesting. And, you know, there's tons of potential there for having crossovers and different ships and things like that. So really, really good move by the writing staff. And, you know, this was just an interesting concept episode that I feel like they'll have to develop more as the show progresses. So there's some of my thoughts on Fiona and Cake. So got the first Fiona and Cake episode down. I know there's at least some more episodes with them down the line, so we'll have to see where it goes. And now for Season 3, Episode 10, What Was Missing? And I'll tell you what was missing this episode in my life. This is probably up there with my top 5 favorite episodes of the show so far. And honestly, if I had to pick a favorite filler episode, this is probably in the top 2 or 3. So this is a really, really good episode. And let's get into why. So this episode opens up with Finn and Jake chilling at the treehouse as per usual. And Jake and BMO have left the room. So Finn digs under the couch cushions and pulls out the lock of Princess Bubblegum's hair that he got in that one episode where the ugly witch needed princess hair to make herself beautiful, and she ended up not wanting Princess Bubblegum's hair because it was bubblegum and not actually hair, so Finn kept it the entire time. And if you recall, the way that Finn got Princess Bubblegum's hair was by having a spaghetti dinner in the woods with her. And it was one of their more intimate romantic moments in the show so far. So naturally, Finn holds that memory and this lock of Princess Bubblegum's hair by extension to a very high regard. And all of a sudden, BMO and Jake pop out from behind the couch, and they see what Finn's doing, and they start to judge him. And they're like, "Oh, you were just playing with that Princess Bubblegum hair, aren't you, Finn? You're obsessed, Finn, you're obsessed." And they start to make fun of him. But after Finn starts to get bummed out, Jake says, "Hey, man, you know what? I get it. I have a prized possession as well." And he pulls out his baby blanket. And BMO shows his prized possession too, which is his game controller. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, a random door opens up. Like out of nowhere. It just appears and then opens. And out jumps this Lord of Doors, or Door Lord if you will, and he snatches the lock of Princess Bubblegum's hair, the blanket, and the controller from the three boys, and creates another door using his magic and climbs through. And instantly, Finn and Jake start to make chase after him. And they end up going through multiple different doors, which takes them throughout random locations in the land of Ooh. And this little kid gets one of his toys taken by this guy, and Finn's like, "Don't worry, toy, I'll get your kid back," which was really funny because he did that thing that people do where they mix their words around. But then they climb through, and they end up in Princess Bubblegum's castle, and Princess Bubblegum has something stolen by him as well. So she starts following after Finn, Jake, and BMO while they're chasing after them. And now there's a group of 4 chasing after this Door Lord. And then the next thing that happens is they end up in Marceline's house by going through a door. And when they're there, Marceline's already trying to beat the shit out of the Door Lord. Supposedly because something of hers was stolen by him as well. And he creates another door and hops through. And they all decide to go together as a group and carry on through the doors. And they head through a couple more doors before they end up in this valley, which seems very similar to the valley where Finn and Marceline fought Marceline's dad in that one episode. But I don't want to say specifically that it's the same valley, but it does seem very similar at the very least. And it's at this point where the Door Lord creates one more door, but this is a magical musical door that can only be unlocked by the music of a band. So, our group of heroes, which if you recall is Finn, Jake, Bimo, Princess Bubblegum, and Marceline, all decide then and there to form a band. And basically, kind of chaos ensues, because the first thing that happens is Marceline, being one of the more talented members of the group, starts to kind of want to take control, and Princess Bubblegum kind of pulls back and tries to not let her take control. But if you recall from previous episodes, Princess Bubblegum and Marceline have some beef, which is interesting because this episode actually gives us some further information and backstory on that, which is really exciting, but we'll get into that here in a moment. But basically, after attempting to sing a song and it not working out, Marceline decides to do a solo, and she sings the classic song that starts out with her going like, "Do you not like that? Or do you just not like me? I'm sorry I don't treat you like a goddess. Is that what you want me to do?" You know, that one. The one that everybody on TikTok used a while ago. Because that was one of our big Adventure Time TikTok trends from recently. It's always so funny connecting those dots and, like, pointing out those episodes, you know? It reminds me of when I was watching Cowboy Bebop, and they have this song called, like, Cats on Mars. And Cats on Mars from Cowboy Bebop is a popular TikTok song that's still used fairly frequently today, and I used it myself before knowing it was from Cowboy Bebop. So when I heard it in the show, I was like, whoa! And this was another one of those moments for me. But this, like, Marceline song was not only one of the coolest moments in the show, for the fact that, like, Marceline was kind of pouring out her guts. It's always awesome when Marceline pours out her guts in her music, but also it's like giving us a little backstory on the Marceline Princess Bubblegum beef, and through some of the lyrics of her song, it's implied that either Princess Bubblegum and Marceline used to be very good friends, or they could have even potentially have been lovers at one point. Very, very interesting stuff here. And we'll get even more development into this down the line here. But basically, Marceline, like, pours her guts out, and, you know, everybody's kind of like, what the hell? And, yeah. And then Marceline kind of just shuts up. And the door started to open, but Princess Bubblegum is just staring at her, and she gets pissed off, so she stops singing, and she floats away. And that's sort of the end of that moment. I want to mention, too, since everybody knows that listens to this podcast that I'm a big Marceline fan, they had a really cool outfit for her in this episode. Basically, it was like a sun hat and, like, it was like a sun hat and a sweater combo, which is funny because it's, like, hot and cold, but she's only wearing the sun hat to block out the sun naturally, so, you know, either way, interesting moment. Jake's playing this character right now as well because he decided that he wanted to be the jerk in the band, so he basically starts calling all of the people in the band talentless hacks and kind of tells them to fuck off. I think they do also do one more attempt at a song. I need to kind of get back to my notes here. And the second attempt at a song is Princess Bubblegum with the lead, and Princess Bubblegum's method for creating a song is basically doing like a mathematical equation and trying to create the perfect music by giving people specific parts to play. And her song's kind of just like this short electronic thing, and it's not really super substantial, especially compared to the other musical numbers we get in this episode. But, you know, either way. And then it kind of super backfires, and Bimo catches on fire and all this shit. So, you know, naturally they have to stop. And Jake, like, gets all pissed off and smashes his viola and leaves. And basically, just barely, Finn manages to keep Marceline and Bubblegum and him in a group together, and they kind of try and rekindle things. And the way Finn plans to kind of have them rekindle their friendship is by offering them all to have a little late night dinner kind of thing before the end of the night, because it's almost nighttime at this point, / it is nighttime. And what he pulls out of his backpack is a raw brick of ramen noodles. And he starts eating it, and Marceline's like, plop this. And she starts to float away. And Finn's like, wait, no, Marceline, don't leave. And she's like, I'm not leaving. I'm going to get something to cook that with. And he's like, cook it? What? And then she brings back a little camp stove, and she plugs it into BMO. And it's really, really cute because she plugs it into the front of BMO, and then BMO like kind of just lays down and he's smiling. But then they cook the ramen noodles, and Finn suggests that they make a song about ramen noodles. But, naturally, Marceline and PB both aren't into that. So, what ends up happening after that is Finn starts to get frustrated, and he starts singing a song about Princess Bubblegum. And basically, he admits to her that the reason that he's chasing after this Door Lord so hard is because he stole a lock of her hair that he had, and it was one of his most prized possessions, and he really, really likes her. And he's trying to figure out, let me see here, I have part of the lyrics as a snippet here. Basically, one of the lyrics is, do you see me as a joke, a knight, or a brother? It's sort of like a song where Finn's expressing how Princess Bubblegum's like his current love interest, and he feels like she doesn't reciprocate it at all, and he wants to know if she thinks of him as a joke, a knight, or a brother, aka, just some crazy random kid, a servant, which kind of seems like it half the time, or a brother, like a really good friend, but nothing more than that, And this is honestly a really, really deep and sentimental moment. And he even talks about how, like, PB and Marceline are two of his best friends, and Jake as well. Jake even gets, like, third wheeled here into this. Like, Jake comes back while he's singing the song, and Finn is listing off his best friends, and he puts Princess Bubblegum and Marceline before Jake in the song, which is kind of interesting. But basically, he keeps singing for a while, and then everybody else joins in, and the door magically opens. And they get inside, and the Door Lord basically explains that the reason he stole all their prized possessions is to make them realize that the real prized possession that they have is their friendship with each other. And they're all like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. And then it cuts, and then it shows the Door Lord with the shit beaten out of him, and he's tied up, and they get all their stuff back. And that's when it's revealed that Princess Bubblegum's lost prized possession was actually a band t-shirt. And they thought for sure it was Marceline's, because it was literally like a metal band or like a rock band t-shirt. But in reality, it was Princess Bubblegum's. And the reason it was Princess Bubblegum's is because back when Marceline and PB were no longer, like, back when they were not beefing and they were still friends or romantic partners, we still haven't decided, Marceline bought that band t-shirt for Princess Bubblegum, and it's still her most prized possession, apparently. And Marceline's like, what? I've never even seen you wear it. And she's like, I wear it as a pajama shirt, which is kind of funny. And then it's revealed that Marceline actually did not have any prized possessions stolen by the Door Lord, and she actually just pretended she did so she could hang out with everybody, which, is the most Marceline thing of all time, because she's done this multiple times now, where she's pretended to need something, but actually just wanted to hang out with somebody, or trick somebody into hanging out with her, that kind of thing. It's a pretty standard character trait for now, for her character, because she does not like to show emotion. And even though you could make a decent argument that this is a filler episode, I did end up putting it down as not, because of the fact that it gave us some more insight into Marceline's backstory. It sort of furthered the Finn and Princess Bubblegum romance arc in a way, but you could consider this to be like teetering the line more than any episode up until this point. But other than that, I did not spot the snail, unfortunately, and there were no fart jokes. But other than that, I kind of listed off all the other things that I had planned to talk about already, but I'll kind of classify them here for you. So obviously the cutest part of this episode was PB and Marceline. Their friendship / potential past relationship was really, really interesting to see explored. And there was a moment where they kind of rekindled a little bit, and, they were just kind of being cute. And the whole thing with PB keeping Marceline's band t-shirt that she bought her was really cute as well. The coolest moments were the Door Lord's doors, because they were honestly just really trippy, and it was cool, like, having a montage where they were just sort of teleporting around the land of Ooh. I'm a sucker for that kind of thing. And obviously Marceline in general / Marceline's iconic solo in this episode, obviously a really, really cool part. Funny moments included Jake just pretending to be the jerk in the band for shits and giggles and calling everybody talentless hacks. And then there was also Finn eating the ramen noodles raw, which was wacky and funny. But the weirdest thing for sure was the Door Lord. The Door Lord was just a really, creepy and weird guy. And he was, stealing toys from kids and, stealing random personal items from people and, teleporting around. He was just kind of creepy and weird. But other than that, I think that's really about all I've got to say about this one. It was a very, very solid episode. Filler or not, I can't really decide. But yeah, I was a really huge fan of this one. I love the musical numbers. I gotta say, some of the songs in this one, I think this episode had both the best song in the show and the worst song in the show, because Marceline's song was probably one of the better songs in the show so far, but the whole group song where Finn was singing about Princess Bubblegum and his emotions for her was probably one of the worst songs in the show so far, which was pretty funny. But either way, very, very great episode. So we have 2 back-to-back here, folks. This is good stuff. Season 3, Episode 11, Apple Thief, is another Tree Trunks episode. It's been a while since we've had a Tree Trunks episode, so I was glad to finally have one. And the episode starts out with Jake cooking Finn a really elaborate meal using some Korean cuisine that he learned from his girlfriend, Lady Rainicorn. And he clearly put tons of effort into making the dish for Finn. But Finn comes downstairs and immediately disrespects it and says it smells like shit and he will not eat it. And he suggests instead that they go to Tree Trunk's house to get some of her famous apple pie. And when they show up, the place is destroyed. Which, now that I think about it, what we'll learn later on is that doesn't make any sense. But yeah, the place looks ransacked, and Tree Trunks is kind of lying there, and she's all depressed because she can't find her apples, and she says that some naysayers must have taken her apples. So Finn and Jake immediately hop into detective mode and start searching for any clues that could lead them to the thieves' whereabouts. And the first thing they notice is all of the apples from the trees are gone as well. And the Raggedy Princess is in a hole in the ground. She's been pushed into a hole by some alleged naysayers as well. So it seems like there was definitely somebody doing some sketchy business either way around Tree Trunks' house. So, basically, Finn and Jake decide to head to the Candy Kingdom, and Tree Trunks tags along naturally because she's always got to throw herself into trouble to try and find out some whereabouts about the criminals who stole Tree Trunks' apples. And the place they go is this candy bar. And when I say candy bar, what I actually mean is not the food. I mean, it's a candy tavern, which is what they actually call it in the show. I just realized the pun as I was recalling it. And basically, Jake explains that he knows that lots of criminals like to hang out there because that's where he used to hang out back when he used to snatch old ladies' purses, of course, which is an interesting bit of backstory lore for Jake. Apparently, he didn't know it was bad, so he was just going around with some criminals stealing old women's purses, so that's kind of interesting. But basically, they show up, and immediately they're kind of like looked down upon because they're not dirty and they're clearly not criminals. So Finn, Jake, and Tree Trunks head into the bathroom and dirty themselves up and head back out. And basically the barkeep explains that if they're looking for apples, he can introduce them to some guys in the alley that'll be able to help them out. So when they go into the alley, they run into these guys, and they immediately are suspicious of Finn, Jake, and Tree Trunks and think that they work for this other guy. I believe his name's Dr. J. And basically they think that they work for Dr. J and they're trying to get the apples from them and steal them. So they immediately basically beat the shit out of them and escape and leave them in the dust and have no trail for them to follow. Fortunately for our heroes, when the bad guys were beating up Finn and Jake, they happened to punch Finn with a ring on, and it left a mark in the shape of an insignia on Finn's forehead. And thanks to Jake's time back in the day when he used to steal bikes before he knew it was bad, the place that he used to sell the bikes out of was actually next door to the hideout of a group of criminals that used that insignia. So Jake knows exactly where they need to go. Apparently he's stolen purses and stolen and sold bikes. So that's, interesting as far as the backstory for Jake goes. I guess he never used to be quite as heroic as he is now. But basically they arrive at this hideout, and there's like a sliding window in the door, and the guy's like, "All right, you want some apples? Where's your ring?" And Jake sort of morphs his hand into looking like it has the ring, including the insignia, so he lets them in. And it's this gummy worm guy named Wormo, and Wormo leads them to the back room where the apples are in order to complete the selling transaction that he thinks he's doing. And when he leads them back there, they discover that the apples that these criminals were referring to were not actually apples. They were in fact stolen diamonds. And I guess the criminals call the diamonds apples as like a little code name. And just as Finn and Jake and Tree Trunks are like, well shit, I guess we gotta go back to searching somewhere else, the gang from the alleyway return to the hideout and basically discover that they've infiltrated the hideout. So they tie them all up, and they grab this really, really adorable pig with a funny voice, and they're going to force the pig to eat Finn and Jake and Tree Trunks. And it's really, really dire until all of a sudden, Dr. J and his gang show up to the hideout and start to wreak some havoc as well, which allows them all to escape. And they grab the pig, and so Finn, Jake, Tree Trunks, and the pig all escape back to Tree Trunks' house. And as soon as they arrive, this pig, which he has a really, really funny voice, I want to emphasize that, he's like, "Oh, you say you're looking for apples? I can smell apples here. There's some apples here." And Tree Trunks is all like, "I don't know what you're talking about. My apples were stolen." And he's like, "No, ma'am, I don't mean to be rude, but I am almost certain that there are apples in that wardrobe right there." And so Tree Trunks goes and unlocks the wardrobe, and of course tons and tons of apples fall out, and she actually didn't have them stolen all along. And so Tree Trunks immediately decides that she was the thief and she stole her own apples. So she calls the Banana Guard, which is basically the Land of Ooze police force, to come and arrest her. And when they arrive, she's basically in handcuffs and she's about to be taken away when they realize that some crows are actually snatching apples like out of their hands or off of the ground or wherever they ended up after they opened the wardrobe, and bringing them up to the roof of her house where there's a hole in the roof, and then dropping them into the hole, which drops them into the top of the wardrobe where there's also a hole. So all along, these crows were accidentally dropping the apples into her cabinet for her, which honestly is kind of handy because it just collects them all in one place for her, but I guess she didn't realize it that way. And of course, Raggedy Princess, who was acting as a scarecrow, got knocked into the hole on accident by some of the crows. So the crows went rampant and crazy, and they weren't scared away by her because of the fact that she was knocked into the hole. And so in the end, it turned out that it was all just a big misunderstanding, and the Banana Guards let Tree Trunks go, to which she smacks them on the ass all sexually like she always does and says, "How would you boys like some apple pie?" And then they all eat apple pie. End of the episode. So there we have it, folks. Another little episode down here. Let's go over some of the finer details, shall we? First of all, obviously, yes, this was a filler episode. I did spot the snail. The snail was under a table at the Candy Tavern, and it was the design for the snail that looks like it's possessed by the Lich. So presumably the snail canonically is still possessed by the Lich, and it's still keeping an eye on Finn and Jake. And no, there were no fart jokes. The coolest thing about this episode was that pig, and it was also the cutest part of this episode, that for some reason had a funny voice, but could sense apples, like, magically. It was really, really cool, actually. The funniest part of the episode, for sure, was when the barkeep calls Finn a dumb butt. It was really funny, because Finn was literally just asking him some questions, and the barkeep was like, "Hey, man, stop asking so many dumb butt questions." And I thought that was pretty funny. And the other funny thing was Wormo, the gummy worm that worked at the criminal base, told them, yeah, obviously diamonds are called apples. It's just like how we call money bread and rock knockers butter slaps. I was like, yeah, sure. Okay. So we'll have to see if we ever figure out what rock knockers are. And apparently, if we hear somebody refer to something called butter slaps, of course, butter slaps are rock knockers. The weirdest moments in the episode included Tree Trunks eating toilet paper in the bathroom of the Candy Tavern. Also, when Tree Trunks sexually harassed the Banana Guard, because it's funny because they are projected as boys, but if they were girls and Tree Trunks was a boy, then Adventure Time would get canceled. Other notes, there was really, really obnoxious background music in this episode. Thank God I'm remembering the scenes without it. It was just like turned up to 11 for some reason. Like the composer was paid overtime if he released like extra music for the episodes. The entire time there was music, and it was just slightly too loud to the point where it was really, really distracting, and it made it hard to focus on the episode. But other than that, I don't really have anything else to say about this one. I didn't really understand that the Banana Guard were considered the police force for Adventure Time, like in the Land of Ooh, until this episode, and they actually do appear a couple times in some later episodes in this block of reviews, so interesting little tidbit about the lore of the world there. But other than that, I think that about covers this one, so there we have it. Season 3, Episode 12, The Creeps, is in a way a follow-up to the Murder Mystery Train episode that we had in the previous season, and it sort of follows a similar kind of idea, in the sense that the Murder Mystery Train episode involved each of the characters taking on like a role, and Finn was the detective. That's kind of how it goes again in this episode, so let's get into the explanation. So Finn and Jake arrive at this creepy castle on a cliffside, and as soon as they enter, they're given masks and cards that have new secret aliases that they're supposed to go under instead of their actual names. And the other people in attendance of the party are Princess Bubblegum, Cinnamon Bun, Bimo, and LSP, all under different aliases, just like Finn and Jake, and they're all wearing masks. And they're all just kind of chatting and hanging out when Cinnamon Buns stands up and starts looking at this painting, and everybody notices that he has a note taped to his back. So Finn grabs the note off of his back and reads it, and it basically says that the owner of the castle is dead, and he invited them all here for a party in which he's going to possess one of them and proceed to murder everyone else at the party. And if they try to leave, then they will be murdered themselves. And immediately Cinnamon Bun heads over to the door and tries to open it and leave, and immediately the lights flash off, and when they come back on, there is a skeleton where he previously was, and Cinnamon Buns is now dead. So naturally, since Jake knows he's not doing it, he starts to become suspicious of Finn right away. He's like, hey man, are you getting back at me for the frickin' murder mystery train thing that I did a while ago? And he's like, no man, I swear. So anyway, they start going around in small groups searching the entire place to attempt to find some items to help them light up the castle in case the lights go out again so they can see who the murderer is. Jake and BMO head to the basement, and while they're down there, the lights go out, and then Jake sees BMO get grabbed by a ghost, and then they regroup in the foyer, and in the foyer, everybody but LSP is around, and LSP turns out to have gone to the bathroom. She actually wasn't dead yet. So the next thing that happens is they head into the dining room, and they start accusing each other of murdering the other people. And basically, Finn's primary suspect is LSP, because at the time of BMO's death, she was the only one who wasn't with anybody else. And LSP explains that the reason she was in the bathroom was because she was crying about Brad, because her and Brad broke up. And Finn tells her to explain why they broke up, because it's crucial to her possibly having an alibi for whether or not she would be the type to commit murder. And when she refuses, Finn basically says he's cracked the case and LSP is the murderer. But then she breaks down and starts crying about Brad and how they were having their first kiss, and LSP told him that she wasn't ready, and then they got in a big fight and she starts crying. And so after this happens, Finn realizes, like, shit, okay, it's actually LSP. She's not possessed by the ghost, and she's definitely not the one who murdered the other two. So they start to push the blame onto Princess Bubblegum, because she was really pushing hard for LSP to be the murderer. And as soon as they start to push Princess Bubblegum really hard, basically the lights turn off again, and when they come back up, like, LSP is dead. She turned into mush on the floor, and Finn's like confused and scared, and he's like, what the fuck's going on? I did not do this, what the hell? And Jake's like, ha, so you admit it, you did cause all this. And Finn's like, yeah, but I did not kill Princess Bubblegum. And so immediately Jake's like, oh yeah, prove it, man. And Finn opens up the closet, and he is like under the impression that Cinnamon Bun and BMO are supposed to be hiding in there, and they are in there, but they're turned into piles of mush. And likewise, the lights also shut off again, and Lumpy Space Princess is nowhere to be found, but you can see in the background that she's been sucked into one of the paintings. And immediately, basically, Finn and Jake are really, really scared, and they start to run through the building wildly and like escape in any way that they can. And Jake runs ahead, and Finn's on his own, and he starts running through the rooms, and that's when he runs into like this big crazy ghost, and it like tries to attack him, and it makes the floorboards pop up all crazy like teeth and try to consume him. And Finn manages to push through, and he finds himself in like a greenhousey, like glass viewing room, and Jake's in there, and basically it's revealed that Jake was behind the last 3 murders, because basically he realized that Finn was trying to get him back for the murder train, so he went one step ahead of Finn and decided to basically subvert their plan to get him back for the murder train. And the way he pulled it off was actually by using the magical powers of Lady Rainicorn, because Lady Rainicorn was able to basically absorb the party guests into her body and float through like walls and ceilings and stuff with them, so it made her very easily like treated as a ghost. And that's how she like turned them into mush, using like the wax statues of the people that the other ghost apparently quote unquote killed. And at the end of the day, turns out everybody was fine. Finn and Jake were both just pulling a prank on each other separately. And and everything's all good and well, and they escape the castle on the back of Lady Rainicorn. And that's when Finn asks Jake about the whole thing with the ghost in the room where like the floorboards were popping up. He said that was really impressive. And Jake's like, "What are you talking about, man?" And that's when Finn realizes that the castle actually had a real ghost, and it was not Jake pulling a prank then. And he just actively decides, like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and forget about that. And so he, like, holds his hand to his head, closes his eyes, and he's like, there, I forgot it. And that was the end of the episode. So there we have it. The follow-up to the Murder Mystery Train episode, a little Murder Mystery Mansion action. Obviously, yes, this was a filler episode. I did manage to spot the snail. The snail was actually on the staircase near the beginning of the episode, in the center of the castle. The fart jokes in this episode, although not outwardly, like, with noises and such, were in the names of the aliases of the different main characters that were, like, attendants in the party of this episode. So basically, for example, Cinnamon Bun's name was literally Guy Farting. Like, that was his fake name that he was supposed to use at the party. And most of the other ones were also fart jokes. Like, Princess Bubblegum's last name was Silent Bottom. So, you know, pretty obvious fart jokes there, even though there wasn't any, like, fart noises. I know I haven't really specified if it needs to be fart noises before. But yeah, cutest part of this episode was Bimo was tasked with using his ghost hunting equipment to try and catch the ghost. And so he pops out like this flashing dish and points it at everybody and takes their pictures. And it turns out it's just photographs, and Bimo says that he likes to take nice photos. So there's that. The coolest thing about this episode, too, is one of the other coolest things about the Murder Mystery Train. Just the amount of preparation and planning required by Finn and Jake to pull off these, like, realistic pranks at this scale. Very impressive. Another funny part was the fact that Cinnamon Bun was talking to LSP near the beginning of the episode, and he asks if she wants to date him, and LSP's like, no way. And Cinnamon Bun's like, come on, I can make you happy, which was really funny. But the weirdest thing about this episode for sure was the fact that they glossed over the whole thing where there was an actual ghost at one point that wasn't either Finn or Jake. So, you know, confirmation that ghosts are real. But I guess we already kind of knew because there was that episode of Marceline and her ghostly friends. But some other things of note, a possible hint that Finn was behind the murder mystery all along is the fact that everybody else's alias for the party was like a fart joke of some sort or a butt joke. But Finn's alias for the party was Prince Hotbod, which is significantly more flattering than the unflattering fart, butt, and poop jokes that he gave the other people for their aliases. So, pretty obvious hint there. What else? Oh, there was one part where Bimo and Jake were in the basement looking for lights, and Bimo finds like a, what do they call them, a glow stick, and Bimo was like, sometimes life is scary and dark, but that's okay, you just have to find the light. And, you know, pretty cute Bimo moment there. So, overall, very interesting episode, a good follow-up to Murder Mystery Train episode from before. But if I had to pick one, I think the Murder Mystery Train episode was significantly more interesting than this one. But I am glad that they took another tackle at it either way. And the whole thing where, like, the twist was the fact that there's actually a real ghost was pretty cool. Overall, I'm a big fan of this episode. I don't know if there's really that much else to say. Pretty solid. Season 3, Episode 13, From Bad to Worse, is, in a way, a follow-up to the pilot episode, Slumber Party Panic, but also kind of a replacement, if that makes any sense. You can tell that the writing staff must have had the day off today, or working half-staff or something like that, because this episode, more or less, from point A to point B, is the same as the pilot episode, except it's kind of like a retelling and a definitive edition all wrapped into one, if that makes any sense. But without further ado, let's get into this episode. So, From Bad to Worse basically starts out with Finn arriving in the Candy Kingdom, and he's being chased by zombies. And when he arrives to Princess Bubblegum's castle, she's basically, freaking out because there's been another zombie outbreak. And she explains the reason it happened was because from the last zombie outbreak in Season 1, Episode 1, Slumber Party Panic, she actually saved some of the zombie candy flesh in order to experiment on it. And what ended up happening with that is she was experimenting on it one day, and Cinnamon Bun came in and was begging to her because he was hungry. And when she had her back turned, he of course ate the zombie flesh, which led to the zombie outbreaking again. But fortunately for everybody in this episode, she still has her notes from the last time that the zombie outbreak occurred in Season 1. And right as she says that, through an open window, breaks through some zombies, and they grab Princess Bubblegum and pull her through, and viciously bite her in a really gruesome way, and she suddenly turns into a zombie, leaving Finn, Jake, Lumpy Space Princess, and Lady Rainicorn all alone to try and figure out how to stop the zombie outbreak. And as she was being pulled through the window, she basically screamed to Finn and Jake, "Let science do the work," and she threw her papers at them. So the first thing that Finn tells the group that they're going to do is they're each going to take one piece of paper from the cure that Princess Bubblegum developed, and they're each going to try and develop their own cure, because surely one of them has to make it correctly, right? Well, so what ends up happening is there's a really cool science montage where they're just mixing a bunch of ingredients, and there's lots of little poofs and vials and weird colored liquids, and all of a sudden everybody finishes, and one by one they start pouring out their cures onto the zombies outside of the castle. And one by one, each of the so-called cures makes the zombies stronger. So first off is Finn, and Finn pours out his cure, and it makes it so the zombies grow wings and they're able to fly around. And then Jake pours out his cure, and it makes it so the zombies can be extra strong and have muscles. And then Lumpy Space Princess tries out her cure, and it makes it so all of the zombies grow luscious lips. And naturally what happens next is Lumpy Space Princess runs out to lick up the remaining potion on the ground so she can have luscious lips, which leads to the zombies catching her and biting her and turning her. And now that I think about it, I don't know if Lady Rainicorn actually got to try her cure or not. I'm not really sure. I don't fully remember, and I actually did not write it down in my notes. So Lady Rainicorn might have tried a cure as well, and if she did, it probably just made the zombies stronger, because that was the general theme. None of them were able to make the zombies weaker. So what happens next is they decide to start going back to the drawing board, but as they do, a zombie manages to bite Jake's arm. And so Jake is rapidly stretching out his arm as quickly as possible to keep the zombie virus from spreading all the way across his body. And Finn is rapidly trying to develop the cure. And basically, there's this little candy corn rat that keeps trying to get their attention, but they're not paying attention to it. And slowly but surely, Jake is turned into a zombie. And so it's just Finn and Lady Rainicorn now, and they managed to trap Jake in this decontamination booth inside of PB's science lab. And from there, basically Finn goes back to working on the cure and tells Lady not to let Jake out because he's a zombie now and he's going to eat her brains. But Lady can't resist, and she lets Jake out, which infects Lady Rainicorn, and Finn is the last one that is not infected. Desperate to find a cure, he starts to gather everything he can and collect everything and go inside the decontamination chamber himself to try and rapidly figure it out as the zombies are closing in. And he feels bad for the rat, so he grabs the rat too and throws the rat on the cart and quickly wheels it into the decontamination booth and starts trying again and again and again to make a cure without very much luck. And that's when he remembers, because of the fact that the rat is still trying to get his attention, that Princess Bubblegum said, "Let science do all the work." And he looks at the rat's enclosure, and on the enclosure it says science, because as it turns out, the rat's name is Science. So Finn lets the rat out of its enclosure and immediately gets to work and whips up the cure in no time flat, really quickly, and the cure is complete. The only problem is the zombies are all enclosed around Finn, and they're almost broken through into the decontamination chamber he's hiding in with the rat, Science. And so he basically opens up the door to the decontamination chamber just enough to slip his hand out and uses an eyedropper to drop some of the cure on Jake, and Jake's immediately cured and immediately bitten again, and it's kind of gruesome because he's like, "Oh, hey Finn, you did it, great job," and then he gets bitten and infected again, and it's like, oh fuck. So what ends up happening is Finn decides the only way to cure everyone is to douse himself head to toe in the cure and then let himself get bit by everyone. And that ends up working, and everybody turns back to normal and starts apologizing to each other for what they did while they were under the influence of the zombie virus. And that's when National Apologizing Day starts in the Candy Kingdom. And after the Apologizing Day ceremony is over, Princess Bubblegum awards a medal to Science the Rat. And that is the end of the episode. Now let's talk about some of the other stuff that happened here, because I've got some stuff written down. Coolest part of this episode, by far, was the science montage where they were all trying to develop the cure, even though they didn't really succeed. The cutest part was definitely Science the Rat. Obviously, yes, this was a filler episode. I did not manage to spot the snail, and no, there were no fart jokes. Funniest moments included the fact that all of them tried to develop a cure and all of them failed and managed to make the zombies stronger in some way. LSP's death was pretty funny. Starchy the Gravedigger, which is a reoccurring side character in the series, basically is managing to escape the zombies by hanging out on a roof at one point. And he's like, "Oh, thank goodness they can't get old Starchy up here." And then Finn pours out his cure on the zombies, and it makes them all grow wings. And they go up and get Starchy and infect him, which is pretty funny and ironic, because Starchy always just has terrible luck. If you recall from the first episode of the show, he's like, "I'm just here with my corpse shovel, standing with my back turned and my defenses lowered." And then he gets bitten, so he just has really awful luck, and you can't help but feel bad for Starchy. The weirdest part of the episode was seriously when Princess Bubblegum got bit, because it was really gruesome. Like, her skin bubbled and turned all weird, and like her face got all deformed, and it was kind of gross. But overall, I think this episode was a pretty decent follow-up to the pilot episode of the show, and I was glad they did it, because honestly, the pilot episode did not hold up very well, and even when I watched it, having seen some of the other episodes, I was like, yeah, okay, this isn't too great. But I feel like this was basically just a replacement at the end of the day, because if you think about it, all the same things happen, just sort of with different characters and in a slightly different order. But I think the fact that they brought in some more of the main cast that we've gotten to love over the last couple seasons and made them more crucial to the story instead of it just being Princess Bubblegum and Finn was very, very beneficial. And I think that the way they handled it in this episode, where it was a little bit more emotional and gut-wrenching at certain parts, was very good. So overall, props to the team. A great follow-up to the pilot episode. Although it's got to be said, it's pretty easy to write a follow-up that is basically just the same episode. So a little knock back to them as well there, slid in very carefully. But yeah, decent episode. Season 3, Episode 14 of Adventure Time, Buteopia, is yet another follow-up episode. This time we're getting a follow-up to the Susan Strong storyline from earlier in the show. And Susan Strong returns to ask Finn and Jake for help because she wants to reclaim the city that her people used to live in. And if you recall from the previous episode that she was in, basically Susan Strong and her people live underground in this like bunker, where in the bunker it's like a cave with like a destroyed city. And Finn and Jake thought that they were other humans, but it turns out they were actually fish people, and the hats they were wearing were actually hiding gills. So, if you recall, Finn was really bummed out that he was the only human. He had some hope that he was not the only human because of all these people underground, but then they turned out to be fish people, and they tried to destroy the Candy Kingdom because they had a craving for sugar, so they tried to eat it, but they managed to stop them. But yeah, Susan Strong is back to ask Finn and Jake for help to take back her home, the city of Buteopia, that was destroyed by Lubglubs underground. So the plot behind this one's pretty simple. They basically head back underground where the fish people live and find themselves in that destroyed underground water cave. And when they do, they basically set off on a boat in this underground cave underwater area, and they're sailing on this boat for a little while, and Susan leads them through all these different caves and things, and they eventually end up in the ruins of the city of Buteopia. And when they do, basically they have to fight these monsters, the Lubglubs, which Lubglubs look basically like pool floaties, like different animal pool floaties. So Finn and Jake are not even a little scared of them. But then as soon as they get close to them, the pool floaties pop, and from inside of them comes out these big, scary, dark monsters that are like really, really evil and really, really difficult to fight, actually. So Susan Strong, Finn and Jake, they all team up. They beat the shit out of the Lubglubs, and they deliver the red flower, which is actually just fire, to the center of town and relight this like light tower in the center of Buteopia, this underground water city. And it basically drives away the Lubglubs, and all of the fish people are able to move back in, and the day is saved. Pretty straightforward overall, but some interesting things happen in the subtext. That was sort of my simple explanation. So let's dive straight into it, shall we? So first off, naturally, I said that this episode was not a filler episode, only because Susan Strong is kind of an important character to Finn's backstory, and her continuation of her arc was kind of important to Finn's arc, so I decided to mark it as not a filler episode. No, I did not manage to spot the snail, and no, there were no fart jokes. The cutest part of this episode, by far, was when Jake was on the little boat that they had and Susan was paddling. He was singing a little boat song, and it was really cute. And the coolest thing was these pool floaty monsters, because honestly, they were really fucking, like, badass when they came out of the pool floaties. And I liked the whole duality of the fact that they were, like, good, but also, like, they looked good and cute, but they were actually, like, really menacing and evil. I liked that, so really interesting enemy in this episode. The funniest moments, Finn asks Susan what a lub glub looks like, and so she draws a picture of it, and Jake says, "Hey, that looks like my father." The image that she drew was basically a phallic blob. What the fuck? What the fuck, writers? Oh my goodness. And another funny thing that happened was at the end of the episode, Finn is about to leave with Jake, and Jake's like, "Come on, man, I stole like 100 soft pretzels." And he just has on their little boat 100 soft pretzels, which is kind of funny because if you know me, you know that I love soft pretzels, so, you know, hit close to home. The other, like, weird moment, other than some of the other stuff I mentioned so far, is the fact that Jake says that the monsters, when they come out of the pool floaties, look like his mother. I was like, what the fuck? So you're saying your dad looks like a penis and your mom looks like a monster? Like, what the hell? It was just really kind of weird. I don't know. And something else I wanted to note as well, the big, like, kind of important moment in this episode is at the very end. Susan basically asks Finn to stay with her in the city of Utopia, and basically he says, like, "You guys aren't my people. I belong up there as a hero. I can't stay with you. I'm sorry." And Susan Strong grabs Finn's hand and puts his hand under her hat. And if you recall from the previous episode, she never took off her hat. And basically, seemingly, Finn got to feel where her gills would be, because once he does, he goes, "Susan," and then he leaves. So we don't know for sure because there was no 100% confirmation. What it seems like happened is Finn got to feel under Susan's hat, and he felt that she in fact did not have gills, therefore she is an actual human. But I guess we'll have to wait until later on and find out where that goes, because they kind of still kept it pretty secretive for us, and we're still kind of left wondering where that's going to go. So, interesting sort of plot to continue here, and I really like it. But overall, this was probably the most borderline filler / not filler that I possibly could have had. But the little continuation of the Susan Strong story, along with the high action of the fight in Butopia, made this one pretty enjoyable to watch, albeit pretty quick and to the point as far as plot goes. So, you know, but it's nice to have some of those some of the time. So I did appreciate it, and I did enjoy watching it. Season 3, Episode 15 of Adventure Time, No One Can Hear You, is by far the weirdest episode of the show yet. Every episode already has me going, what the fuck, at every turn, but this episode, after I finished it, I paused the autoplay for the next episode, and I just sat there and I stared at the screen for like a good couple minutes, thinking about what the fuck I just witnessed, because seriously, it was just so much to process. Thankfully, I have some experience explaining this episode, because as soon as I finished it, I immediately had to go share the absolute batshit craziness of this episode with somebody, so I went and talked to my fiance, and I explained the plot of the episode to her. So hopefully I should have a little bit more of a coherent explanation now that I've done it twice. But we'll see how it goes. So let's start talking about this one. Let's start unpacking this one. So basically, Finn and Jake are in the Candy Kingdom fighting a monster that is terrorizing the citizens. And that monster is none other than a deer. And the deer is going around just wreaking havoc. So Finn and Jake run up to it and try to attack it and defeat it in order to get it to leave. And immediately, the deer bucks Finn and knocks him over on his back. And when he does, he immediately stomps on Finn's legs and brutally breaks them to the point where they are completely flat and bent in the wrong ways that they shouldn't be. And it's at this moment Finn completely passes out and is rushed to the hospital. So he wakes up in the hospital, and of course the hospital of the Candy Kingdom is led up by Dr. Ice Cream, if you recall. And so Finn kind of like calls for Dr. Ice Cream to come help him, because I guess when you're in the hospital in the Candy Kingdom, they feed you ice cream. So he's like, come on, Dr. Ice Cream, give me some of that ice cream. But nobody comes. And it gets to the point where Finn keeps calling for people, but nobody ends up coming into the room. And so he has to climb his double broken-legged, casted ass out of his hospital bed onto a wheelchair and wheel himself out. And he goes through the whole hospital and there's nobody there, so he ends up on the streets of the Candy Kingdom, which seemingly are completely abandoned. There is absolutely nobody on the streets, nobody in the houses. Finn is completely and totally alone. That is until he turns a corner and he hears some rustling, and then he sees an open can of beans rolling across the ground. And that's when his friend Jake the dog appears. And Jake the dog at this point in this episode is wearing a really raggedy cloak that's pulled up, and he's very clearly got tons of bandages all over his head. And he picks up the can and he's like, "Oh, Finn, you made it, hey man." And Finn's like, "Hey Jake, where is everybody? What the hell's going on?" And Jake explains that it's actually his birthday today, and everybody is hiding in order to surprise him for a surprise birthday party. And he asks Finn to help him collect some materials for the camp that he's established in the town square. And of course, Finn, being the good friend he is, obliges, and that's when they arrive at Jake's campgrounds. And Finn discovers that Jake's pretty well set up here in the middle of the square. He's got a big-ass tent, and he's decorated it with tons of different stuff, and it's all decked out, and he's got a fire going and a collection of food rations and stuff like that. And he asks, he's like, "Hey, how long have I been out, man?" And he's like, "Oh, it's just been 6 months." And Finn was apparently asleep for 6 whole months after the deer incident. And so Finn, feeling confused and kind of broken, basically goes to this nearby fountain and takes his shirt off and gets under the water to bathe himself, because he's got 6 months of stink on himself. And that's when he hears some noise coming from a nearby sewer grate. And Jake comes over and he says "Hey, what's going on, man?" He's like, "I think I heard something in the sewers, man." And he's like, "No, Finn, you can't go looking in the sewers. If they're in there, you're gonna spoil the surprise." And literally Finn's so close to the sewers, but Jake literally ties him down and brings him back to the camp because he doesn't want Finn to spoil his surprise party. Well, obviously, lo and behold, it turns out Jake's had his brains absolutely busted. And what I mean by that is, he brings Finn back to camp, and at the camp, he has set up a little puppet show of some of the residents of the Candy Kingdom, and he's creating a puppet show rendition of what his surprise birthday is going to be like when everybody pops out and surprises him. And so Finn's naturally really creeped out, and Jake kind of basically threatens to kill him if he tries to run away. But Finn does manage to slip away at one moment when Jake is not noticing, and it's then that his casts break and his legs are fully healed, and he starts to continue running, even though Jake is running after him with balloons tied around him and all these like cinder blocks holding him down so he doesn't float away from the balloon with the balloons. And he's quickly approaching Finn, trying to recapture him and bring him back to the campsite. So Finn manages to make it down into the sewers, and what he finds down there is actually rather disturbing. So in the sewers, there's this orange sticky goo that is holding all of the residents of the Candy Kingdom, including Princess Bubblegum, and they're stuck to the ceiling and the walls and like in big piles all over the place down here in the sewers. And down here as well is none other than the deer, and the deer has been waiting for them for a long time. Basically, it's revealed that the deer basically broke Finn's legs, smashed Jake on the head, leaving them both bedridden in the hospital for multiple months. And while they were in the hospital, he captured every single resident of the Candy Kingdom, licked them with his sticky saliva, and stuck them to the walls and the floor and the ceiling down in the sewers of the Candy Kingdom. And when Finn and Jake arrive in the sewers and Finn starts to rescue them, the deer means business. He pulls off these covers that look like hooves because he's standing on his hind legs at this point. And underneath the hooves on his front legs are fists, and him and Finn get in a massive fight, and Jake's still like really upset at Finn and his brain's still all messed up. And in the crossfire, Jake does manage to get hit on the head, which corrects his brain, and he's finally able to think straight again. And so he unties all the balloons and cinder blocks from him, and they basically set off and start rescuing everybody. Jake starts pulling people off the walls, and Finn manages to beat the shit out of the deer and throw them into the sewer water, into like this vortex below, and the day is saved, and everybody is pulled out of the sewer and brought back up to the surface for a much needed bath because they've been stuck together in the sewers. No food, no means to shower, no clean water for 6 months. And so they just kind of climb out, act like everything's normal, head back to their houses and shower up and pretend this never happens. And that's the end of this episode. This episode was fucking nuts. So first off, supposedly off screen, Jake wakes up in the hospital as well, sees Finn is still asleep, decides to go investigate and see what's going on, and he falls under this illusion that his birthday is the day that they wake up, and he's waiting for a surprise party to happen. That deer must have hit Jake hard as fuck on the head to make him think like how he did, and like make him be willing to kill Finn, because there was a part where I thought for sure like they were gonna get in a big fight. It was pretty nuts. Second of all, the scene where the deer smashed Finn's legs was brutal, and I mean like insanely brutal, and you gotta see it to believe it. It was like nuts. But what else do I have to say about this one? Obviously, yes, this was a filler episode, albeit a very good one. I did not manage to spot the snail. I'm wondering if the snail was in part of the episode where like everybody was still okay, or at the end when everybody was saved, because I don't think they would sneak the snail in while everybody was gone and disappeared. But I didn't spot it, so I don't know for sure. Maybe you will if you watch this episode and try to spot it. And no, there were no fart jokes in this one. I know, it's kind of sad. Is what it is. When Finn's wandering around the Candy Kingdom at the beginning of the episode, looking for any sign of life whatsoever. He asks out loud, like, where is everybody? Are you guys all at church worshiping Glob? So apparently the Adventure Time universe either has Christianity or has some version of religion where instead of it being called God, it's called Glob, which is kind of funny. The weirdest part about this episode was the whole fucking thing, but if I had to pick one thing, it was definitely the deer. And something else I wanted to bring up is Finn takes off his hat for the third time in this episode, and it kind of showed that the team is kind of getting more comfortable with the idea of Finn taking off his hat, and we do see gradual hair growth every single time he takes it off, which is fun for continuity, but it's also fun to just remind us that he's got that beautiful blonde luscious hair underneath his hat that he hides all the time. But honestly, the main takeaway for me from this episode is it's insane how this deer is probably the single most evil villain we've dealt with in Adventure Time. Think about it. He literally kidnapped the entire Candy Kingdom, held them hostage for 6 months, and that was only after he defeated Finn and Jake by smashing the fuck out of Finn's legs so he could not move and he had to go to the hospital, and then beating Jake over the head to the point where his brain was so fried that he literally was willing to kill Finn for his deluded, thoughts. It's just nuts. This deer is definitely the single most evil enemy that we've had in the show so far, even more evil than the Lich, and that's saying something. I honestly was so weirded out by this episode, and it was very creepy in some ways, but this was a really great episode. I ended up giving this one a 7.5 out of 10. I know I don't always say the ratings, but I felt like it was important for this one to get across how much I liked it. It was seriously such a roller coaster of weirdness and emotions and utter confusion that I was just blown away. This episode was very well written, very well paced, and very unnerving and creepy and weird, which was perfect, and it was a great way to kind of make it through the 5-episode block that I watched for the middle of this season, because this honestly made me want to watch more, but I had to stop after this one because I record these individual reviews in 5-episode blocks. So this was the 5th episode that I watched for the day, and I was like, okay, I gotta stop after this, but I really didn't want to because the whole premise of this episode was just insane and really creepy and weird, but kind of cool in a way, and they did a great job pulling it off. So this is probably one of my favorite episodes of the show to date, just from the weirdness factor and the uniqueness factor alone, because there's no other episode that's been like this so far, and this is definitely the weirdest one we've had so far in the show. Season 3, Episode 16, Jake versus Meow, is an interesting one because it has a little tidbit of world building information for us right off the bat. And that comes in the form of the fact that we get a confirmation that there is, in fact, a guild of assassins in the land of Ooh. And Finn and Jake have gone over to Wildberry Princess's house in order to protect her because she actually found a contract that basically said that somebody was going to try and assassinate her. So Finn and Jake are just kind of hanging out at her place, eating some pie, and Jake is being very distracting with his pie consumption. He's eating like a fucking animal, and there's some close-ups where we get to see the pie in his face and his teeth moving and it squishing the pie, and it's really gross. So Finn and Wildberry Princess decide to step out just outside of her house so they can talk with more peace. And Jake's so caught up into eating the pies that once he finishes his, he looks over at Wildberry Princess's and he makes his hand morph into her, and he's like, "Hey, Wildberry Princess, can I have your pie?" And he goes, "Oh, sure you can, Jake. I'm done with it." "Thank you, Wildberry Princess," and then he eats her pie. And he doesn't get more than like 3 bites into it when he finds in the middle of the pie a small kitty. And this kitty is none other than the assassin, Meow. And Meow pops out, and Jake's like, "Aw, look at that. That's kind of cute." And frickin' basically Meow ends up deciding to take Jake hostage. And the way Meow does this is they climb into Jake's nose, and they have this big syringe full of poison. And they basically tell Jake that if Jake doesn't murder Wildberry Princess for them, they're going to inject Jake with the poison and he will die. And so the next thing that happens is Finn and Wildberry Princess come back into the room, and right as Jake's about to say like what's going on, Meow inside of Jake's nose yells out to him that if he says anything, he'll inject the poison. So Jake is completely held hostage. And the first plan he hatches up is he snatches up Wildberry Princess's crown and puts it on this bag of meat. Because I didn't mention it until now, but for some reason, Wildberry Princess is like a butcher or something. And she has like meat hooks with like meat cuts on it for some reason. Including a big bag that's clear and it's full of meat. And Jake takes this crown and puts it on the bag and pretends that it's Wildberry Princess and beats the shit out of it, and then throws it out the window for it to splat onto the ground below, tricking Meow into thinking that this was Wildberry Princess. And Finn yells, "What the hell, Jake?" And like everybody starts to kind of freak out on him, but not because she's dead, but Meow thinks it's because she's dead. So after a little bit, some guards come rushing in, and they exclaim, "She's alive!" because they thought that the bag of meat that hit the ground outside the window was Wildberry Princess and she was dead. And there's a weird part where like one of the guards is like, I smelled the pile of flesh and I could tell that it was not Wildberry and that it was in fact meat. That was kind of weird. But they're crying and sobbing because she's okay. And basically Meow discovers that the whole thing was a ruse, and so she's pissed off and she gives Jake one more chance, because otherwise they're gonna infect Jake with the freaking poison. And I keep going back and forth on pronouns, I apologize. I have no clue what Meow is supposed to be, if anything. So because it's one of those voices where it's like a little boy, but it could also be a little girl, if that makes any sense. So it's kind of confusing and not really specifically one way or another. So I might hop around on accident a little bit. But basically, Meow says, like, you got one more chance. You fucked this up. I'm injecting half the poison in you. And so the next thing that Jake tries to do is he basically goes up to Finn and says, "Hey, Finn, can you sing the lullaby that Mama used to sing for us?" Which, of course, is referring to Margaret, Jake's actual dog mother, and then Finn's adopted mother. And he's like, "No, what the hell, man? In front of everybody else? What?" And he's like, "Come on, man. I know you got the music box in your backpack. Just sing along to it, please. I need this, man." And he manages to convince Finn to sing the song and play with the music box, and it makes all of the guards and Wildberry Princess pass out. And Jake quickly stuffs some hot dogs in his ears so he doesn't pass out. And then he catches Finn before Finn falls asleep so he doesn't pass out. But Meow inside of his nose does pass out. And as soon as this happens, Jake quickly explains to Finn what's going on. He says, "Hey man, there's a fucking cat assassin inside of my nose right now, and it's going to poison me. If I don't kill Wildberry Princess, I need your help." And Finn immediately does not believe him, which is kind of sad. And what Jake does next is he basically reaches inside of the cat's, or reaches inside of his nose to try to steal the vials away from the cat. And the cat actually wakes up and realizes that they've been tricked, and so they inject half the poison vial into Jake, and Jake's in a really, really bad state. So what happens next is everybody wakes up, And Jake says that they need to go somewhere more secretive so they can protect her better. And of course, where they end up going is a cliff. And it seems like Jake's kind of cut his losses at this point, and he's just kind of thinking that if he wants to save himself, he's going to have to kill Wildberry Princess. But what ends up happening instead is he basically sets it up so Finn has his back turned. He's about to push Wildberry Princess off the cliff, and Wildberry Princess almost fucking falls off herself anyway because she's so clumsy. But a bird sees the hot dogs still lodged in Jake's ears and swoops down and tries to pull him out. And when it does, it knocks Meow out of Jake's nose. It knocks Meow out of Jake's nose, and Finn sees that it was all true all along. And so what happens next is basically Jake's been fully poisoned at this point. I think I might have messed up on my poison timings a little bit, but you get the idea. Jake's been fully poisoned at this point, and he's in really, really bad shape, and he's on the ground, and Finn has a battle with Meow. And the way the battle goes is basically Meow kind of runs around and then climbs up this tree, and since they're so small, it looks really, really fast. It's very graphically impressive, and it was one of the cooler scenes of this episode because Meow's just kind of running around and climbing, and it looks really, really fast. It's almost like an anime moment where like the main character's doing like the anime run, if that makes any sense. But basically Meow and Jake have a fight, or not Jake, Meow and Finn have a fight, and Meow pulls out like a little dagger and slices Finn on the shin and on the face, but it's basically like a little paper cut to him. But the most gruesome part of the fight is like Meow's on the tree, and Meow holds out the little dagger, and Finn goes to grab Meow to stop him from attacking, and the dagger like goes into his hand and like enters his hand, and it's like, oh fuck, that must have hurt. And then basically Finn manages to catch Meow and is like, it's over, Meow, give me the antidote, it's over. And Meow smashes the antidote against the tree, and it's now just kind of seeping down the tree bark. And so Finn calls out to Jake that he needs to come over and lick up the antidote, but unfortunately with Meow captured, the antidote does manage to kind of like disappear before Jake can lick it up, and Jake's not in great shape. Jake's on the freaking, the edge, if that makes any sense. And Meow's like, it's pointless. I've infected your dog with enough poison for 51 dogs his size. And Finn's like, wait, 51 dogs? Jake, you just need to grow. And so Jake makes his liver grow to the size of 52 dogs. And that makes it so the poison doesn't affect him, and he manages to successfully pass it through his body, and the day is saved. And Meow ends up going flying off the cliff, never to be seen from again for now. And so that's really all I've got to say about that one. Let's go through my extra notes here and kind of just list off some of the things I might have forgotten. Yes, this obviously was a filler episode. I did manage to spot the snail as well. The snail was inside of Wildberry Princess's house. And no, there were no fart jokes. Meow was the cutest part of this episode because Meow had a really funny, cute voice, I guess you could say. And the coolest part of this episode was the fact that the Assassin's Guild exists, and we got some confirmation on it. Really, really neat from a world building perspective. And also, Meow crawling around the tree all sped up and everything was pretty dope as well. And the funniest part of the episode I didn't mention during my synopsis, but I'll mention it now. When Meow lunges at Wildberry Princess before falling off the cliff, Wildberry Princess has some of her berries fall off, and she basically turns into one berry with a butt. It's really, really weird. And freaking Finn's like, whoa, Wildberry Princess, nice defense mechanism, that was awesome. And Wildberry Princess is like, oh, sorry, Finn, that's not a defense mechanism, it's actually a medical condition, and now I need to go to the hospital. And Jake's like, yeah, we all need to go to the hospital. which was kind of funny. And then that's the end of the episode. The weird moments were Finn and Jake spitting out the pie, and also Jake just kind of eating the pie all fucking disgustingly. It was gross, honestly. There's no other way to put it. Because they even did like a close-up on Jake's mouth, and you could see like the pie getting squished in his face, and it was just bleh. And the fact that Meow was in the pie was also kind of weird and a little gross. But other than that, a couple other things to note. The title card of this episode had a hand-drawn look, and it looked kind of like a child's drawing. And it had Jake, and it said Jake versus Meow, and then there was a drawing of Meow as well. So, you know, maybe there's some lore behind that. Might be something interesting for you to look up. It literally looked like a kid drew it, so I would not be surprised if some child drew it and then they put it in the episode as like a nice little thing for the kid. And the other thing was, it was nice to get a little bit of lore from the whole fact that they were talking about how Margaret used to play the music box and sing the lullabies to Finn and Jake when they were little. That was a nice little lore tidbit. I'm a big fan. And also, as far as Meow goes, I'm fairly convinced that there's no way that Meow's dead. And I guarantee we'll end up seeing Meow again one way or another at some point later on in the series. Because there's been other assassins, and I'm almost certain that there's got to be an episode at some point where we end up getting more information on this Assassin's Guild. Because they even went as far as to say, like, some of the ways that they do, like, contracts and rituals and stuff, and they have an emblem, and I don't think they would design an emblem for a one-off gag. But overall, this was a pretty good filler. Season 3, Episode 17, Thank You, is a bit of a weird one, because this is probably the first episode in the series that wasn't completely focused, or at least mostly focused, on either Finn or Jake or both. This episode only had Finn and Jake in the background occasionally, and otherwise it was completely focused on some external third-party characters that we've never seen before. And it was honestly pretty fascinating, and it kind of showed that the creators of Adventure Time have lots and lots of ideas at this point for what to do with the world, and lots of different characters to come up with and things like that. Because in this episode, we follow the heartwarming story of a snow golem and a fire wolf that become unlikely friends. So without further ado, let's hop into the plot explanation. This episode honestly felt like one of those Pixar animated shorts that they do before you like go and see the Pixar movies in theater, or as like special features on the disc. It was really adorable. Basically, it starts out with the snow golem waking up and going through his morning routine, and it's like a beautiful day in the Ice Kingdom, and the snow golem like lives in this like really, really pretty and graphically impressive snowy forest in the Ice Kingdom. And he lives in like this cabin, and he like gets up out of bed and like combs his hair and shampoos his hair and goes into the kitchen to get breakfast, and gets his breakfast and goes and sits down in front of the TV and watches some TV. And after the snow golem finishes his breakfast and watching his morning television, he heads back over to the kitchen and he starts writing down a grocery list, which is funny because instead of like writing the names of the items he needs, he just draws them, which I thought was kind of cute and interesting. And then he like puts on like this wooden headband, which is apparently his clothes, and like steps outside and heads off to go grocery shopping. And his version of grocery shopping is like just going over to some trees that have pears growing on them and picking them, which was kind of funny. And when he does, he sees that part of the forest is burning. And the reason for that is there's some fire wolves that are like kind of terrorizing this area. And the fire wolves like kind of run around him and try and like burden him and cause trouble for him. and all of a sudden there's like a big puff of steam when they like start to get really close to him. And when the steam comes through, the firewolves are gone, and the snow golem is alone. But then he notices that they left on accident a very small firewolf pup behind. And the snow golem kind of tries to like bring him towards the edge of the forest, but to no avail. And the fire pup starts following him home. And he's hesitant at first, but the sun's starting to set and the fire kingdom is very far away. So the snow golem lets the fire pup stay the night. And there's a lot of really, really adorable and cute hijinks where the fire pup like melts the like snow that is inside of the snow golem's house, or like the snow golem's like doing like a little finger puppet show for the fire dog, but the fire dog accidentally burns off the snow golem's fingers. Tons of adorable little stuff like that. This is a nice little peaceful, cute episode. And basically they go to bed and they wake up the next morning, and the snow golem puts the fire dog on like a chair so he doesn't have to touch it directly and it melts his hands, and he sets off back out into the wilderness and starts to bring the fire dog back to the fire kingdom. And this snow golem legitimately like climbs on the side of like a volcano and is like all melting and stuff like that, and like it's almost to the point where this snow golem is not going to make it because of how melted it is, but it manages to make it to where the fire wolves are like camping out, I guess you could say, or like where they live. And he puts the fire pup on the ground and it runs over to its family and it looks back at the snow golem happily. And then the fire wolves start to growl and start to like inch towards the snow golem, so the snow golem has to quickly run away. And the snow golem reaches back at home, and you can tell he's a little sad because the fire pup is gone. But then suddenly the pack of fire wolves return, and they run up and start to play with the snow golem, and the fire pup is reunited with the snow golem, and the snow golem starts to melt into a puddle, but it's really, really happy, and it's having the time of its life because it's playing with the fire pup, and it's really fucking adorable. And that's sort of the end of the episode. Every so often in this episode, when the snow golem was outside, he would pass Finn and Jake fighting the Ice King, and the Ice King had like this armor on that was made out of tons and tons of layers of ice, so Finn and Jake could not defeat him, but he was also unable to move. So it was mostly just like scenes where they were like trying to bash the armor until it broke. And they even camp out next to the Ice King while he's still in the armor. And then they wake up the next day and you can see him like getting close to breaking out the armor. And at the end of the episode, it cuts to Finn and Jake and the Ice King, and they're still kind of chilling out, and they became fatigued from trying to chip away the ice for so long. And they see the fire dog kind of running around and melting the snow golem, but they're having a lot of fun and they're really cute. And Finn's like, aren't fire wolves and snow golems usually enemies? And Jake's like, I guess they learned to get along. And the Ice King's like, we could learn something from those two. Maybe we can learn to get along. And Finn was like, yeah, maybe someday, I don't know. And the Ice King's just like, thank you. And that's the end of the episode. Honestly, just a really, really cute side episode. Great idea for a filler. I love the concept of kind of focusing on some different characters. I know the further we get into the series, there's going to be there's going to be more episodes that don't have Finn and Jake as the focus, but this was the first one, and honestly, it was just kind of cool to see the lives of some other characters in this well-established universe that we've been following throughout the series thus far. And it was just really adorable. Let me see if I have marked anything else down about this one here. Let's see. Filler episode, obviously. Snail spotted? No. Was there any fart jokes? No. The cutest thing was the fire dog and the snow golem just being adorable and being friends. The coolest part of this episode, by far, was just the fact that there were, like, all these really impressive snowy forest scenes. They honestly were very impressive from an artistic standpoint, and I was a big fan of it. And funniest part for sure was the fact that the snow golem used a bird as an alarm clock, and the bird would fly in the window and land, and then it sounded like an alarm clock, and the snow golem just smashed it, which was funny. The weirdest part of the episode was the fire dog was at the snow golem's house, and it wanted food, so the snow golem had it suck on a cow's tit, and the cow was like screaming like, ow, 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 because the fire dog was burning it, but the fire dog was just hanging off the cow's tit, sucking the milk out of it, which was kind of weird but funny. Other things of note, Finn was wearing the sweater that PB made for him in the Mortal Folly episode with the heart on it and everything to keep him warm while they're in the Ice Kingdom. And the reason the Ice King and Finn and Jake were fighting in this episode was apparently because the Ice King stole their sandwiches, which was kind of funny. But yeah, that's sort of about it for this one. Really, really adorable Pixar shorts-esque episode. Neat seeing some, like, world building in the form of an episode that focused on some different characters. And they still managed to sneak Finn and Jake in there in some extent. I'll be curious to see if we ever get to the point in this show where there's a whole ass episode where we never see Finn and Jake, because even in the first Distant Lands episode that we watched, which if you recall and you've been following the series from the very beginning, we actually started it out by watching the first episode of Distant Lands because it's a prequel to Adventure Time, and it shows how BMO came to be living with Finn and Jake. And even Finn and Jake are in that episode. So we actually have not watched an episode of the show without either Finn or Jake, because even an episode existed where it was just Finn for almost the entire episode, but Finn had like a shirt pocket, and at the very end somebody's like, hey, what's in your shirt pocket? And he's like, oh, Jake's in there, and then he opens it and you can see Jake. So Jake was technically in that episode. So I don't think we've had any without both of them. But it'll be interesting to see if at some point they just decide to not have Finn and Jake in an episode. I would not be surprised. This episode very easily could not have had Finn and Jake. It could have just had the Ice King seeing this all go down and then him saying thank you to himself, and it would have been basically the same. So I would not be surprised if they do it eventually, but it'll be very interesting to see, and I'll try and document the exact moment when we have our first episode without Finn and Jake in it, because it'll be kind of like a landfall moment. So, but yeah, interesting concept, interesting little filler episode. Full disclosure, Season 3, Episode 18, The New Frontier, is probably the worst episode we've had in quite a while. And so if I go through it kind of quickly here, I apologize, but, you know, we're just going to kind of blast through it so we can get to the good stuff. But here's what it's all about. So basically, Jake wakes up from a dream, and this dream that he had involved him floating through space with no spacesuit, and there was like a banana man astronaut and a rocket ship, and the Cosmic Owl was there, and basically the rocket ship is like slowly drifting away from Jake, and Jake tries to stretch out his arms to get to the rocket ship, but he doesn't manage to grab it in time, and he suffocates and dies in space. And he wakes up from this dream, and he's convinced that this dream of him dying is like fate, and that's how he's going to eventually die. And Finn is very concerned because they're super superstitious when it comes to this kind of thing, and Finn's kind of convinced that he can change Jake's fate now that he knows what's going to happen because of his dream. So Finn sets off to try and stop whatever is supposedly going to happen because of the dream from happening, when all of a sudden they hear a knock at the door. And when they peek out from the upstairs window to see who it is knocking on the door, it's none other than, of course, the Banana Man. And so immediately Finn grabs Jake and takes him behind the ice chest, and they hide because, naturally Finn doesn't want Jake to go and answer the door for the Banana Man, because since the Banana Man was in Jake's dream, presumably, eventually, if they meet, Jake will end up dying. The Banana Man eventually does decide to leave, but Finn decides to tail after him and see if he can manage to catch him and kind of stop him from moving into their area or whatever he's trying to do. He's trying to stop him from getting close to Jake in any way, shape, or form, because, obviously it'll eventually lead to Jake dying. And they see him heading towards the horizon, and Finn mistakenly thinks that he's just going to keep running until he ends up running into the sun and, melts, because he doesn't understand that, since the sun is on the horizon, that doesn't mean that the sun is connected to the earth. It's kind of a weird, dumb moment for Finn. But basically, it turns out that this, space Banana Man has set up, a little camp next to Finn and Jake's tree house. And they peek into the window, and he's in there watching exercise videos and just kind of hanging out. And for some reason, Finn pulls out a crossbow and lights the crossbow bolt on fire and launches it into the open window. And Jake's like, "What the hell, man? You can't kill the Banana Man just because I had a dream about him." And Finn says he's not going to try and kill him. He's just firing a warning shot for whatever reason. And it backfires, and it comes flying back out the window and almost hits them. But then he proceeds to fire another one for some reason. And it was just really, really weird. But either way, eventually they give up on that, and they go to the back of the house. And in the back of the house, they find the rocket from Jake's dream. And Jake immediately sort of runs to the rocket and decides that he's going to try and meet fate, because he really doesn't want Finn intervening and stopping him, because he's under the impression that if his destiny is to die with this Banana Man and this rocket in space, then that's the way he needs to go for some reason, which is kind of weird. But anyway, so fake Jake climbs into the rocket and starts the engines by lighting this thing, this freaking, I don't even know what you call it. There's rocket sticks or dynamite sticks sticking out of the bottom of the rocket, and it ends up getting lit, and Jake climbs in. And Finn attempts to stop him, but Jake holds him back. And that's when the Banana Man comes out and sees what's going on and attempts to stop it from happening as well. But they all get caught up and launched off with the rocket. But it turns out the rocket was not ready, and they all basically end up getting flung just a short distance away. And this rocket crashes into the ground and then goes through the ground. And there's this scene that I feel could have been a reference to The Lord of the Rings, but I might have been wrong. Where basically there's this huge establishing shot that shows Finn and Jake and Banana Man and the rocket falling into this hole, and it's in a cave, and at the bottom of the cave there's a massive lake, and it looked very similar to when Gandalf fell down in the cave and ended up in the cave area with the lake underground falling with the Balrog. So it might have been a reference, it might not have been, I'm not entirely sure. But when they crash into the water, for some reason it looks like space, and Jake's dream is basically recreated, minus the cosmic owl, who does not appear for some reason or another. And Finn is there this time, and basically Finn starts to suffocate instead of Jake. And so Jake quickly grabs him and the Banana Man and pulls them out. And the Banana Man is like, what the fuck? What is going on? Why did you guys fucking destroy my rocket and try to kill me with fire arrows? And they just kind of brush him off. And Jake's like, well, I guess we ended up changing fate. I didn't die. And Finn's like, yeah, and all it took was me being by your side. I'm never leaving your side ever again for the rest of your life. And he like presses himself against Jake. And that's the end of the episode. So honestly, it's pretty apparent that I wasn't a super huge fan of this one. The idea and the concept was just kind of already a little shaky for me. And the fact that the Cosmic Owl didn't even appear, but they teased him at the beginning of the episode was like, why? Why did they just tease him not to even show him off? Some of the coolest stuff that happens in this show, it involves the Cosmic Owl, but honestly, I didn't like how Finn was acting in this episode. He was just kind of acting super rash, and like he was firing like crossbow bolts into an innocent person's house, and it just felt really out of character for him. And the fact that Jake was like willing and accepting and wanting to die because he had a dream that he died was like really awkward, and I was not a huge fan of it, to be honest with you. But let's go over the rest of my notes nonetheless here. So, obviously, yes, this was a filler episode. No, I did not spot the snail. And no, there were no fart jokes. The cutest moment of this episode was when Finn showed honest emotion and fear at the thought of Jake dying. That was like kind of the only saving grace of this episode, was the fact that Finn was seriously emotionally concerned that Jake was going to die, and he was acting like he couldn't go on without him, which was kind of sweet. This episode did also confirm that space travel exists in the Adventure Time universe. We had seen that previously in the Distant Lands episode starring Bimo, where he flies his rocket ship and it crash lands on Ooo. But this is the first time in the main series where we've had official confirmation, and it's kind of interesting from a technical standpoint because of the fact that it's like this is a really high fantasy setting most of the time, but they always sprinkle in bits of technology, and I really admire it. There was a part in this episode where Jake made an ice cream pizza sandwich where it was 2 slices of pizza with ice cream in between, and that was pretty funny. And then the fact that Finn was just dumb enough in a moment to think that the Banana Man lived on the sun because he was walking towards the horizon was like, oh my god. But it was pretty funny. Other notes, the Cosmic Owl was also in the title card to this episode. Important to note, I really thought he was going to have a more prevalent role in this episode, and he didn't, so that was also kind of disappointing. And then Jake mentions multiple times about how he's going to transcend into Glob World and meet Glob. So presumably some form of Christianity or religion at the very least does exist in the Adventure Time universe, and instead of calling it like God, they call it Glob, and instead of calling it heaven, they call it Glob World. Interesting stuff. But yeah, honestly, I was feeling probably about a 5.5 on this one. There just was not a lot of good stuff here, but don't get me wrong, it wasn't bad. It was just worse than the rest of the episodes that we've been covering recently, so I had to give it a bit of a worse rating than the rest of them. But either way, there we have it. Season 3, Episode 19 of Adventure Time, Holly Jolly Secrets Part 1, is our second two-parter in the series so far. And this one also acted as a Christmas special, airing in December of 2011. This part and the second part were aired at the same time, and it was a whole, like, almost 20 to 30 minute episode. But for streaming services and such, there is a split, and it's split up into 2 separate parts, and so I'll be treating it as 2 separate episodes. But without further ado, let's talk about sort of what happens in this episode. So, basically, Finn and Jake are just kind of hanging out, and they're searching for treasure. Jake has basically set up a treasure map for Finn to kind of go on an adventure with and like kind of find some buried treasure. And the two of them have set out and they're trying to find it. And they eventually reach the site, and Finn digs it up, and when he does, he discovers a briefcase. And when he opens the briefcase, inside are some VHS tapes. And Finn immediately recognizes these VHS tapes because they are some VHS tapes that he saw the Ice King bury in a pile of boogers in the junkyard just a few nights ago, but he actually forgot to go check them out and see what they were. And yeah, so basically they have these tapes that the Ice King was trying to hide and bury away, and they passionately refer to them as the secret tapes for the rest of the episode, so that's what I'll be referring to them as well. And they decide that they're going to sit down and watch all the secret tapes and see what kind of secrets the Ice King is hiding on them. And the way they do this is they first off make flyers and hang them up across the land of Oo to announce to everybody that they're doing a screening of some secret tapes, but nobody is invited but them and BMO to watch the tapes, which is a great idea because obviously people would have shown up at their house if they didn't put up the flyers telling people not to come to their house. And so they head back to the tree house and they get all warm and cuddly and get ready to watch some VHS tapes. And BMO puts the VHS tapes in his ass because apparently his ass is a VHS player. That's important to note as well, for the sake of this episode's plot. And they sit down and they start watching them, and they quickly realize that these VHS tapes are pretty damn boring. So they're sitting and watching them, and it's just kind of the Ice King rambling about certain things, and they fast forward through a lot of it. But it cuts away to the Ice King, and the Ice King sees one of these flyers. And when he sees it, he discovers that Finn and Jake are having a secret VHS tape watch party, and they didn't invite him, and he gets really, really upset. Because he doesn't even realize that these secret tapes are his. He just wants to watch secret VHS tapes with them to be their friend. And he's upset that he wasn't invited. So he immediately starts making his way to the treehouse to start and try and watch the VHS tapes with them. Like, he tries to infiltrate their house so he can get in and watch the VHS tapes. And let's see here. Don't know if there's really a whole lot else to say about this one. That's kind of the entirety of part one. There was some hijinks where the Ice King tries to break in. He builds like a snowman army, but the snowmen attack him instead of attacking Finn and Jake's treehouse. Finn and Jake start to wonder if the tapes have some sort of secret code on them. So they call up Princess Bubblegum, and she says that she'll come over and crack the code for him. But the Ice King basically hijacks the phone line and pretends to be Princess Bubblegum because he's trying to figure out what the tapes are all about. And they immediately catch on because they see him sitting on top of the telephone pole, and he has wired a handset old school phone into the telephone wires directly to intercept the call, which was, kind of impressive from like a skill and know-how standpoint that the Ice King could do that. But obviously, yes, this was a filler episode, but also at the same time, no, it kind of wasn't, and we'll get into why later in the part two. I did not manage to spot the snail, and there were no fart jokes. The cutest moment in this episode was when BMO turned himself down because he was trying to be stealthy, and they didn't want the Ice King to know they were in the house. So BMO literally turns down his volume when they're sneaking around. And something I wanted to note as well, they open up the ice chest in this episode, and inside we can see that there's significantly more ice than there was in the previous episode where the Ice King complained that they were not keeping enough ice. It's funny because in a way it shows that they sort of listened to the Ice King when he said that they did not have enough ice in the house. Well, let's see, what else I have to say. Funny moments, the flyers that they made to announce that they were watching secret videotapes was kind of funny because it's another like ha 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 Finn and Jake are dumb moment. And in addition to that, like the fact that the Ice King just showed up was like, oh my god. The Ice King just showed up not even thinking about the fact that he just buried secret videotapes and he just wanted to see the videotapes. There's lots of like dumb for the sake of being dumb moments in these episodes that we watched recently. And another funny thing that happened was BMO actually had an alarm set on him to remind Finn that it was bath time. And at one point in the episode when they were trying to be sneaky and not let the Ice King know that they were home, the alarm goes off and BMO starts beeping really loudly. And he's like, Finn, it is your bath time, get naked. And that was pretty funny. That was probably the funniest part of the whole episode. But yeah, that's about it for our part 1 here. And when we come back, we'll have part 2, which is significantly more interesting in pretty much every single way. And it made me feel a lot better about part 1, because honestly, I gave part 1 a 5 out of 10 because I just did not think it was very remarkable in any way, shape, or form. But it does hold up when we see part 2. Season 3, Episode 20, Holly Jolly Secrets, Part 2, is a continuation of the last episode. And I want to note really quickly, I just realized now that I'm looking over my notes again that I might have accidentally included some of the information from the second part in the first part. But either way, I'm going to kind of recap it. So if I repeat some things between the last episode's review and this one, I apologize. I kind of watched those episodes like really back to back, and so little happened in the first part and so much happened in the second part that some of the things from the second part were inevitably going to end up being mistakenly put in the first part when I was recalling the plot. So I do apologize for that. I do apologize for any confusion, and without further ado, let's hop right back into it. So when we left off, Finn, Jake, and BMO were all chilling out in the treehouse, watching some secret tapes that Jake found in the dump that belonged to the Ice King. And these secret tapes turned out to be basically vlogs, or like video diaries, I guess you could say. And the Ice King kind of is just doing a ton of embarrassing stuff in these clips. And some of the things that he does includes like singing and pretending to like be different characters and stuff like that. Like a good example of that is the fact that he dresses up in a wig that looks like Marceline's hair, and he sings a cover of the frickin' Fries song. So it's like the Ice King, and he's like, Daddy, why did you steal my fries? It was actually pretty funny. And there was a part where the Ice King was crying, and he was crying in a bit of a pattern. So they had BMO translate it as if it was Morse code. And when BMO translated it as Morse code, it turned out to accidentally be like an ASCII art of Gunter, which was kind of funny. And there's a bunch of other hijinks as well. Let me refer to my notes so I don't accidentally mix anything up here. Let's see. So after the couple things that they see on the tapes, they kind of fast forward through some things, and then the snowmen attack, because the Ice King makes them and says like, attack Finn and Jake, and then they end up attacking him, but he manages to get him to stop. Their whole treehouse is covered with snow at this point, so they bundle up in some nice warm sweaters. And that's when we get a banner ad that's actually baked into the show that says you're watching the Adventure Time holiday special on Cartoon Network, which I thought was really cute. And it was a nice little snippet from that time period. And then the Ice King sneaks through the chimney by basically just blasting through it. And he's like, ha ha ha, I have the element of surprise, which was pretty funny. And he ends up kind of looking similar to Santa Claus at this point, which was sort of funny. But basically, he sneaks in And Finn and Jake obviously catch him, and he gets pissed off. He's like, "Oh, you guys are watching my tapes. What the hell?" And he starts to get really, really frustrated. But eventually they just end up finishing up the tapes because Finn and Jake sort of defeat the Ice King, and so he kind of just has to sit down and continue watching the tapes with them. And that's when we get the biggest lore bomb in probably the show's entire run so far. And honestly, this is why I've been stumbling over like my explanations of the last 2 episodes, because everything else that happens in these 2 episodes is completely irrelevant compared to this information that I'm about to talk about, because this stuff is absolutely huge. So I want to go over my notes one more time before I get into this lore bomb and make sure I didn't miss anything. But if I haven't, then that means that we will likely be moving on to this lore bomb. Oh, and I also said the thing about the ice in the freezer, and they had more ice than the last time when the Ice King got mad because they only had a little bit of ice. That was actually in this episode too. I really don't know what happened all that much in the previous episode because it was not a whole lot, and that's why I rated it so poorly before I saw the ending of this episode. But I think that is everything. So just to set the scene for you one more time, Finn and Jake have just defeated the Ice King, and the Ice King has no choice but to just hang out, and they are watching the Ice King's personal diary, his private secrets that he was kind of saying to the camera, and it's so far just been a bunch of really like embarrassing, basically exposure kind of stuff. Like he's been exposing himself as like being a singer and imitating Princess Bubblegum and imitating Marceline and doing a cover of her songs. He's just been kind of making a fool of himself on these tapes. But then all of a sudden the tapes cut to a different person, a man, and that's where we get into the absolute lore bomb. So basically we cut from the Ice King doing some embarrassing shit to a man, and he introduces himself as Simon Petrikov, and he explains that he is an antiquarian of artifacts, meaning he collects antique artifacts from around the world. And at this point it's very clear that this is like a long time ago in the past, and presumably this videotape is taking place fairly close to the present time that we live in, thereby possibly confirming that the land of Oo might actually just be Earth, but in the far-flung future. Very, very interesting stuff. But basically, Simon explains that in his pursuits, he found in the possession of a dock worker in northern Scandinavia a magical crown. And he opens up a very heavily locked and guarded safe and pulls out none other than the Ice King's crown. And he explains that as a joke, he put on the crown and started like goofing around with his fiancée Betty, and all of a sudden he entered this like trance-like state, and when he came out of it, Betty was so pissed off at him that she divorced him on the spot, or broke off their engagement, if you will, and never talked to him ever again and never explained what happened. And essentially, Simon got completely dumped because of the fact that that crown had some magical abilities, and it completely took a hold of him and made him enter this trance-like state. And so, naturally, Betty, and by the way, just for people who are curious, she's like this sort of younger, ginger gal who wears glasses, is basically out of Simon's life, leaving him in a very depressed state, where he is single and alone and has nothing to his name except for his collection of magical artifacts. And so he decides to put on the crown again. And when he does put on the crown, he hears secrets about ice and snow. And the crown offers him salvation from the horrible life that he's found himself in. And we see through multiple cuts, presumably over multiple months, individual days, that since Simon has started wearing the crown, his skin has started to turn blue, which he explains is due to the fact that his body temperature is now well below freezing. And we can see in the background out the window that the place that he lives in is now covered in snow. This is presumably England. We even see a plane at one point flying through the sky, which is really, really fascinating. And basically, Simon's skin turns blue, and his hair starts to turn white, and he starts to grow a really, really long white beard. And as he sort of transforms, there's one last clip where he basically says that he needs someone to help him while he's basically trying to untangle his mind, because his mind is an absolute mess. And he basically explains that he will do anything he can to get his mind untangled and win back the heart of his sweet princess, Betty. And of course, this is the moment where, if it wasn't obvious, we learn that Simon Petrikov is none other than the Ice King. Essentially, the Ice King used to be a normal human being who had a fiance and had a wonderful life and had everything. And because of this magical crown that ended up in his possession, he lost it all. He lost his entire old life. He, lost himself. He lost everything. And so it's at this moment that we sort of learn the Ice King's true backstory and the real reason why he kidnaps princesses. It's because he's confused, and what he really wants is to recapture the heart of his very own lost princess, Betty. I was honestly clocked out at this point in the episode, right before all this lore bomb stuff happened. I was not super jazzed about watching a Christmas episode in the middle of the summer, but when this scene happened, my mouth hit the fucking floor. It was insane. And what was interesting too was Finn and Jake had the same reaction. You could tell that they had the same realization that the audience did, and all of a sudden they went from absolutely just being pissed off that the Ice King broke into their house and trying to watch these videos to figure out why he was hiding them, to feeling absolute pity and sadness for their enemy. And the Ice King, after seeing all this for another time, basically says, "Oh no, you guys found out that I used to wear glasses." And that's all he has to say about it. He clearly is still very messed up in the head, has no consciousness about what has happened to him, and the fact that his whole former life was ruined. And this scene raises so many questions for the history of the show. We are left just kind of speechless at this point, and the rest of the episode just kind of plays out like some sort of, fever dream, but I couldn't even really focus on it because of the fact that I was still reeling with all this information that we learned. It's just so crazy. There are so many questions, and I'm going to get into all of them here, no worries, but that was sort of the big moment of this whole 2-part Christmas special, was this reveal that the Ice King used to be just a normal guy, but the crown corrupted his mind and made it so he lost everything he loved and he lost himself. And so that's really all I got to say about that little flashback. Let's kind of discuss what happens throughout the last little bit of the episode here, because there is still a little bit left. So basically, after they finish watching this this clip from Simon. The Ice King is embarrassed because they found out that he used to wear glasses. So clearly they confirmed that this is 100% the Ice King, and they're not going to be able to pull a switcheroo on us because the Ice King even says, like, that it is him. He at least knows that it was him. So, very, very fascinating stuff. But basically, Finn and Jake are so taken aback by what they just witnessed on the VHS tape that they sort of pause everything and decide to turn this day into a day to give back to the Ice King. For the first time in the show's run, Finn and Jake legitimately feel bad for the Ice King, and so they decide to invite a bunch of people over and celebrate the holidays properly. And there's a brief cut, but then when it cuts back, Shelby, the worm that lives in Jake's violin, gives an expositional dialogue about everybody who's in attendance to the little Christmas celebration that they pulled together. And there's a whole bunch of people who show up. There's like Princess Bubblegum, Marceline, Cinnamon Bun, Lumpy Space Princess. We even get the name of the weird, creepy, naked guy whose face is plastered on random objects in the land of Ooh. His name is Phil. I don't know if you recall the wizard battle episode that I reviewed a little while ago, but I talked about how there was like a creepy guy in his underwear in the stands, and it turns out it was Phil all along. I hope we get more information on Phil down the line because it was really interesting stuff. And likewise, I also wanted to mention really quickly, Tree Trunks and the pig were in attendance of the party as well, and it kind of seems like they might possibly be being shipped as a couple now, interestingly enough. So that was interesting. And also I wanted to say this episode felt 100 times more Christmassy than the last one. It was clear that you were definitely supposed to watch these as, you know, a bundle. And if you just caught one half of it, you weren't getting the whole special. So I honestly think it might have been a good idea for me to just treat both of these episodes as one big episode. But alas, I guess that was a lesson that I learned. So if this happens again, I'll try and keep that in mind. And I might change up how I review the episodes. But let's see. Do I have anything else that I want to mention? Yes, there was a cliffhanger in the last episode where Jake turns towards the camera and yells, "Ah!" And it's supposed to make us think that he saw something. But when this episode began, it was revealed that he was actually starting to sing Arouetta, like the classic French children's nursery rhyme. You know, Arouetta, na 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 na, Arouetta, na na na. And Jake sings the whole song at the beginning of this episode, and Finn and Bimo are impressed that he knows all the lyrics because it's in French. So they've presumably confirmed the fact that French is a real language in the land of Ooh. The other thing I wanted to mention as well, which is the last thing I have to mention, is the Ice King was so grateful for Finn and Jake throwing a little celebration for him that he gave Finn and Jake Christmas presents. He gave Finn like a mini pine tree, and he gave Jake a literal skunk. And it wasn't like a super Adventure Timey looking skunk either. It kind of looked almost like an actual skunk, which I thought was remarkable to bring up. So, but yeah, let's hop into, before we wrap up this episode discussion, let's hop into some questions that I had after I saw the Ice King backstory video. So first of all, I am not entirely sure where the Ice King lived, but presumably it was on Earth, and also presumably it was like in near to modern time for us because of the fact that there was planes, and it was definitely like somewhere in Europe that he lived. I'm not sure if it was supposed to be like Russia or England or, you know, France or something like that, but he definitely lived somewhere in Europe, and I understand that Russia isn't in Europe, so but he lived somewhere on that side of the globe, if that makes any sense. I really wonder where. Likewise, I also wonder what the fuck happened to Betty, because clearly the Ice King, aka Simon, did something to Betty, or did something that scared Betty. So it makes you wonder, like, what could he have possibly done? I'm also curious if the Ice King has anything to do with, like, why the Earth does not exist. I know we have some information about how in Distant Lands, the first episode, we learned that there was like this mega corporation that sucked all of like the valuable resources out of the Earth, and it's possible that that was what ended up causing our planet to die in the Adventure Time universe. But I'm curious if the Ice King might have possibly played a role in that as well, and I really hope we learn some information about that down the line. But also, there's just like so much that we have to see, you know? It's like Simon clearly was an important figure in this like pre-destruction universe, and then he was turned into the Ice King. Like, does he have any other connections? Is the Ice King ever going to unscramble his mind and sort of relearn about who he was and what his goals and ambitions were? You know, it's genuinely probably the saddest thing that's been in this entire show so far, because you could tell that Simon was legitimately just a scholar, and he wanted to learn more about the world by collecting these antique artifacts, and he had a horrible turn of bad luck, and that ended up leaving him completely helpless, and it cost him his entire life. So hopefully we learn more about the Ice King's backstory down the line, and hopefully he gets a redemption arc at some point, because he clearly deserves it. Like, this episode, other than this whole backstory thing, would have been completely irrelevant, but this is huge. This is way more than I expected. I do not remember this at all from when I used to watch the show. I was just blown away by this episode, and I did end up giving it an 8.5, which might be a little high, but Ice King's backstory was just so intriguing to me that I couldn't help but give it a shock rating of 8.5. But yeah, that's really all I got to say about this one. Season 3, Episode 21 of Adventure Time, Marceline's Closet, is unfortunately not an episode where Marceline comes out of the closet, and instead is an episode where our heroes Finn and Jake end up in her closet. Let me explain. So basically, Finn and Jake are headed over to Marceline's house for a little jam session. And basically, Finn shows off to Jake his brand new balloon music skills and proceeds to play a very interesting song about how he likes his women on a balloon by rubbing it and by letting air in and out of it and doing all sorts of weird stuff with it. And Jake follows suit by doing an adorable little dance to it where he shakes his cans, and Finn makes the balloon make like a squeaking noise as Jake moves his butt, which I did count as our fart joke for the episode. But basically, after they have their little balloon musical number, they arrive at Marceline's house in the cave, only to discover that there's a note on the door, and the note basically says that she went to the grocery store to get something, and she'll be back in a couple minutes, and not to go inside of her house. And so, naturally, Finn and Jake end up inside her house. But before we get to that, let's talk about the little game they play outside first to try and keep their minds off of the desire to go into the house. And the game's basically hide and seek, but they call it something else. I'm pretty sure they call it like Cloud Seeker or something like that. And basically the idea is the cloud is like trying to find evil or something, and the person who's hiding is evil. But they end up just kind of even dropping the custom Adventure Time universe special version of hide and seek at some point, and they even just refer to it as hide and seek later on. So that's really all you need to know. But basically, Finn turns away and counts to 5 and then starts counting back down and then turns around to start looking for Jake. And Jake is gone. So Finn starts to look around and he ends up finding Jake in the picture window to Marceline's living room. And basically he yells, he's like, "Hey man, Marceline said in her note not to go in there. You read it to me." And Jake snuck in anyway through a little doggy door that was in her doorway. And presumably, if you remember, this doggy door is here because she did in one episode actually have a dog. So pretty interesting little lore tidbit there. I feel like they kind of just dropped it after a little while because it didn't really work for her character, and also there's the whole confusion between the fact that it was like a different breed than Jake, and presumably it couldn't talk because it wasn't magical, so they just kind of cut it out. But basically, when Jake was hiding in Marceline's house, he pretended to be Finn's reflection, but he was very unconvincing with it because he wasn't even mirroring Finn's actions correctly. So Finn catches on, scolds him for going inside the house, and then goes inside anyway to get him. And when he goes inside, he's like, "Hey man, we got to get out of here. Marceline's going to be home soon, and she specifically said not to go in her house." And then he's cut off by the sound of her door unlocking, and Marceline has arrived back home. So immediately, Jake covers Finn's mouth so he can't scream, and he stretches him upstairs into Marceline's bedroom, where they hide in her closet. And immediately, as soon as she gets in, she can sense that there's something weird going on. So she brings all of her groceries into the kitchen and sets them down, and does a quick sweep of her house. But fortunately for Finn and Jake, she's not very thorough, and she does not notice them in the closet, even though she does pass by there a couple times. And she goes back down and starts to put away the rest of her groceries. And Finn and Jake are kind of bickering on what they should do and how they should escape, when all of a sudden she comes upstairs into her bedroom. And she proceeds to kind of just chill for a second, and I might end up mixing up some of the events here in the bedroom because they all kind of just happen and then the episode's over. So, you know, I didn't specifically note down what order they happen, but I'll try and keep them straight in my head here. But basically, like, she does embarrassing stuff like picking her nose and flicking it, and the booger goes through the grates in the closet door and lands on Jake, which is fucking disgusting. She proceeds to have her own like solo jam session where basically she gets all of her musical instruments and her guitar together and performs a song and records it for an album, where basically the idea is she's going to record every entry in her journal for the last 500 years. And so she starts to sing these really, really deep and personal things about like how she doesn't feel like anybody likes her and she has no friends and she's really depressed. And Finn and Jake are just like, fuck, what do we do? We're not supposed to be hearing this. What do we do? And so Jake starts to try and chip his way out of the bedroom by chipping a hole in the wall. And basically he goes through this little hole to try to escape out the side of the building, but inside of the hole there's a spider that chases him back out, and when it does, it chases him into the closet again, and they manage to push the spider out of the closet, and the spider starts to climb towards Marceline. And when it climbs up the end table next to her bed, it knocks over the lamp, which alerts her, and she immediately runs over to the closet and opens it up and is like, "Where is it?" And they're like, "Oh fuck, we're caught." So they hide really quickly, and when she opens it, she's like, "Oh, there it is. There's my dustpan and broom." And she sweeps up the broken lamp and just proceeds to go on with her day. We hear her go in the bathroom, and like you can hear an unzipping sound and then a giant gush of water. Like, I'm talking like the fattest piss you've ever heard in your goddamn life. And basically they start to devise a plan to escape while she's occupied. And basically, Finn is tasked with making sure the coast is clear. And when he does, he heads out and pokes his head out. And in the bathroom connected to her bedroom, he accidentally sees Marceline getting naked to get in the bath. And he gets all nervous and his eyes turn really, really small. And he heads back to the closet. And he's like, "What's up, man? Is the coast clear? What's going on?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm never going out there ever again." And it was pretty funny. It was one of the funnier moments of the episode. And basically, they just end up being stuck in the closet until nighttime when Marceline falls to sleep. And one more thing I want to note before I talk about how they try to escape while she's asleep is before they go to bed and everything, Marceline does try and call the treehouse to see if Finn and Jake are still coming. And again, I might be mixing up the order of these events a little bit. And nobody answers, obviously, because they're in her closet. And instead, the answering machine picks up, and they have one of those really obnoxious pre-recorded answering machine messages. And they have trouble keeping it together and not dying of laughter from hearing their answering machine message, which I thought was a funny little gag, because answering machine gags used to be really popular back in the earlier days of cell phone popularity. But basically, when she eventually does go to bed, Finn and Jake attempt to make a break for it by crawling out of her room, and they're almost home free when all of a sudden Finn decides to randomly start talking loudly, and he's like, "Hey, is she asleep?" And that literally wakes her up, and that's what happened. And when she wakes up, Finn and Jake scramble to try and find another hiding spot. Like, Finn pretends to be a lamp by putting a lampshade on his head, and Jake morphs back into Finn's reflection like he did before in the window, and lays on the ground and acts like he's supposed to be there, even though it's obviously, like, you know, he's either Jake or he's Finn. And so obviously Marceline's not impressed, and they start apologizing profusely to her and saying, like, they were playing hide and seek and they ended up inside of her house. And she's like, "Hey, you know what, guys? That's okay. I hide inside your guys' house and you don't know I'm there all the time, so, you know, it is what it is." And they're like, "What?" And then it cuts to later, and Finn's literally laying in bed, and he scratches his ass and then smells his fingers. And you can hear Marceline making an owl noise, and she's literally on top of their treehouse, and she's occasionally peeking in at them and seeing their deepest, darkest secrets. So that's basically the end of this episode. That's sort of the whole idea behind it. Pretty simple premise, but a pretty funny little filler episode. And it's funny that we've now officially, canonically, had Finn see Marceline naked. I'm sure the Rule 34 fan artists were going absolutely nuts off of that idea. I'm glad they got some decent content out of this episode, so good for them. Obviously, yes, this is a filler episode. No, I did not manage to spot the snail. And yes, I did consider the whole balloon thing a fart joke. And Jake dancing to that balloon song was really, really cute, so I made sure to include that in the cute category. And the coolest part was a part I actually didn't mention until now. So basically, one of Finn's ideas to get Marceline to leave the house was to write her a note that basically said that they needed her help immediately at the treehouse and she needed to come ASAP. And rather than just, like, kind of sliding it out from under the door or, like, you know, sneaking it somewhere inside of her house, they instead turn it into a paper airplane. And Finn explains that he's going to make the paper airplane go downstairs and cook some eggs, and then land somewhere where Marceline will find it and pick it up. And of course, when he wraps it up and folds it and gets ready to throw it, he throws it out, and it actually goes downstairs, opens the fridge, pulls out an egg, cracks it into a pan, turns on all the burners on accident, and then gets a fork to try and, like, you know, use with the egg, and it fucks up, and all the burners are running on max, and the egg's burning. And then the paper airplane flies back upstairs and lands perfectly in Marceline's trash can, which I thought was pretty funny. But other than that, the funniest parts of the episode too were Finn's balloon music, the fact that they were laughing and like kind of disgusted because Marceline didn't wash her hands after using the bathroom, and of course Finn accidentally seeing Marceline naked was pretty funny too. And the grossest, weirdest moment was the one that I talked about before when Marceline was picking her nose and she flicked her booger out and it landed on Jake. Oh, and one more thing I wanted to note as well before I wrap this bad boy up. The note on her door was actually not legible, and Jake paraphrased it and just kind of was like, "Hey guys, I'll be back in a few minutes, blah, 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 don't go in my house, Marceline." But apparently some sleuths on the Adventure Time wiki, shout out to the Adventure Time wiki, have actually managed to get the note fully readable, and it says, "Hey guys, I had to run out, but I'll be back in a few minutes. I had to run out to buy some ketchup. Is it possible to be allergic to tomatoes? My sleep patterns are always super weird when I eat tomatoes. Do you ever have any lucid dreams? Anyhow, don't go in my house." Yeah, so there we have it. Overall, pretty funny and interesting little filler episode to start off this little block of reviews for my recording session. But yeah, pretty solid. Season 3, Episode 22, Paper Pete, is yet another filler episode, and this time Finn and Jake are back in the library because Jake wants to go there to check out and read a book about Rainicorn history so he can impress Lady Rainicorn and be knowledgeable in the event that they ever have dog Rainicorn babies. So Jake's there for that purpose, and Finn kind of just tagged along. And he's naturally super bored out of his mind because there's nothing for him to do at the library. So he starts to wander around. And he tries to convince Jake that they need to go on some sort of adventure and leave the library immediately. But Jake doesn't buy it and tells him to stop making up adventures. And basically that's the setup for the episode. Finn's wandering around the library aimlessly and he doesn't really know what to do. And before we get into any more plot explanation, I wanted to say to you really quickly, I thought this episode was about Party Pete. I misread the title originally, so I was really excited to see a Party Pete. And I was really disappointed when it turned out this episode wasn't a follow-up about Party Pete and the Party Bears from before. So, do with that what you will, but yeah. I was instantly kind of a little clicked off this episode because it didn't turn out to be what I expected it to be. And while Finn's wandering around the library, he tries to get people to pay attention to him by commenting on certain things that like might need a hero to fix. And one thing that he comments on is how some of the books are moldy and like deteriorating. That's the word I was looking for. And basically, he notices the books are deteriorating, and he offers his help to try and fix it, but obviously nobody cares and nobody's paying attention to him. And that's when, out of nowhere, Paper Pete and the Foldlings pop out of the books in the library. And basically, the Foldlings are a civilization of paper-mache people that are the protectors of the books in the library. And the character, the man himself, Paper Pete, explains that the Foldlings are actually those blank pages that you find in the beginning and the end of books, and basically they rip themselves out and then fold up, and that's how they protect the library, which I thought was really creative and really interesting from a lore perspective. And basically Paper Pete explains that they're a secret protector of the library, but since Finn noticed that the mold was on the books that were deteriorating, he basically shared their same concern for the plight of the library books, and they decided to recruit him to help because the library books are being feasted on by the disgusting moldos. And the moldos are basically these big worms, and these big worms chew on the books and get mold all over them. and they're the sworn enemy of the Foldlings, and Paper Pete wants to exile them all from the library by eradicating them. And he asks for Finn's help, and naturally Finn, looking for an adventure, obliges. And he tries to get Jake to come and help as well, but Jake does not believe a single word that he says, and he thinks it's just a trick to try and get him to leave the library. And basically, Finn tries a whole bunch of stuff to convince him, but it doesn't work. He brings the Foldlings to Jake as well, and the Foldlings, like, pull out some of his fur to make, like, headbands and stuff for, like, war, and he doesn't believe it then. And then they, like, turn into, like, origami flowers and dance all around him, and he doesn't believe that either, and he doesn't even see any of it. And so basically Finn ends up giving up, and he just kind of agrees to help the Foldlings on his own. And the way he does that is by actually pretending to betray the Foldlings. And when they catch on that it was just, like, you know, a plan and he wasn't actually betraying him, they all play along and they infiltrate the Moldo base, and the Moldos are given Paper Pete as an offering in exchange for, like, Finn and the Moldos' friendship. And then once the Moldos come out, Finn actually gets the Moldos to come and munch on Jake to try and get Jake to, like, react and see what's going on and help out. But that even doesn't still work really, because they, like, start to eat his fur and even, like, start to suck and bite on his skin. And Jake kind of just drops to the floor and he's like, "Ah, Finn, what are you doing to me?" And then, like, he still doesn't really realize, like, what's going on, and he's just completely trapped by the Moldos. So what ends up happening is Finn offers up his t-shirt to the Moldos because they really, really like it because it's sweaty and it's fabric, and they end up accepting it for peace with the paper, or the Foldlings, and Paper Pete's people are saved, and the library books are saved, and the Moldos go back to their house with Finn's disgusting, sweaty shirt, content and never to eat a book ever again. And Jake believes Finn all of a sudden and decides he does not care about Rainicorn lore anymore, and instead he'll just wing it. And so basically they get up and leave the library, and while they're walking back, that's what Jake sort of explains, and they just end up going on an adventure, and that's the end of the episode. So there we have it. What else do I have to say about this one? So obviously, yes, this was another filler episode. I did spot the snail this time. The snail was in the library on one of the library tables. It was funny, there was, like, this whole montage where Finn just kept trying to get somebody's attention, and they just ended up shushing him over and over and over again. No, there were no fart jokes. The cutest part for sure was when the paperlings turned into flowers and then started dancing for Jake, only for him not to notice. The coolest part was the fact that the Moldos had a literal lair in the library, and they were hiding behind the bookshelves. And the funniest thing was Party Pete introduced himself to Finn and said, "If Party Pete's too long for you, Finn, you can just call me Pee-Pee." And Finn's like, I think I'll just call you Pete," which was kind of funny. And let's see, what else here? The weirdest part was definitely when the Moldos were eating Finn's shirt, because they basically just confirmed that it's really nasty and disgusting. And Finn says, like, "Hey, in 40 years when you run out of my shirt, come and find me and I'll give you guys my shorts too." I was like, what the fuck? Finn's gonna let them eat his shorts? So yeah, needless to say, very, very strange episode. I definitely didn't like this one as much as the last one with Marceline. So I was feeling kind of like a 6 out of 10 on this one. But overall, you know, pretty solid filler episode. And surprisingly, I remembered this one for some reason. Like, some of these episodes are starting to come back to me. There was a block there for a little while where I wasn't remembering them, but now I do remember this one and the last one and the next one too. So it's interesting. Season 3, episode 23, another way is another one of those episodes where Finn is kind of just a dick to absolutely everybody. Though you could almost argue it's kind of justified in this one. So basically, Finn and Jake are resting at home, recovering from some injuries from a battle that happened, presumably off-screen. And they are being taken care of by some clown nurses. And these clown nurses are really fucking creepy. And Jake apparently hired them to, like, kind of give them smooches and coddle them and take care of them while they're recovering from their injuries. And Finn asks if they can tell the clowns to go home. And Jake says that he already paid them up front and they don't leave until we're fully healed. And so they're stuck with them. And basically, Finn's laying in bed reading the Hyrulian, and he discovers a giant that lives in the woods whose tears can heal any injury. And he says, hey man, there's another way, we don't have to do it this way. And Jake's like, nah man, I'll stick with the clown nurses. And then the clown nurses continue to kiss his feet. And the clowns are being super over the top and goofy as well, to the extent where it's really creepy. And there's even like a clown that's like farting into a bubble blower to make bubbles, which is really weird. And like the main clown that's taking care of Finn has like a golden tooth and like a really disgusting face. And it's honestly just really weird and creepy. And it probably played into my childhood fear of clowns that I may or may not have had a little bit. But basically, after a while, Finn just kind of gets in his head and starts thinking about how creepy the clowns are. And he decides enough is enough, and he screams out, my way! And he breaks out of his bed and starts hobbling over to the door and leaves. And it's at this point that Finn sets out on an adventure to attempt to basically find this giant's head in order to get the tears to heal himself so he doesn't have to deal with the creepy-ass clown bitches. When he arrives in the woods, he finds a fork in the road ahead of him, and in the middle of it is a tree stump with a sign sticking out of it, and the tree stump has this like cute voice, and it's like, hey man, gotta go left or right, those are the only two options, and if you go right, you're gonna lose all your hair, no hair ever again, and if you go left, you're gonna be real stinky for the rest of your life. And Finn's like, what? She's like, hey, but man, stinky isn't too bad, so I'd recommend you go that way. And Finn's like, my way! And he rushes straight through the middle, smashing through the stump's sign and straight into some thorns, right smack dab in the middle of the fork in the road. And when he arrives on the other side, he's cut up pretty bad, but he's still mostly okay. And he's in front of a river. And there's a small bush that talks to him when he arrives at the river, and the bush explains, like, hey man, this current's too strong so you can't swim across, plus there's electric eels that'll try to eat you, and it's just really, really bad, and the water's like really acidic-y, it's practically like orange juice, yuck. And Finn's like, there's no way, there's my way! And he grabs the bush and basically uses the bush as like a paddle and like parts the river by splashing the water left and right out of his way and makes his way to the middle of the river. And he's like on this little landing, like this stone that sticks out of the middle of the river, and the bush is completely dissolved into just basically a stem. And he's like, man, go back, this is crazy, we're not even halfway across the river. And he's like, my way! And he literally swims through the rest of the river, and he comes out on the other side, and he's got eels all like with their teeth sunk into him, and they're shocking him, and the freaking branch is just kind of like laying there dead on the ground, and it's really sad. So Finn like drops the bush, or at least what remains of it, and runs over to this watermelon that he sees, and he smashes it over his head, and he's like, sorry, I just needed to cool down. And then there's this really adorable little guy, and he's like, hey, it's okay there, friend. Hey, do you think you could possibly help me get these other two watermelon down from this tree? I need to get them back to my wife at home, you know. she wants watermelon, wives, right? And he's like, oh, I'll help you, but I'm gonna do it my way. And he literally, like, jumps up there and grabs the watermelon and, like, throws them at her all the way across the freaking forest from them. And it smashes into her and, like, injures her severely. And the guy's like, what the fuck? Why are you so mean? And Finn just keeps on running. And basically, he ends up getting lost in the woods, and he sings a little auto-tune song about how depressed he is and how he's so sad that his way didn't end up working and all that. And then this cliff that he's standing on turns out to be the back of the giant whose tears he needs. And the giant basically says, like, hey man, I'm not giving you my tears, fuck off. And Finn's like, I don't even want your tears, I'm gonna go back to my house with the freaking clown nurses. And then the giant's like, starts to cry because he feels bad for him, and he's like, no, this is all a trick. He's like, no, it's really not a trick. But then the giant tries to smash up Finn and, like, hurt his legs. And he, like, smashes him really, really badly to the point where he's all, like, flattened. And Finn's, like, so upset about it that he literally, like, pokes the giant in the eye to make him start crying, and it heals him. And then he fights the giant and knocks the giant's head off and carries the giant all the way back to the treehouse, passing all the people that he hurt or, like, upset all the way through this entire episode so far, and he sprays the giant's tears on them, healing them. And then he makes it back, and the nurses start kissing the giant's head because he's really injured, and Finn offers to heal Jake using the giant's tears, but Jake says, nah man, I'll just stick with the nurses. And that's the end of the episode. So there we have it, folks. Let's see what else I have to say about this one, because I do have a couple other notes here. So obviously, yes, this was a filler episode. No, I did not spot the snail. And yes, there were fart jokes. Not only does a clown fart into a bubble blower, there's straight up a clown that just farts, and it makes like a stink cloud. The next couple episodes have quite a few fart jokes, surprisingly. They kind of lean into them for the next little bit here, but yeah, I thought that was interesting. This is the first one that's just kind of like a fart joke that's an actual fart. The cutest moment by far was like all the little people that Finn fucked up. Their voices were adorable, and they were all just living their little lives. The coolest part was when Finn literally parted the river by swinging the bush around wildly. That was just kind of more impressive, to be honest with you. And the funniest part was definitely when Finn cut straight through the middle of the fork in the road because he didn't want to have to pick either options. Because he literally hurt the freaking sign too, and the sign is just like, what the hell, man? And the weirdest thing for sure was the clown nurses. The clown nurses were creepy as fuck. But yeah, really, other than that, that's all I've got to say about this one. The only other things of note is Finn used his auto-tune voice in this episode, which they kind of stopped leaning on it after a certain point and just let him sing normally. And all of the rest of the musical montages for the rest of Season 3 all just use his regular singing voice, but they did manage to slip in an auto-tune song here. And also, he was reading the Enchiridion in bed, which is interesting because, it gives us a little continuity in the form of the fact that he does still have the Enchiridion, and he is still actively reading it, so good stuff there. But yeah, overall, pretty standard filler episode, but nonetheless, good stuff does happen. And now for Season 3, Episode 24, Ghost Princess. So this episode starts out with Finn and Jake having a little camping trip in the woods, and it's late at night, and they're just grilling some wieners or roasting some wieners over the campfire, and Finn offers Jake some squeezy cheese from a little bottle to put on top of his hot dog. But Jake explains that he does not like squeezy cheese anymore because of something that happened, but he doesn't want to talk about it. So Jake ends up eating a normal plain hot dog, and Finn eats his cheesy hot dog. And all of a sudden, Ghost Princess shows up, and she's haunting them. Like, she's kind of just wandering around, floating around them, and making, like, ghostly moaning noises. And Finn and Jake are like, what the hell's going on, Ghost Princess? Why aren't you leaving us alone? What the hell? And she basically explains that she is, like, forced to haunt people because of the fact that she's stuck in the mortal realm, and she can't ascend into the realm of the dead or whatever, because she doesn't know how she died. So Master Detective Finn decides to get on the case and help Ghost Princess figure out how she died so she can ascend into the next plane of existence. And so Finn and Jake and Ghost Princess head back to where she lives, which is this massive ass cemetery full of tons of other ghosts. And while they're there, they basically decide that they're going to start interrogating her neighbors and see if her neighbors know anything about what's going on. And the first neighbor they interrogate is this weird-looking ghost called Boilby. And Boilby's just kind of being a dick. He's like, yeah, Ghost Princess always leaves the graveyard and freaking haunts people. She could just hang out here. It's pretty chill. And, like, he's, like, berating her, and Finn and Jake are like, hey, man, knock it off, but he's not knocking it off. So eventually what ends up happening is this other ghost named Clarence pops out, and he's eating ghostly cheesy poofs, and he throws cheesy poofs into Boilby's mouth to get him to just kind of give up and go back to his hole in the ground that is his grave. And there's a little foreshadowing there in the form of Clarence eating cheesy poofs, but we'll get back to that here in a little bit. But basically, Clarence sees Ghost Princess, and he immediately is super infatuated with her, and they start flirting very heavily. And Finn and Jake say that they need to go find some more people to investigate, and Clarence points them in the direction of some ne'er-do-wells that are ghosts. And so they start heading that way, and Ghost Princess stays and hangs out with Clarence. And they even go to a concert for a ghostly band called Spirit Wave, which was pretty cool. But meanwhile, with Finn and Jake decide they're going to play good cop, bad cop. And there's a grave that's, like, marked over, and it says, like, here lies, like, Dorcas or Doofus or something like that. And they call for the ghost to come out of its grave, but it doesn't come out of its grave. So they dig up the body and, like, start smacking the body around and trying to get it to talk, but obviously it's a dead body, so it's not going to talk. And Finn's playing bad cop this entire time, and he's super playing it up. And they find, like, half a knife and all this shit, and, like, obviously it's a dead body, so it's not responding. And what ends up happening is they kind of have to give up, and Ghost Princess comes back and says, hey, it's okay, I've decided I'm not depressed living in the mortal realm anymore because I get to be with Clarence, so you guys don't have to try and solve my murder anymore. I really don't care because, you know, at least I have Clarence to keep me company. And so they're like, whatever, okay, that's fine. We're glad you're happy at least. And they start to leave the graveyard. And that's when Jake realizes that he was grave robbing the entire time they were there. And he lifts up his stomach. And underneath his stomach, he had wedged a whole bunch of stuff that he stole from a bunch of different graves. And one of those things that he stole was that half of a knife blade that he found in that one grave that they dug up and were beating around. And Finn takes a closer look at this knife blade and realizes that the part of it that's sticking out, that still remains because it's split in half, is it says on the blade ENCE, like ENCE. And that's when Finn starts to think, like, wait a minute, ENCE? Like Clarence? And so Finn says it's time to go dig up Ghost Princess. So they go find Ghost Princess's grave, which is funny because it just says female for some reason. And when they get there, they basically dig it up and they find the other half of the knife embedded in Ghost Princess's corpse. And the other half, of course, says Claire. So it's Clarence's knife. And it turns out Clarence, when he was alive, was the one who killed Ghost Princess. So Clarence, in the B plot, invites Ghost Princess back to his private mausoleum to have a little smooching and possibly some ghostly sex. And basically Finn and Jake show up and quickly stop it before anything happens and explain what they've discovered. And that jolts Ghost Princess's memory, and she's suddenly able to remember that she used to be a warrior princess who was in love with another prince named Clarence. And their two kingdoms were at war, so they actually ended up going into battle, and Clarence ended up killing her in battle, and she died. And so Clarence is obviously super remorseful, but he can't figure out how he died, so he's still stuck in the mortal plane. And a Ghost Princess now knows how she died, so she can ascend into the next realm. And when she ends up leaving, Clarence is just kind of dejected, and he realized that he killed her, but he doesn't really know why, and he feels all sad and remorseful, and he misses his love. And he says that his life is like a fart. And that's when Jake realizes that he knows Clarence from somewhere. And we get to go into a flashback sequence with Jake, where basically Jake recalls the fact that he was at a convenience store, yes, an actual convenience store, called the Squeezy Mart. And inside the Squeezy Mart was none other than Clarence, and he was basically a bum, and he was like super scruffy and all messed up and like, you know, a wreck of a man because he killed the woman he loved. And he just kept drinking the cheese out of the squeeze cheese at the Squeezy Mart. And it was to the point where the faceless cashier at the Squeezy Mart kept telling him to stop, but he said no. And Jake was going to put him under citizen's arrest, which is kind of funny. And he just continued to drink the cheese until he actually exploded and died. He literally committed suicide using squeeze cheese, which is kind of fucking creepy in its own right, but it's also kind of gross. And it explains why Jake does no longer like squeezed cheese on his hot dogs, and it also explains why Clarence was eating cheese puffs at an earlier point in the episode. But let's see, other than that, obviously now that Clarence knows how he died, he gets to pass on as well, and Ghost Princess and Clarence live happily ever after. So there we have it, a bit of a happy ending on the bookend of this one. And what else do I have to say about this one? Obviously, yes, this was a filler episode. I did spot the snail. The snail was inside of the literal grave. I don't remember if it was Ghost Princess's or Clarence's, but the snail was in literally one of those two graves. And like they opened the casket and the snail was in there, which was weird. And yes, there were fart jokes. Not literal fart sounds, but Clarence says that his life is like a fart, which is literally a fart joke, so I did count it for this episode. The cutest part for sure is Clarence and Ghost Princess, and even though they killed each other, it's kind of like a reverse Romeo and Juliet, because they killed each other, but then they ended up getting to be together, which is kind of funny. But they're really, really cute together, and Clarence is a smooth talker. The coolest part was definitely when Clarence and Ghost Princess went to the Spirit Wave concert. Spirit Wave was just kind of like this band where it was like these 4 ghost women on stage doing like sexy dances. I don't know, I thought it was kind of interesting to have a in-universe band. Other than that, I put down that it was funny that Jake didn't like squeezy cheese on his hot dogs anymore for some reason, but I guess now we know why. And the fact that Boyleby was subdued using cheesy puffs was kind of funny as well. And Finn playing the bad cop was just downright hilarious too, because he was like so good at it, it was kind of scary. And also the fact that Jake just freaking grave robbed a bunch of graves, and he said he didn't know it was bad, which is a callback to the fact that he didn't know that stealing old ladies' purses was bad, and also stealing bikes and flipping them for money was bad in that one episode with tree trunks and her apples that got stolen. So that was kind of funny. A few other things of note really quickly. While they were at the Spirit Wave concert, the guy who was hosting it basically called out this website called ghostdates.com, which is basically a website that apparently has different dates for ghosts to go on, which is kind of funny because obviously Ghost Princess and Clarence were on a ghost date at the Spirit Wave concert. And I went to ghostdates.com, and it's an actual website, and it has a GIF of Spirit Wave dancing. If you want to check out what it's like, but you don't want to watch the episode, I thought that was pretty interesting. And I don't know if that was like a Cartoon Network thing or if that was actually done by the fans of the show, but I did think it was pretty interesting that website existed. And it was also interesting, from a lore perspective, that Clarence and Ghost Princess were both formerly prince and princesses of different kingdoms that were at war, because that again implies that there's war in the Adventure Time universe. And the other interesting thing was the fact that there was just literally a convenience store in the Adventure Time universe. I did not expect that, but there we have it, folks. Very interesting filler episode. I like this one quite a bit. Season 3, Episode 25, Dad's Dungeon, is yet another episode where our heroes go into a dungeon. And this time it starts out a little bit differently. So Finn and Jake and BMO are hanging out on top of the treehouse in that little boat balcony that they like to hang out in from time to time. And all of a sudden they see some sparkles on top of the tree. So immediately they jump down from the boat and chase the sparkles into their treehouse. And when they do, the sparkles lead them upstairs into the attic of the treehouse, where they find a holotape player and a holotape. And when they slot it in and hit play, they see a holographic message from none other than Finn and Jake's father, Joshua. And Joshua explains that before he died, he actually built them a dungeon to explore. And he tells Finn to cover his ears, and he explains to Jake that basically the dungeon is a means to toughen Finn up and make him ready for the world. Because, as he explains it, Finn as a baby is significantly more whiny and babyish than Jake was, and he was worried about him. And basically, after he has Finn uncover his ears, he explains that the dungeon is full of perils, and at the end of it, as a reward, is the family sword, which was forged with demon blood. And then a demon appears in the living room where he recorded the holotape, and Joshua literally casts a spell to send it back to the fiery depths of hell, which was really cool. And basically he explains that the entrance to the dungeon is 80 paces from where they are right now. So somehow Joshua knew that Finn and Jake were destined to end up living in the treehouse, even though it's been established that it was belonging to Marceline originally. And basically he says the dungeon's entrance is hiding under a big dumb rock. And immediately Finn and Jake set off on the quest to find the dungeon, and we cut and they're 80 paces away from the house, and there's this big rock with its tongue sticking out, and it's like, duh! And they push it out of the way and find the entrance to the dungeon. And when they get inside, immediately they are met up with the first peril of the dungeon, which is 2 golems made out of hamburgers and hot dogs, 2 foods that Finn and Jake wanted for breakfast this morning. And so Jake's very tempted by the food animal, the food golems, if you will, and he starts to try and eat them, but Finn has to stop him. And then basically they end up fighting them for a moment and then running away and sort of blocking them off down this corridor. And that's when they realize this is about to be much more treacherous than they originally thought. And they find another holotape in the next room, so they slot it in. And what they find next is basically Joshua tells Finn to cover his ears again, and he explains to Jake that Jake needs to berate Finn and basically tell him he's a big baby So he has extra motivation to prove himself and finish the dungeon because he thinks it's going to be too challenging for him since he's not the strongest. And Jake kind of has his reservations about doing this, but then Joshua, like, sort of, holds him accountable for it. He's like, come on, Jake, do it for your dead papa, come on. And he's like, yeah, yes, papa. So then Jake immediately starts berating Finn and calling him a crybaby and all this stuff, which is then established that Finn's significantly less of a crybaby than he has been, and he's toughened up quite a bit since he was a little kid, which is funny because the next episode will totally just kind of prove that false, but we'll get to that. But basically, Jake, despite not wanting to, keeps telling Finn that he's a big crybaby and he's weak and like he's not going to make it through the dungeon because it's too dangerous. And so Finn kind of presses on, and he's starting to get pissed off at Jake, and he's starting to get pissed off at Joshua because Joshua in the holotapes is berating him and calling him weak and a baby also. And they eventually arrive at like a fork in the dungeon where they can go right and there's like some magical flower trap spell, or they can go left and there's this big stinky monster guy. And they go over to him, like they go over the flower path, and they're like, let's go the flower pathway. And the monster's like, what the heck, come on guys, come my way, man. And they're like, no. And Jake's like, yeah, you're a big stinky bro. He's like, this is bro to bro. You need to take a shower, man. And he's like, really, man? You think so, bro? And he's like, yeah, man. He's like, oh, okay. Which is kind of funny. And then he, like, squeezes himself, and he's got, like, these lumps on his body. And when he squeezes them, like, liquid comes out, and it's really fucking gross. But anyway, they end up going down the flower path. And eventually they run into this massive table with a feast sprawled out. Tons of different fruits on the table, as far as the eye can see, and there's a bunch of beautiful maidens around the table, convincing them to try and eat, coercing them into eating the sweet fruit. And Jake's basically like, alright man, we can't eat this fruit, it's just like the golems, we gotta just keep moving on. And Finn's so pissed off at Jake for being mean to him, and pissed off at Joshua on the holotapes for being mean to him, that he's just like, fuck it, I'm gonna eat the fruit. And Jake quickly manages to stop him, but then the fruit ladies end up getting really pissed off, and they reveal their true forms to be like these evil, like, succubuses or succubi or whatever you want to call it, and they attack Finn and Jake, and Jake stretches them out of there and quickly helps them get away just in time. And basically he's in a position where Finn is so pissed off that he decides that it's better to just kind of tell Finn the truth rather than hold up his promise to Joshua to kind of berate him and call him a baby. And he says, like, that this whole dungeon's for him to toughen him up, and he basically doesn't actually believe that he's a crybaby, and he's just doing what their dad wants, and he doesn't mean to offend Finn. And he tells Finn the next time that there's a holotape, he should watch it, and when Joshua says to cover his ears, not to cover his ears. And so they find another holotape, and Finn doesn't cover his ears, and Joshua explains that basically there's one more room and there's this big enemy in there, and after Finn defeats it, he's going to get the family sword, and Jake needs to keep calling him a baby. And then all of a sudden in the holotape, Joshua is snatched up by these giant hands that come through a crack in the wall, and Finn and Jake sort of run into this crack in real life to make pursuit, even though obviously he's probably not there. And that's when they enter this big room where there's this like monster with a crystal gem on its forehead and big ass hands, and then there's the family sword wrapped in chains and locked up waiting for somebody to come and get it. And Finn basically starts to try and fight the monster without using the sword, just kind of despite their dad for being mean to him. But eventually he caves, and he manages to pull the family sword out from the chains that it was stuck in, and he uses it to vanquish the demon, and they finish the dungeon. And basically, there's another holotape that Jake plays during the final battle, where Joshua says to play it after Finn finishes the dungeon. And in the holotape, Joshua explains that he created this whole dungeon to try and help Finn and make sure he stays tough, because he knows Finn's gonna go and get himself in a ton of trouble because he's got that like heroic mindset, and he wants to make sure that he's strong enough to meet his challenges and face his fears. And he says that he loves Finn, which is really sweet because obviously, if you recall, Joshua is a magic dog, and he's not Finn's biological father, but he is Finn's adopted father. So it's a nice, sweet moment where Joshua basically says that he accepts Finn for who he is, and he accepts Finn as one of their own, even though he's not explicitly a magic dog like the rest of the family are. So pretty sweet and touching moment. Finn has a badass sword, and they leave the dungeon, and Finn's ready to go vanquish some evil using this badass new demon blood family sword that they got. And then the demon whose blood is in the sword pops up again, the one from the holotape from before. And Jake rewinds the holotape and plays the part of the holotape where his dad casts the spell that sends the demon back to hell. And it again sends him back to hell just off of the audio recording, which is kind of funny. And they walk off into the sunset. End of the episode. So there we have it, folks. There's our little synopsis. Let's get into some of the more finer details. I was feeling pretty good about this one. I think it was like a 7 out of 10. And let's see if there's anything I forgot. I put this was not a filler episode, even though you could make a case for it being one. I personally feel like it wasn't, because of the fact that there was some character development on Joshua's part, and they kind of went out of their way to make it so Finn and Jake kind of got to see a new side of Joshua, and Finn got to have this moment where basically he was fully accepted into the magic dog family of Jake and his family and Joshua. So pretty wholesome overall, and I do think that it was a big enough moment that I did not consider it a filler episode. And yes, I actually did spot the snail. The snail was at the beginning of the episode on their little boat balcony that hangs off their tree. Yes, there was fart jokes also on the boat balcony. Basically, Jake turns into a cheetah, like shapeshifts into a cheetah farting, and he literally just makes like fart noises, and he looks like a cheetah. So there you have it, straight up normal ass fart joke, no pun intended. But yeah, there's that. The cutest part for sure was when Joshua was holding baby Finn and baby Jake, and he squeezed both of them, and Jake was just kind of like laughing about it, and Finn literally started fucking bawling, and Joshua's just like, ugh. But it was kind of cute, not gonna lie. And the coolest moments for sure were the family sword made of demon blood. I'm excited to see Finn utilize that in future battles. Joshua with his fucking badass demon magic, pretty sweet. And also the fact that Joshua recorded all these holotapes, like, it was honestly just kind of neat to see like this whole holotape system in the universe. I was a big fan of it, and I thought it fit very well with like the Adventure Time, like futuristic fantasy setting that the Land of Ooh is set in. The funniest part for sure was at the very end of the episode, Jake on the fly edited the holotapes to make their dad beatbox, which was pretty funny. And let's see here, the weirdest part / grossest part for sure was that nasty ass monster in the corridor. But other than that, the one last thing I wanted to bring back up one more time is somehow Joshua knew that they were going to end up living in the treehouse because he built a dungeon 80 paces west of it, which is interesting. It makes you wonder if maybe Joshua was alive when they moved into the treehouse. It's kind of hard to say for sure. You know, they don't really ever tell us for sure, but hopefully we find out later a little bit better timeline for everything. But either way, there we have it, folks. A little interesting one for us. And now for the final episode of Season 3. Season 3, Episode 26, Incendium. So this episode starts out yet again on top of Finn and Jake's treehouse, and they're up there hanging out with Princess Bubblegum. And Princess Bubblegum is showing them these new fireworks that she developed that instead of shooting sparks, shoots glowing liquids. And she shoots one off into the air and it explodes into a brilliant light of colors. And Jake kind of lays his head on Princess Bubblegum's lap and he's like, "Wow, that's amazing, Princess." And she pats him on the head and says like, "Aw, thank you, good puppy." And Finn immediately gets super jealous. So he scoots his way over to Princess Bubblegum and lays his head on her lap and says like, "These are beautiful, Princess." And literally Princess Bubblegum does the meanest fucking push Finn's head off her lap. And she's like, "Finn, ew, no, don't do that." And she's like, "Sorry guys, I gotta go." And she literally fucking leaves after being super rude. And literally Finn is so dejected by this. Obviously he crossed the line, like, you know, laying his whole ass head on Princess Bubblegum's lap. But she was such a bitch about it. Like, she could not have been more mean about it. So, needless to say, Finn immediately heads downstairs. He gets all of his pictures of Princess Bubblegum and lays down in a corner on the floor and holds her lock of gum hair that he still has and cries about it. And basically he just thinks about how he doesn't have any chance in the world with Princess Bubblegum, even though he is deeply in love with her. And it's honestly really sad because she was so mean to him, and I just felt awful for Finn in that moment. And Jake, being the good friend that he is, sees how absolutely destroyed Finn is. And he decides he's going to make it his mission for the day to go out and find Finn a new love interest. And as he stretches across the lands looking for somebody for Finn, he sings a little song. And he's like, "I'm gonna find a honey for my homie, a baby for my buddy, a lady for my laddie." And that's an iconic moment that's stuck in my head for many years after viewing this episode for the first time. So naturally I wanted to share that with you guys. And basically he's just kind of wandering around, and in the woods he runs into Flambeau, which of course, if you've been following the series up until this point, you'll remember Flambeau from the previous episode. And basically he's talking to Flambeau and he's like, "Hey Flambeau, you don't happen to know any princesses around Finn's age, do you?" And Flambeau literally goes, "Oh yeah, I know a couple skirts." It's like, what the fuck? And yeah, so he's literally like, "Yeah, I know a couple skirts. I know just the gal." And he proceeds to lead Jake all the way to the Fire Kingdom, where of course Flambeau is from. And when they arrive, Flambeau casts a little spell on Jake so he doesn't burn to a crisp, and they head into the king's court. And when they arrive, the king is there with a bunch of his subjects, and of course there also is Fire Princess, a young princess the same age as Finn. So basically Flambeau gets Jake the chance to meet the Fire King in an attempt to swoon him over and earn Finn a chance to meet the Fire Princess. And it doesn't go too well, but what ends up happening is Jake straight up pretends to be Finn again by like morphing his body to look like Finn, and he beats the shit out of himself for being so bad at winning the king's favor. And the king says, "That's like the best thing ever, beating the shit out of your servant to prove your value to me. I love it." And he releases Fire Princess down to meet fake Finn, and he's like, "Yes, it's time for you to meet my evil daughter." And he releases the Fire Princess, and she literally comes down and like somebody was like whispering nearby her, so she literally turns around and just fucking zaps them with fire and burns them to a crisp. And Jake, pretending to be Finn, is like, actually, on second thought, I don't know if you're really my type. And Flame Princess gets so fucking angry that she starts to almost attack Jake, and he narrowly escapes. And he's running back to the treehouse, and Flame Princess is hot on his heels chasing after him. And he runs inside, and he's like, Finn, I messed up. And Finn's kind of still just depressed and laying in the corner crying when all of a sudden the fire starts to leak into their treehouse, and it burns his pictures of Princess Bubblegum, which sets him off. And at this point, Fire Princess has grown to a massive state, and she's surrounded the whole treehouse. And Finn bashes through a window, sticks the gum to the side of the treehouse, and then climbs to the top, where he activates one of Princess Bubblegum's fireworks rockets that shoots liquid instead of sparks. And it goes all over her and basically makes her shrink and weakens the shit out of her. And Finn catches her and brings her back inside and is basically like, who are you? And she smacks him on the face, leaving a big burn mark. And she's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Never mess with me ever again. And she, like, jumps out their window and burns off into the sunset. And Jake was like, who was that? Or Finn was like, who was that? And Jake was like, oh, it was just the Fire Princess. And he turns towards the camera, and Finn goes, I think I have a crush. And that's the end of the episode. So basically, this episode was important for the lore because it introduced a whole new love interest for Finn. Finally, Princess Bubblegum can fucking take the L, and Finn's gonna start dating around and finding a new lady. So I was really, really stoked to get to this point because honestly, this is the last major arc that happens in the show that I actually remember from watching when I was a kid. I definitely watched a few episodes into season 4 to kind of see where it goes, but this is the start of the end for my previous viewing, so it'll be interesting to see where the series goes after my knowledge of it has been fully expelled, because, you know, then it'll be basically seeing the whole series with a completely different perspective of new and fresh eyes, so that'll be interesting. But let's go over the last couple things here that I have to say about this episode that I haven't already. Yes, this was not a filler episode. I almost said that it was. I did spot the snail. That's what I was going to say yes to. The snail was in the treehouse on the picture frame of the naked lady that they have in the living room. No, there were no fart jokes. The cutest moment for sure was BMO, because Jake leaves BMO in charge of watching Finn while he goes out, and BMO's like, don't worry, Jake. If anyone tries to hurt Finn, I will kill them. And it was really fucking cute. And the coolest part for sure was just Jake's pure ability to manage to accidentally, or on purpose, however you want to look at it, win over the favor of the Flame King. It was honestly just impressive from like a plan, strategized kind of point. It reminded me of when he helped Finn conquer his fear of the ocean, and he did that really complicated recreation of their bedroom. That was impressive as well. He's really, really good at executing a plan when he puts his mind to it. The funniest part for sure was the honey for my homie, baby for my buddy, lady for my laddie part. Stuck with me for years. The weirdest part was Jake checks on Finn at one point by pulling up BMO's camera eyes, and BMO literally like sees Finn's ass crack sticking out of his shorts, and he puts his hands in front of him like to do a nosedive, and he like jumps towards Finn's ass, and the camera cuts away, and we hear Finn scream. So BMO might have crawled into Finn's ass. That's possibly a part of the lore. Another part of the lore that was weird is Fire Princess casts these spells on her subjects when they piss her off, and it makes them look like Flambeau. So Flambeau offhandedly remarks like, "Oh, this was how I was created," which is kind of funny because they're like just kind of being on the nose about the whole lore thing. But basically, the residents of the Flame Kingdom normally don't look anything like Flambeau, but Flambeau is Flambeau because he must have pissed off some royalty and they turned him into this little fire guy. Also, this episode is the reappearance of Flambeau, which I already kind of mentioned. The fire dogs appear in this episode. I was right, they are from the Fire Kingdom. If you recall from the Snow Golem fire dog episode a little while ago. And I also wanted to note that the Flame King is voiced by Keith David, a pretty big-time voice actor. He was David Anderson in Mass Effect, if you've played Mass Effect before, and also he voiced the President in Rick and Morty, so interesting little cameo to note there. But other than that, that's really all I gotta say about this one. Definitely not a Mortal Folly kind of plot, but you know, still interesting nonetheless, and I'm glad that Finn is finally able to move on from Princess Bubblegum in some shape or form, at least for now, because she's honestly toxic as hell, and Flame Princess is like toxic as hell too, but in a different way, and we'll kind of see more of that as we progress here. But you know, interesting stuff is happening, the plot's developing. I'm really happy about it. Well, folks, there we have it. The best season of the show yet is now finished. We had so many great episodes in this one, but of course the one that stands out the most to me is the one where we got the Ice King's background lore. I just wasn't expecting it, and I was super tapped out because it was a Christmas episode. Then they just dropped that absolute lore bomb on me. We got a ton of other really good content in this season as well. I really liked the musical number featuring the whole gang. That was really fun. And there were tons of other great episodes as well. So I appreciate you all for joining me on this journey. And I can't wait to get back to the grind and start watching and reviewing Season 4 of Adventure Time. But yeah, Season 3's been the best one so far. I hope the show continues to get better and better. And we're getting closer and closer to episodes that are going to be new to me as well, because I actually stopped watching shortly after the Flame Princess arc, so it'll be interesting to see how the dynamic of this series changes after the episodes become completely brand new to me and I have absolutely zero nostalgia. But yeah, either way, folks, I appreciate you for stopping out, and if you watched this entirely massive long video in its entirety, you're amazing. Have yourselves a great day. Even if you didn't listen to the whole thing and you're just listening to the outro for some reason, you rock. Have a great day, folks. Bye-bye.